All right, I'm gonna start the music and I'm gonna start narrating. So, last we left off, the crew of the Valiant, upon obtaining the statue of a hawk that had the trapped soul and or spirit of Chakna within, managed to evade any sort of conflict from the pirates that were occupying his old home. Upon being led back into the cavern by your Githyanki companion, Chakna underwent a ritual, a sort of spirit walk ritual that he used to do in times of need or times of reflection, and sometimes in happenstance. During this ritual, the three of you, Kai, Saya, Fukler, and Behorn, witnessed different versions of himself. Behorn witnessed a version of the past, one that did not recognize him. Fukler, you witnessed the current self, the present. While Kai Saya witnessed the future self from a reality that is, at this current moment, not yet set in stone. As you all figured out your paths during the ritual, and it all culminated to a test from Fate herself, as she pitted the three versions of Chakna against you three. Not as a test of skill, more of a trial of resolve, a willingness to break free and to break fate itself once again. And upon doing so, you managed to knock out the three different Chaknas and managed to send the other two back to where they came from through the giant Yizgard portal. Upon doing so, some sort of completion effect of this spirit walk that resided within Chakna and inside the statue culminated to having the hawk statue be unpetrified to turning into a full hawk spirit, and getting Chakna his soul back, leading to not much of a physical change, except that there is now a gray streak from where his tattoo ends and where his hair begins, where the hair goes to his back hairline, where it's a long gray streak, signifying that it seems like, because of his soul regaining into his body, he might have aged a few years suddenly. But at the very least, physically, he seems okay. The next morning came, and you all went your separate ways. You said goodbye to your Githyanki companion and left him there to potentially one day fight back against the pirates when you guys return, or if you guys would like to bring him on as an ally to fight against the forces unknown in the future. Upon doing so, and when you left Quidmaris, it was going to take you about two and a half days to get to a gate town known as Glorum using one of the active open portals in the Astral Sea. Glorum, as far as you know from Kaisaya's word, is some sort of gate town that is on the far reaches of the Outlands, this Nordic society filled with Goliaths, humans, and farmers and warriors alike. So, as you blasted off to Glorum, what do you guys do? You have a whole day ahead of you. What do you guys want to do?
Mm. Hmm. Well, I'm not sure what to do first. We have a bit until we get to Glorum, right?
2
You
days.
have about like two and a half days ish, depending on travel.
Welcome back.
出邊好大風啊，
Mm,
又好熱。
mm. At least the wind cooled you off.
Very dry.
least you don't have to buy more clothes. At least you don't have to buy more clothes.
This is a very good test because this just fit. I mean, fit. So if I gain weight, you know immediately. It's not like a loose t-shirt that I gain weight.
I can't understand what she's saying.
I do not understand either. But it's funny to listen in.
Oh, yeah.
All right, bitches, let's go.
So what do you guys do? Do you guys have any plans?
For while we traveled to Glorum, personally, no.
We need to go write down in this journal what kind of bounty mommies needs to go find.
Well then, Fukler, I have an idea that you can do for 2 days.
What's up?
You can train our BT in combat so they're a little bit more resilient.
Make it so Finnegan doesn't get stabbed like 20 times again.
You're
Or
gonna.
Filabella.
I feel like I'm about to
That'll be
get
alright.
absolutely fucking mollywopped if I go 1v3 against the V team. I feel like I'm gonna get absolutely floor mopped.
They're all ranged.
They are.
They are. They're all
Yeah.
ranged.
Never mind.
Well, Fiabella does have a longsword, so she can
They're
go
all
up
ranged.
close or ranged because she's a bard. But yeah, no, they need help training.
I thought Tiana was a fighter. Could have sworn.
Tiana's
Tiana
a
is a
fighter.
Sworn.
Tiana's a fighter. Finnegan's a wizard. Fiabella's a bard. Isolde's a bard. And Glenn is a wizard.
Oh, excuse me. It would not be a 1v3. It would be a 1v5 if I'm counting right.
Yes,
Yeah.
but someone is currently flying the ship, which would be Tiana. So you would have, at the very least, you would have Fiabella, maybe Finnegan if he's not doing anything, Glenn, possibly, and maybe Isolde.
Adrian, I have to be real honest with you.
Yeah, what's up?
Can any of them actually hit me?
It'd be very hard.
It'd be very hard for
They're
them to
more,
hit you.
they're more likely to hit you with AoEs than actual like rolling to hit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, my AC
Like-
is a little up there
like-
for him.
Like Finnegan has a lot of good AoE spells, so Finnegan could probably
Yeah.
do some damage on you. Let me see who else could do some decent damage to you. So we got Finnegan, can do some decent damage with his spells. Tiana, she doesn't have a lot of AoE. She's got a lot of single target with her abilities, so probably not. Isolde might be able to charm you in some weird way. She might have to make you like do like a wisdom or intelligence saving throw.
If it's charming, if I remember correctly, Fukler is immune because of a certain aura.
Mhm.
That is true. Let me see what she can do since she has 6 level spells. She could mass suggest in you to stop. She could mass suggest in you to give you up or something.
Oh,
Because it's not it is considered a charm, so that actually would not work.
yeah,
she can
I'm completely immune to
antagonize
charms.
you. She can earth tremor you. She can bane you, but that's a charisma saving throw, which you're good at.
So we would be playing reverse D&D, DM playing
Yeah.
5 characters, me playing 1 character.
Exactly. Yeah.
I like the sound of inverse D&D. Sounds like a lot of fun, actually.
And hopefully this will help them so they can get skilled enough and maybe a level up or something.
I still think I would get absolutely floor mopped because even if it is like hard for them to hit me, it's a 1v5. That's 5 turns before I get to hit one of them.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And as much as I want to say, I'm. Might choose one of them to help me then.
I can just cut them into 2 teams. Because Tiana's got to fly the ship, so she's gonna be busy flying.
Make them fight each other? That's a
Or
good
make them
idea.
fight each other. Yeah, make them fight each other.
Ooh.
The whole
And you
Is
be
that
there
Fuku's a
to
coward?
help
Yeah, you're
guide
right.
them. No, he's
Damn.
a teacher now.
Did you just call me a coward? I would fight you if you weren't like bullshittily invisible all the time. The light bends around you, kiss my ass. I want to hit you, bastard, but I can't. It's tragic, really.
Hey man, if I had the skill points for it, I'd swap to a monk and just punch the shit out of you.
Swap to monk right now, you won't.
I don't think I have the stats for it. I don't think it'll even let me.
This is truly a dark day. Oh my
What do you
God.
need for monks? You need wisdom?
You need dexterity and wisdom.
Oh, maybe I can go to the monk.
You have crazy dexterity.
And I have 16 wisdom.
You can totally do monk.
You could do monk.
You want to fight, bastard?
Why have I never thought of this?
No, why didn't you think of this?
I got too many character sheets, man. Too many
You are
sub
just
sheets
currently the rock to my scissors, and I can't really get rid of that.
until
You
I
are the
change.
much as I
rock to
want
my
to.
scissors. How romantic.
Until I change what my class is, then I become the paper to your scissors,
Yes.
or at least like the safety scissors to your real scissors.
Because you are the one thing I can't deal with. Running away.
The only way you can do it is if you can land a shining smite on me.
Exactly. And even then, it's like movement speed.
Yeah, I have a lot more movement speed and I have range.
It's
Good luck.
crazy.
I mean, you could, if you hit him, if you manage to make contact, you could one-shot him with your Chaos Smite.
If you really wanted to.
Like swinging with a bug zapper.
Alright, you know what? How about this? I'll go one fight with you at the end of the day. Like right when we're about to long rest. I'll go one round with you.
One round?
Yeah.
Where are you guys discussing this, by the way? Where are you guys at? Are you guys on
I don't
the mess hall on the bridge? What are you guys doing?
I don't
Well,
know where we
currently,
are.
is it a new day right now, or is it still the remaining of the yesterday?
No, it's still the same day. Like you guys managed to crawl out of Quadratum and get on the ship and leave. So in terms of relative like time, it's probably around noon.
That being the case, I'd probably be cooking lunch, and we're shit talking in the mess hall.
In the mess hall.
That'll
Fair
work.
enough.
What are we having for lunch?
Currently, what are we having for lunch?
Yeah, what are you making,
Mhm.
Fugler?
Sushi.
Sushi.
You get the fish
Yum.
for it?
We do have
Yes,
fish in the
we do
freezer, I'm
have
pretty
fish.
sure.
Yes.
Is it
You
still
have the
fridge?
koi fish still.
Mm-hmm.
We do have part of that koi fish still. It's salted, so it's preserved. Koi fish. Ooh, spellfin koi sushi rolls. This
All
is
right.
big brain time. If I had any sriracha sauce, I would put it on top.
You can have sriracha sauce. We have a replicator.
Oh god. But yeah, Fukler is going to make spellfin koi sushi.
Wow.
Okay. So, as you make the spellfin koi sushi, you notice as you're cutting out the different blends of like the different parts of the meat and the skin off, they start reacting in a way when you start to put them on the beds of rice for the sushi, that each sushi piece has a different color of the rainbow.
Ooh.
How many? So you have about like half the koi left from your other makes. So you're gonna make the whole entire thing?
I'll just use 1/4, So that should make
Okay.
that should be enough to make like a roll or two if I divvy it
Yeah.
out. Right?
I would know because I used to work at a sushi restaurant. So half of that, so a fourth,
Mm-hmm.
you'd probably be able to get like 2 sushi rolls out of it, of like
Yeah.
6 pieces each.
Mm-hmm.
So you
That's
made 12
good.
pieces.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll your D100 for taste.
D100 for taste. Let's see how this tastes. Oh, 83. Not bad. Not bad. Definitely not
All right.
bad. These are pretty good.
Really good. All right, who's eating the first piece?
I mean, I'm next
Cedric.
to him, so I could.
Go ahead. Try it.
All right, Cedric, try it.
Alright, am I rolling a D100?
You notice that this piece is like bright yellow as you pick it up.
Alright.
All right, as you eat it, roll me a D20, please.
Oh, D20?
D20.
Oh, only
Well,
49.
you-
17.
17. Bayhorn,
Yes.
as you eat the sushi piece, something flickers kind of inside of you, and you feel like this spark of magical energy just burst out of your system, and then suddenly, you start seeing blips of magical energy, all on Fukler, on Kayasaya. You see your sword lights up, you see like bits of pieces of other things start lighting up around you.
Oh, no way. Did I get the...
You have to detect magic for an hour.
Hey. We take those.
So that's your ability for the next hour as you finish up your meal. Who wants to get your next ability? Who wants to eat next?
Pukler will take one.
All right, Fukler, go ahead and roll me a d20.
Five.
5.
Opposite end of the coin.
Ah! Okay. As you start eating this sushi piece, it's kind of like turns into like a translucent, like fish, almost like see-through. In the right light, it's like almost seen through the fish itself. What is the first thing that comes to your mind right now as you're eating the fish?
Fighting. Because I'm
Fighting.
planning on teaching them later.
Fighting
the
what?
B team. The B team.
Okay, so as you finish the sushi piece, as it goes down your throat, suddenly a magical swirl of like an illusion starts to appear in front of the table, and you see a mini you with your hammer out, and you're swinging at the B team.
Oh my god.
You created minor illusion.
Bayhorn.
Pretty cool.
Bayhorn. You go, Bayhorn. I want you to have this. That's me. That's me, Bayhorn.
Do I dare eat the awake chocolate bar with my ghost?
Yes.
No.
Heart attack.
I mean, it's both
Hard
caffeine.
to-
It doesn't fucking matter.
Heart attack. Here's the thing: the awake coffee, a bar of chocolate, is 1 cup of coffee on top of my ghost. Fuck it. Anyways, if I die, I die. There's a hospital near us, so Shelby can take me.
Yeah.
Kaisai, are you going to eat any of the food?
I'll look at all of them, and I'll pick out the red piece and eat it.
So, are you pescatarian?
No, she's vegetarian by choice.
By choice. That's right. But Chagna's up there. So sometimes you can sneak in a little bit of pieces of meat.
Every so often,
She's a
she'll eat
weird.
1 or 2 pieces, but that's honestly it.
Sacrilege. What would Chagna think of this?
He's aware of it and is okay with it.
All right, roll me a d20.
Oh.
12? All right. Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay. This one's decent. Kayasaya. In this point in time, as you're eating this fish, what piece did you go for, or did you just go for any random one?
No, I went for the red one.
The red one? As you eat the red spellfin koi fish, it gives you like some sort of burning sensation in your mouth. Like you ate some sort of spice with it. Like you think Fugler kind of put in some sort of pepper or some sort of like ingredient that creates like super heat inside your mouth. But as you start to swallow, it starts to cool. And suddenly your body runs very cold, like colder than you are expecting. For the next 24 hours, you have resistance to fire. So for the next day, you have fire resistance.
It's nice.
It's nice. It's pretty good overall. All the fish sushi pieces are really good.
Puts on jacket.
It's cold.
I'm a little cold now.
Nice.
But very good food, very good.
Hell yeah. Alright. Who hasn't tried some yet?
There's Isolde, Fiabella,
Oh yeah.
Finnegan, Glenn.
As you guys are currently discussing, and you guys are currently talking about who should you feed the spellfin koi to next. As you guys are currently discussing, and you guys are about to pack up the food and start finding people to give, you can't help but look outside your window of the mess hall, and you see this huge penguin that is flying on its stomach. You see its wings are massive and they're starting to move up and down.
Oh, goody. We need to go shopping.
What?
Points at the penguin.
As you're
We get to go
as
shopping.
you're looking at the giant penguin, Fugler and Bayhorn, roll me perception checks.
Uh, 10.
32.
10? Okay, 10
Wow.
is fine. 32 is well a little bit more. Fugler, for you as a 10, you're starting to notice the penguin isn't a creature. It's wood. It's all wood, just painted to look like a penguin. However, Bayhorn, as you're looking at it and you clock the same thing as well, in one of the eyes where the penguin should be, it looks like a little porthole, and you see a small purple penguin pop its head open, look at you guys in the ship, it waves to you, and it pops back down.
Interesting.
I tap my badge. Tiana, please move the ship so we can dock with that giant penguin.
After a moment, you just hear, you say what now? I
might
see
need to
the
go to the
penguin,
toilet.
but what do you mean dock with it?
So around the fin, the little flipper, there's going to be an area where we can dock.
I'm gonna be real with you, Captain. I think you should be the one to do this.
Sure, I'll try my best.
Take your time. Take your time.
Kaisa, you know that the ship is called an USPO. It's the Spelljammer ship for the Dewar, the penguin race. There are many like it. There's different colors and variations, but they all look like penguins that are flying through the astral sea.
Why do they all look like me?
Don't be mean.
I'm not being mean. I'm just wondering what the stylistic choice is.
But as you guys you feel the ship start to move, and you start to see it's getting closer and closer to the Dewar ship, the USPO. You see the flapping wings stop flapping, and you see that the wing that is getting closer to you just stops flapping entirely. It just straightens out, giving you some sort of like walkable bridge like area.
Perfect. Come on, come on, come on. I'm so excited for you to see this. It's been forever, like, over 150 years since I've last encountered them. Oh, that's gonna be
What?
fun. That's gonna be fun.
Oh.
I wondered if anybody heard that or not.
Look, you two like shopping, yes?
Sometimes when I have money, and currently, Fugler looks down at his side. I don't have very much. I'm gonna be
You
honest.
look at your side pouch of your gold pouch, and all you see is a fly coming out.
My moth collection. No.
Look, so these are wandering merchants. The Dohar are just, they go around and they collect and sell things. Sometimes what they have is insane that they do have it. And they follow this kind of like guide on acquiring and selling things. So you can barter with them. Always try to barter with them. Never accept the asking price up front. Sometimes you can get deals from them that are insane.
I'm just scammed.
Or if you're too kind and accept the upfront price, you will probably get scammed very harshly. So never accept the original price. Always accept something lower than it. And go as low as you can. They also might talk a little funny. So do be kind.
Gotcha.
And Kaisai gets up and excitedly runs out of the mess hall.
As Kaisai hurriedly, like, you see her mood has gotten extremely better due to the fact that Chakna's soul is now back with him, and just in fact that she's probably also very excited just in general to see this ship out in the middle of the Astral Sea. As you guys are starting to make your way over to the Spelljammer, this Uspo, sorry. You see that the as the Spelljammer of the wing like connects with the ship, you feel this pulse of magical energy, and Chakna is waiting for you guys at the front doorway, and he looks at it and he says, "It seems like we found a traveling ship. That burst of magical energy there means we can walk across freely without having to worry about oxygen or anything. So, you guys have your money ready? They're gonna start haggling as soon as we step aboard."
I'm ready. Are you two ready?
Yes.
Chakna coughs. "Should I bring the war chest out? We have some money down below."
Yes.
I know
right.
somebody who has money. Fugler is violently staring at Bayhorn. I have a sneaking suspicion.
You don't see Bayhorn.
You see Finnegan and his whole day also round out behind you guys, and they say, "What's going on out there?"
Merchants.
Shopping.
Space merchants.
Oh, all right.
So, just let you know, they're Dohar, and they may talk a little funny in comparison to a lot of the other common-speaking races. So do be kind, don't point it out, and haggle Haggle, haggle, haggle. Always try and get a lower price. As low as you can go.
Finnegan just. I'm not the best at haggling, but sure, I'll try.
Otherwise, if you pay full price, you're paying a scam. They're scamming you out of money if you pay full price. But yeah, know what they could have on their ship today. Oh, it could be incredibly disappointing or incredibly amazing.
I'll blow up their ship.
Don't do that.
blow up the penguin ship.
Hell yeah.
You see
We
Chakna
don't-
open the door
we-
for you guys.
Don't cause any fights. Don't do anything. We don't need the Astramundi on us.
It's a funny name.
Just you fucking wait. Just you fucking wait.
As you see Chakna opens up the door and lets you guys outside, Chakna looks over at you, Kaisa. I'll bring the war chest up to the front. I don't feel too comfortable leaving it all on a dwarf vessel like last time.
Oh, no.
But if you need any funds, come back and I'll hand you the required need.
Of course.
Oh, it looks like you already got a... It looks like you already have somebody. And as you guys look over to where the penguin wing ends, in front of you, you see that there's already a door open, and you see a very gold rim spectacle, almost like grizzled dwarf penguin that has like this large coat on him with like a lot of like filigree, a lot of like gold and silver around him. He's looking at you guys just like, hello, my name is Galdrix. How may I be of assistance to our humble Spelljammer trade ship today?
We're curious to see what wares you have.
Oh, where's we got, Elfias? Let's see who we got. We got
Nice
one,
faces right
two,
there.
we got 3 Elfiers, we got a Scaly, we got a Dragonborn, we got some humans back there. Is that all that's coming on the board? We got 3 elves, a human, and a dragon.
Yes, that's all that's coming on board.
You see he slaps the side of the doorway and he yells out, "Hey, you lot! We got 3 elves, human, and a dragon coming through."
Human.
You just hear a loud chorus of "Aye, aye," as like you hear like multiple of these penguin doors just yell out "Aye, aye" from down below.
I am about to cry.
All right, now where would the best place to be to put explosives on this ship?
No.
Adrian, tell me. I want to know.
The penguin tummy, obviously.
I want to know, Adrian.
You don't really know, but now that you're kind of like on the side wing as you're looking at the whole entire body of the ship is massive. It's almost as big as the Valiant, but more slimmer and kind of toned down because it is a penguin on its belly. However, you do see it at the very back where its feet are. The feet are clawing and clutching over what looks to be like a penguin egg. But you look at the penguin egg and you clock it. Roll an Arcana check for me, please.
A 22.
22. You can tell that the penguin egg that it's holding, it's clutching like this some large amount of magical energy.
that's
Not
where
as
I should
much, not as much as your ship's engine, as the crystalline engine that you have, but it's definitely their power source.
So that's where I should put my bombs.
If you'd like to do so.
No.
Good to know.
but as you see Galdrix steps to the side to let you guys in, as you walk into the ship itself, you see that as you walk in, there's no exposed decks. The interior is very fortified from the inside going out. It looks like this is more of like a defensive type of ship, not an offensive type of ship. You don't see any weapons. So you assume that this place is very fast, that if they needed to get out of here quickly, they could. Probably as fast as the Valiant. Maybe at its prime, not as fast, but you're not too sure how the technology succeeded over the Valiant. So you're not too sure how fast the ship could go. As you start to enter inside, you see dozens of different dwarf of all relative sizes, different colors of their feathers, of their beaks. You see there's just every dwarf is just running around like a madhouse. You see they are carrying all sorts of jewelry, weapons, different types of material, regrants for potion making, alchemy. It's just a overblown mess of unorganized but organized chaos. And as you start to walk in, you see this smaller, this female dwarf kind of walk up. She has like a large pink streak on her left side and a white covered streak on her right side. Other than that, her entire body is black feathered. She kind of like waves her penguin hand at you guys and says, hello, name's Sheila. You can call me Quick Feathers. I handle logistics and inventory, so what are you all looking for? Are you looking to trade, looking to barter, looking to buy?
All the above.
Oh, all the above? Good. All right. So it looks like we got the 3 elves, and we have a human, and we got a dragon. Okay, are you guys looking for clothing? You guys are looking for weaponry, potions, regrants? Are you looking for something a little bit more extreme on the fun side, a little bit more extreme on the fun side? What are you looking for?
What the heck is she suggesting here? I have no idea. I've never seen space merchants before, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be completely honest. What type of potions are you selling? If I
I'm sorry, what was that, Fukler? You kind of cut off there.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Right. What type of potions are you selling?
Oh,
Hello?
potions that we're selling. Well, we are selling, and she pulls out what seems to be like this notebook almost out of nowhere from behind her, and she starts flipping it, and it's kind of funny because you can kind of hear like the flappings of her flippers to the pages, and she's looking at it right now. Potions. Let's see here. So, in terms of potions, let's see. Let me put it back to the other music. This music is not as good as expected. Boop. Let's see. We have a potion of Featherlight. We have potions of Soothing, Sleep. We have Mending potions. We have Twilight Vision, Flavorful Breath, Sticky Fingers, Cooling Mist, Verdant Touch, and then she keeps going on and on to like some other very odd potions that kind of rely on like the six senses of like different touches and other feelings. She does continue on. That's more of like the basic ones that she has. Some of the uncommon ones we have some Astral Tonic, we have Moonlight Tears, Dream Walking, Lunar Reflection, we got Void Shimmer, we have Liquid Courage, we have Liquid Luck, Bouncy Bones, we have Starfire Veins, we have Chrono Tinctures, we have some Eclipse Drought, we have Echo Elixirs, Lunar Phase, we have Celestial Nectar. Well, we have some. We have some other fun ones if you like. We have a Feathered Mine, Nebula. We have Penguin's Grace. We have Wart Brew. We have Starfruit Liquor.
Fukler is completely overwhelmed. How many did she just go through in the past 10 seconds?
In the past 10 seconds, you probably heard like 50 different potions.
If I could ask you to slow down a little bit, like I said, I've never done this before.
Okay, I understand. I know dragons and dragonborns can be a little bit slow. We have Featherlight Steps. We have Soothing Sleep.
You walked into that so hard.
We have Minor Mending.
Holy fucking shit.
We have Twilight Vision. Flavorful Breath. And she's looking at you while nodding.
She thinks
Sticky
you're a
fingers.
fucking infant. Oh, that's so... Bayhorn's laughing so hard right now.
I appreciate your consideration, but let's try and move on. This is an odd ask, I know, and I don't know if you're exactly going to have any on this ship, but do you happen to have, I don't know, any prosthesis parts?
Yes, we should have some prosthesis parts.
They're probably all going to be penguin.
Actually, you'd be very surprised. Just don't
Huh?
get anything
Let's see
insectoid.
here. Marlo, Marlo, where are you?
Yeah, insectoid.
As she's yelling out to the crowd, you hear a lot of banging noises coming from like the far ends of the ship, and suddenly running, almost sprinting, you see like a greenish looking dwarf penguin start flapping its little flippers over, running over at you. He's like, "Hey, what is it?" And you see this green little penguin has like a robotic eye implanted onto their left, and you see one of their flippers is gone. It's completely made out of wood.
He's adorable.
You see Sheila, the Quick Feathers one, says, "This is Marlo. He is the head of exotic goods, and he has some prosthesis of availability. What were you looking for?"
A replacement eye. As good as this one is, I feel like it leaves much to be desired, if that makes sense.
He's only like probably 2 feet tall, but he starts waddling towards you, and you hear some clinking noises. You see he grow, and you start to see this slowly. I got it.
Right.
You have a decent looking eye there. Not that one, the robotic one. What are you looking to replace for? Are you looking to sell? Looking to trade?
Well, not looking to sell, but maybe trade if you have something that might be able to interest me. This is just your standard, what's it called? Well, for ignorance. What did you say, Cedric?
The Eret's Eye?
Yeah, this is your standard Eret's Eye. Now, if you have another one that's enchanted with anything, I might be willing to trade and add a little bit of gold into it. How does that sound?
I could do that for you. So you're looking for something more enchanted, more magical, right?
Something that would let me see a bit better, yeah.
Understandable. Well, I have one just for you. And you see, he kind of like taps his lower leg, or like where his leg would be. And you see he immediately retracts the wooden leg that he has, and he's back on 2 feet. Follow me, and he turns around and he starts waddling forward.
Okay. Fukler will follow behind him.
All right, as Fukler heads off deeper into the Uspo, this dwarf spelljammer. It smells like penguin. It smells like bird. If you ever smelled penguin before, it smells heavily like that. It is a huge mess. And as you're walking deeper and deeper, you actually notice it's not just dwarf here. You see elephant folk. You see the GIF. You see that there's you think they're mercenaries as they're just kind of standing guard. They all have like either weapons or muskets at the ready as they're all just watching you. So it seems like they're not entirely defenseless.
Yeah, I didn't think they were entirely defenseless.
Yeah.
I had a funny feeling.
But as you make over to his little area, you see that Marlowe, his little like area is just riddled with prosthetic items. You see different arms, different legs, wooden, metal, silvered, all over the place. You see him go, like he kind of like rocks himself 1, 2, and then he jumps and he dives into the pile. As you see the pile starts to like move around, you see things being thrown up and around left and right before he kind of just stops and he says, "I think I found what you're looking for." And you see he pops up from the pile with this silvery prosthetic eye that is like gleaming brightly in front of you in his beak.
He has it in his mouth.
Yes.
Sanitizer.
You see he kind of he climbs his way out and he starts waddling to you before he puts the eyeball into his flipper hand and he holds it up to you. This is called the Moonlit Eye. Fine silver, prosthetic, grants up to dark vision, quite a ways away. Ability to see invisible things every now and then.
Oh!
Preston, remember, it doesn't work if I just roll stealth. I just want you to know that.
And how much do you have this for, if I might ask?
Let me check. You see he pulls out his own notebook out of almost thin air. You see he starts flipping through it. I can give this up to you for about 1,200 gold pieces.
Oof. Even with the trade of my other eye?
Oh, you're trading that eye as well?
No. Whoa. Okay. Well. No, I was planning on just trading my prosthetic one. What's the base price, if I might ask you?
The base price of the Moonlit Eye? Well, if you're going to trade in the other prosthetic, it's not enchanted, but I can make something use out of it. So at the very least, it'll take away some gold work. 900 gold pieces.
You weren't kidding. These guys are absolute bastards.
Negotiate.
Well, I don't even have that much gold to begin with. I just wanted to see if he had something. I don't know. Seems really, really pricey. I'm gonna be honest. That and I'm trading in my own eye, and you're only giving me 100 gold pieces down for it?
Roll me a persuasion check. Roll me a
What's his-
persuasion check right now.
What's his alignment?
His alignment, you can't sense it, so it's most likely neutral.
Damn it. Natural 1.
Lucky?
Really?
Lucky?
Fucking
You do
natural
have-
1.
You do
You-
have lucky.
Alright, I'm gonna roll lucky because natural 1 would either be really funny or I'd get killed on the ship. Like, actually. Like, that might be TKO for me. Or not TKO.
That's
that might
crazy.
be 1 KO for me. That might be, like, just actually murder me. Let's re-roll that persuasion. Another natural 1!
There's no way, really?
No.
I just rolled 2 natural
I will silvery barbs him. I'm gonna silvery barbs him. I
No,
can't.
If
I
you roll
you're
a
lucky.
no, dude, if you roll a third natural 1, that's it, bro. It's over.
You got advantage this time though.
House rule: if you roll 3 natural 1s in a row, you have to roll with it. And I'm
Go for it.
I'm cool with that. All right, I rolled a 10 for a
Okay.
19.
Dude, I
Okay.
saw
Oh wait, you have
1
you
and
have
I didn't
advantage.
see the
You have
0.
advantage. Get higher. Get higher. Get higher.
Oh yeah.
You could get higher. You could crit it.
Wow, an 11 plus 9, not 20. A dirty 20. The dice are bastards today.
Oh my lord.
2 natural 1s, a 10, and then a 20. Beautiful. Or 19
Oh
rather
my
than
lord.
a 20.
That's fucking crazy.
That's another 1 in 400 chance right there of rolling
That
2
really
natural
is.
1s in a row.
Oh man, that was funny. He kind of like looks at you, and you see his eyes squint before he pulls out a sending stone, and you see him start to whisper. He's like, "Hush, yeah, big old dragon. Yeah, yeah, he's asking for less now. Yes. Okay, so away. 600 gold pieces.
600.
Mm-mm.
That is a pretty big discount, but I don't know.
You do remember that Chakna's bringing up the war chest.
Yeah.
And you can try and get him to do 400. I'll telepathically tell
Yeah.
Fukler to counter offer with 400. See what they
Yeah,
come
no,
up
that's
with.
what I was gonna try anyways. Yeah, because they're gonna lower it a little bit. So I'm gonna say 450.
$450? $500.
475.
Actually, that's not a bad idea, Bayhorn. 475.
$475. You got a deal.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Are you going
My
to
second-
do coin or jewelry?
Well, I don't exactly have jewelry on me right now, but my captain's second in command is currently bringing up the war chest. So give him a
Okay.
little bit, and you'll be
No.
paid well.
No. Go up to Chakna. Go to Chakna and get the coin.
Oh, I thought he was bringing it here.
No.
No, he's
That's probably
he's
a
leaving
good
it
idea.
at your ship.
That's probably a good idea. In the meantime, take this, and Fukler is going to take out his eye and
Now
give it to the small
You have
penguin
massive depth perception problems now.
Yeah.
man. Can't
For the
see.
next hour, you have disadvantage on perception checks.
Huh?
'Cause you literally have an eye out of your head. He kind of
Still
just takes
feels
it
weird.
and looks at it. And he's like, "Yeah, good trade." Then he flings it into his pile.
Dragon
make
sure
Ball
Chakna
mucus and all.
Looks at this eye before I get any diseases in my head. That's what Fukler's currently thinking.
You're immune to diseases. You're fine.
He did have it in his mouth.
Space parasites.
Oh, you'll be
Base
fine.
AIDS.
Space AIDS.
Wild.
Alright,
Wild.
Fukler's walking back over to Chakna.
You pressed it.
Chakna, I'm going to need 475 coins out of the war chest if you do not mind.
You see him and Tiana are currently waiting by the front door, and you see that he looks at you and says, "Oh yeah, what'd you buy?"
A new eyeball.
Oh, I didn't even notice. It looks a little weird with you with the eye out of your head. 450, right?
Yeah, just do. Actually, you can probably do less than that. Let's go out of the war chest. Doing the math here. 430, and I should have the rest to cover it.
All right, 430. There you go. He opens up the war chest, and it's covered and filled to the brim with like gold pieces and like different gems and jewelry inside of it.
Do you know the exact count of gems and jewelry and gold inside of it?
About like 10,000 gold pieces. The queen gave it to us, remember?
Oh, yeah. It's been a while since I thought about that, though.
It's all right. So out of the 10,000 gold pieces, you're going to take 435?
430.
430. All right. I'll go ahead and write that down in my notebook.
And, Fukler takes all the gold, puts it in like a smaller pouch he has on his side, and he's gonna bring it over to the little penguin dude.
Okay. As you take it over to the little penguin dude, you see that immediately as you're holding this gold pouch, you see that.
Do I see that?
I was about to say. I apologize. Hold on. I just had like a blank for a moment as I was writing down the new amount from your guys' war chest. All right. As you start to bring into this gold, as the clinking of gold starts to ruffle around this little pouch of yours, you see that a bunch of the penguins, even though some of them are still running around, the majority of them have just stopped and looked at you. They're just staring at you, like hoping that you'll come to their station.
You got money for me?
You got money? You got spare change?
Spare change.
Spare change.
Spare change.
Spare change, please.
But eventually you do make it back over to the head of exotic goods, Marlowe. And Marlowe's looking at you. He's currently looking up and down Bayhorn as he sees you coming around. He like tilts his head. Ah! You got the money?
Yep.
All right.
You got the eye?
And he holds up a flipper with the eye in it.
Alright. Fukler is going to put a finger and thumb on the eye and hold out the gold.
He gives you the eye, but he doesn't let go, and he's reaching out for the gold pouch, and he grabs the end of the bag.
Alright, on 3. 1, 2,
He kind of squints at you.
3.
He lets go of the eye, and he takes the bag. He kind of looks at it. He's like, "Feels right. I'll go ahead and get this out. You can leave my station if you'd like. I trust you. Almost."
Almost. I have 43 gold left now. That's from my personal funds that I had left over.
Okay. Good to know.
So
So go ahead and write down in your inventory that you have the Moonlight Eye. It's a pure silver eye that allows you to see up to 120 feet with that eyeball, and once per long rest, you can see invisible creatures.
see
for
up
a
to
minute.
20 feet in darkness.
Dark vision, yes. Dark vision. And once per day, you can activate its eyeball effect that for 60 seconds, for 1 minute, you can see invisible creatures.
He just fucking exploded.
He exploded.
I hear the space bar.
I know, right?
He's
This is a
excitedly
custom
typing.
item.
I wonder if that's true invisibility or not true invisibility.
Well, you're not too sure. He didn't give you the specifics.
I'll try it out later.
But you can tell based on your basic arcana that it is indeed magical. It's enchanted, so you know it's magical for sure.
Oh yeah.
You see Marlowe is like counting out the coins and he looks at the rest of you as the as with Bayhorn, Kaiasaya, Finnegan and Solday are next to you as well. You guys want anything else?
What does he even have?
You just see a big old trash pile of prosthetic arms, legs, eyeballs, and other bodily parts.
They have other sellers there too.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 23. Do I see anything that I can use for my Warforged project?
You can see a lot of things you can use for your Warforged project. You see there's different limbs, different arms, there's feet, there's hands and heads. That you could honestly, if you wanted to, this could be like a giant Lego like set that you can make out of like the set that he has here.
Did they look quality, or they just look like things you find out in the astral sea?
There's varies. There's definitely some that are most likely not good quality, but there is a few of them that you're looking at, you're like, oh shit, it's gonna cost a pretty penny. One of them that you see is like a sleek black metal arm that you see that is infused with some sort of weird energy that you're not exactly too sure what it does, because one, he hasn't told you, and two, you haven't identified it or anything, but it looks like it gives you a lot of good defense. There's a hand that is like a giant metal hand, almost a gauntlet, that has like small little sparks of lightning magic that kind of revolve around its knuckles.
I like that one.
You also see another one. You see an ethereal, almost semi-transparent prosthetic leg that looks like it's either lighter or maybe it doesn't need armor, because it's kind of weird. It's kind of it almost like for a moment, like if you take your eyes off of it and you have it in your peripheral vision, it's like you can't even see it.
Am I able to just kind of like casually look at him, or am I gonna have to ask him to let me see it?
I mean, you can casually look at it, but he does have like this, like, even though he's a small penguin, he has this large berth of an area that's like if you pass by him, he will not let you closer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I just casually ask him if I can see the arm and the hand?
Eh? Oh, you can look at them one at a time. Which one do you want to look at first?
I'll look at the arm first.
All right, Elf. Let me get the arm for you. And he puts the bag
so
to his side.
racist when he says that.
He kind of
All
like
right,
waddles
Elf.
over. He kind of waddles over, and you see he's having a little bit of trouble picking up the arm, but he starts dragging it, and you hear this kind of scraping along the wood, and he hands it over to you.
All right.
You see that it does have a tag on it, and the tag says, well, it's in Dwar language, which I don't think you can read penguin, can you?
No.
It's a bunch of scribbles. He goes and says, yeah, that's the void arm. Infused with some weird energy. Grants resistance to some sort of force-like damage, like Eldritch Blast. A lot harder to hit with that thing on.
Does it seem like good quality, like a good addition?
Oh, it's very
to...
good. It's actually very good quality. So for one, you can tell it's already magical, enchanted in nature, so it can't be easily broken or scraped, even though he dragged it on the wooden floor.
I'll set it back down with the penguin and ask if I could see that big hand as well.
He takes the arm and he starts dragging it, and he yeets it into the pile, and you hear like a bunch of crashing.
I
And
just
he
inwardly
takes...
cringe at that. I was like, oh, I might want to buy that, man.
He takes the hand. It's like a large metal gauntlet hand, and he starts like he holds it into his two flippers. He starts waddling slowly to you, and he holds it up as best as he can.
All right, what does this thing look like? I'll take
As
it
you
from him.
as you take it from, it's heavy. Like it's a lot heavier than you expected. You're even having a little bit of trouble holding it up. It's a large metal hand that's almost the size of a full like infinity gauntlet almost. You see lightning magic is being like coursed around the knuckles, as you see small little sapphire gems are inlaid where the knuckle bones should be for like a normal human hand. He looks at it, he says, yeah, that once belonged to a robotic monk, sadly passed away, and we found his remains and we scrapped him for parts. Don't worry, we buried him on a rock. Due to our testing, every time you hit something with it, deals some sort of electricity, some sort of lightning, thunder damage.
Interesting. How much would you say you would sell the black arm that I just looked at and this hand for separately?
The arm? About 800 gold pieces. The hand? A little bit less than that. It's just a hand. Probably about 400 gold pieces.
Alright. Can I tell if these are like heavily inflated, and if so, by how much?
Roll me an insight check.
A 20.
20? Yes, they're both inflated. You can't exactly tell by how much, though.
So he said, what was it 800 for the arm, 400 for the hand?
800 for the arm, 400 for the hand. So
That's
altogether, it would
1200.
be 1200.
I can't wait till Adrian just throws a lightning resistant monster our way. I can see it. I can see it just happening, dude.
Resistant to radiant damage. Oh
Resistant to radiant and lightning. Oh, shucks.
no. It sucks to suck. Throw a Pokemon at you and cause it to Trick Room. Now your initiative is backwards.
Oh no.
That I actually have a homebrew creature out there somewhere that does that.
That's wild.
Because I always like the concept of Trick Room in Pokemon, where it's like, oh, the slowest goes first. That would cause chaos in a D&D initiative.
Right?
Where it's like
You
Bayhorn's
give yourself
the
silvery
fastest.
barbs at disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
That means I would probably be first.
Yeah, because usually you're last.
Yep.
But Bayhorn's always fast, so he would be first, and then all of a sudden Trick Room, now he's last.
Not even, bro. I'm normally like in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
I think
You know who's
Kaisaya's
always first sometimes? Kayasaya.
No, she's
Kayasaya's
always
first
dude.
and third. Yeah, it's wild.
Well,
She has
got
8
like a-
initiative, I think.
yeah, I was like, I got a +8, man.
Don't you also
She's
have
a
don't you
professional
also have
min-maxer.
advantage?
No.
Professional min-maxer.
I mean, she does still want that book.
Have you seen her Baldur's
Speaking
Gate
of
runs?
book, hey
Yeah, I
Adrian,
played
is
with
there
her,
a
yeah.
library on this ship?
You don't know that. You need to look around.
Did I see a library while I was going down these hallways?
You're only like in one quarter of the ship. There's still many more other shops
No, I
and other
know.
stations.
I'm just wondering if I've seen one so far.
No, you haven't seen one so far, but they have
Right.
almost everything. You've seen everything from potions to weapons to food, now to prosthetic limbs. You assume there's a library or some sort of
I
bookstore here.
assume. Does this guy? All right. Does this guy seem? Does he have a forge anywhere here? He seems to he seems to work with all of these like.
He doesn't
Forge,
have a
like-
forge in his area, but you do hear the clanking of like hammer hitting metal somewhere.
All right. Everyone's gonna show him some of the Sable Theorem that he kind of messed up on, and he's just kind of holding as like scrap pieces to use for extra. And And he's like, "Do you guys have any interest in this? I might be able to trade for both of those limbs,
He kind of
some
looks at
items
it.
in gold."
Oh, what you got there? What type of mineral is that?
I'm not too sure, but from what I know, it's extremely light, but extremely durable.
I will
Huh.
telepathically tell Bayhorn, sell this shit up so you can get as much as you can.
Adrian, how much is a normal, like, longsword weigh?
A
Like, the
normal
metal on a
longsword?
longsword, how much does it weigh normally?
Uh,
Like, how many pounds of ore would you have to use to make it?
a longsword. The total weight of a longsword, I think, is 3 pounds, 3 to 4 pounds, depending. So I think the blade is probably like 2 or 2.5 pounds because the hilt and like some of the leathers don't weigh that much. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's mainly
I
the
have
blade
11
itself.
pounds of scrap sable theorem. They could make
So
5
that's
long swords with this stuff.
yeah, 5 longswords or
So I'm
probably
gonna
10, probably like 6 or 7 short swords out of that.
yeah. So I'm gonna kind of casually mention, like, I saw you guys have armed guards here. You could use this ore to make them extra equipment or better equipment, because I've seen this stuff cut through stuff that normal swords can't.
Hmm. Well, as much as I would like to barter, I'm not the best at minerals or gems of that nature. You might want to go talk to our forager, Korgash. He's not
Yeah,
like one of us. He's a hobgoblin.
I did hear the clanging of a forge nearby. I did assume you guys had one.
We
All
do,
right,
we do.
I'll
He's a little bit odd, even for a gobby.
all right. Well, I'll go stop by him and see if he's interested in that. I guess for now I do want those limbs, but it does seem a little steep. 1,200 for both. Does he look does he look unhappy at me saying that right after he
I
just
don't.
sold that one thing to Fugler?
He kind of just squints at you. Really?
Can I see that arm again really fast? And Bayhorn's gonna put on like a let me really look at this.
Well, give me the hand first.
Oh yeah, of course. And he'll give him back the hand. He forgot he
Takes
was
the
holding
hand
it.
and starts waddling over, and he yeets it into the pile. You hear a crash.
Another inwardly cringe.
Yeah. He starts dragging the void arm out. Yeah, here you go.
Thank you.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me, please.
Damn, I don't have Inventify in there now. Oh,
17?
18.
18? Um, so what are you looking for specifically, or are you looking just for like a general Arcana check?
Just a general Arcana check. Any more
Okay.
that I hadn't already
Uh,
seen from the description?
so you can tell that he's not lying. There is some sort of like defense to force damage types here. Um, it also seems due to the sleek polish and the nice void energy that's within this black arm. It does like probably extra to unarmed strikes. Like it's better in hand-to-hand combat if you had this arm on.
Oh, so this is a monk's arm then? Well, they did say it was from a monk. Actually, no, wait. That was the fist, wasn't it?
That was the hand. But you're not too sure if he didn't mention about the arm. Maybe the arm is also belonging to the same Warforged monk.
Bayhorn's just gonna, like, out of curiosity, like, in a curious tone, be like, was this arm from the same monk by chance? As
He
he's
kind of
turning
looks
it
at it.
over a few times.
He looks at the arm, looks at the hand inside the pile, looks back at the arm. Yeah.
So is this like a set, the arm and the hand? Did they come from the same side?
No.
Would you happen to have been able to salvage the other arm?
The other arm was just wood.
Oh, okay.
So when we found them, the arm was one piece. Arm, hand connected to it and all. The other one was a wooden arm with the metal hand. Not too sure why. I
Oh,
assume it
so
has to do with something with the lightning.
oh wait, so is the arm that I'm holding right now? It has a hand attached to it.
It
Like
has
it's
a
a full
blackened hand
black.
attached to it. It's a full
Oh,
arm.
okay. And then the other one is a full gauntlet edition.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was just like the arm without the hand.
Hmm. No.
And I'm like, I have to make a fucking hand for this fucker now. Um, Bayhorn will look him over and he'll kind of just think about it, and he'll be like, "Well, I do want to go shopping elsewhere on this ship. I do have business with your forge master. Uh, how does 1,000 gold pieces sound? So that way I can continue to shop around your ship."
Roll me down a Christmas check, please. A persuasion.
See, I don't have the epic persuasion of Fukler, Shelby. I can't do Unga Boonga.
Unga Boonga, listen to me.
But you know,
A
he's
dirty
here,
20.
so he can negotiate for us.
I'm not gonna.
He looks at
negotiate
you.
for you.
He looks at you with the arm and the hand, looks at the gold that you're telling him about. 1,000 gold for the both?
Yep.
He kind of like hits his flipper on like his chin where he's kind of like mimicking the motion of like somebody like caressing their beard.
His metaphorical stubble.
His metaphor is a little. Add in 25 gold pieces more and it's yours. Both of them.
25?
Gotta feed the
Cedric,
kids.
you are not hurting for gold.
Not only that, but
Wanna
he's
say
totally
that.
scamming you.
That's why I'm like, why 25?
He said, gotta feed the kids. Roll me an
You
insight
got
check.
1,000. An 18.
A wooden
This man
hand
got
and
no
arm.
kids.
This man kidless. He lying.
This man got no kids.
Everyone's just gonna like slowly raise an eyebrow at him.
He looks back at you and he's like, and you can tell in his mind there's like the one gear turning. He's like, shit. Fine. 1,000 gold pieces. Both of them are yours.
Is he?
1,000 gold
From how he's
pieces for
saying
a
that,
wooden
is he
hand
trying to
and a
like
wooden
hard
arm.
backpedal,
A little bit.
but not
Because he
enough
saw-
to where I can
he- he's-
counter offer a lower price now?
Yeah, not enough where you can counter offer now.
I was gonna see if I can't make him like freak out and be like, "Oh man, he lied to me. I don't know."
I mean, you could do it. Talk to me. You're the character. I'm the DM. Seduce me.
Bayhorn's like, I don't know. I don't like my business partners lying about children.
Oh, okay. Okay, you caught my flippers where they're not supposed to touch. 900 gold pieces.
875. We're gonna reverse that 25 gold you tried on me.
Fine. 875.
Alright, you got a deal now.
He goes over for the hand and he picks it up. He starts modeling and he puts it at your feet. Where's the gold?
Alright, Bayhorn will kind of reach into his bag and he'll conjure up 875 gold pieces in one of his spare, like, coin sacks he's got lying around in the bag.
Okay. He looks at the coin sack, looks at you, and he holds up a flipper.
I assume it's a handshake, right?
Yeah.
Alright, he'll give him a handshake.
You feel it. It's kind of wet.
Flipper shake.
kind of moist. You think the penguins' bodies are always moist for some reason?
I mean, they're penguins, you know.
He's like, all right, give me the gold. Here is your 2 items, and he like starts pushing the hand in front of you, in front of your foot. Now, I will count this out. There better be all in here. If not, I'm gonna send my buddies at you. And he kind of like points over at one of the GIF mercenaries.
Ahorn will wait patiently with an eyebrow raised again, trying to match his intimidation.
You see that one of the GIF mercenaries is like standing near the wall with like this giant musket. And this GIF is like a full-blown elephant creature, almost.
Like large man, like built large.
Large man, built large, big. Think of Gragas, but as an elephant.
You know, after the things that I've fought in the last like month or two in game, I'm not afraid of a GIF. I'm gonna be real.
You're not afraid of a GIF, no.
I'm not afraid of a GIF, man. I fought a tree ant that stabbed my friends. I'm not afraid of a GIF.
Oh,
Yeah.
at this
They're
point,
not GIF,
will
they're
also.
GIF, they're the elephant.
Kaisai at this point will lean over to Fugler and go, "Hey, you see that guard over there? You ate one of them."
That is true. That is actually true.
Huh?
Also,
That is true.
At the Radiant Citadel,
is true.
you ate one of them for dinner.
Yeah,
Oh!
you did. You ate gift
the
steak.
GIF. Oh!
Oh!
I thought
Yeah,
you meant
the-
Gith Yankee.
No, they're GIF. They're the elephant people.
You...
Or the elephant like hippo like people. It's weird. They have weird bodily
Do they
types.
look kind of like on edge? The GIF.
Oh, they're not elephants. Sorry, they're hippos. My apologies.
Mhm.
They don't look too on edge, but they are staring at your group because they're the defense. You know, they're the mercenaries.
Alright, so Fugler is going to look very concerned, like what color there is drains out of his face, regather
more
himself, look ponderingly up, shrug his shoulders, and then think they tasted good.
Yeah, Bayhorn's gonna like glance
know
at
what
them
to
with a I could go for another steak.
Absolutely vile. Absolutely
Just
vile.
try and sow the seeds of doubt in their minds.
Crazy.
Suggestion: eat your crewmate.
Mass suggestion: get on the floor and go to sleep permanently.
My
Crazy.
suggestion: eat your crewmates.
Anyway,
That's funny as hell.
I need to
Anyways,
go write
as he's
down these
taking the
things.
gold. Yeah, so write down you have a void touch arm, and you have the storm forged hand.
Storm forged hand.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have the void touch arm.
I'm gonna say that I bought these from the limbs dealer on the Penguin ship.
I mean, you're not
Not wrong.
You're not wrong. All right. So as you take those, as you start contemplating your next purchases, Kaisa, is there anywhere you would like to look for?
Yeah, I asked to see the gemstones.
As you ask to see the gemstones, as one of the penguins has been staying near you, Sheila Quickfeathers has been kind of hanging around you because it seems like she's probably the first mate, and Galdrix is most likely the captain. Sheila kind of looks at you and says, "All right, this way," and she starts waddling quickly over to like another side of the ship where you kind of have to like traverse like this crazy maze of like different parts, machinery. You see potions, weapons. You do see books as you're passing by, but eventually you get to like this huge pile of gemstones. You've never seen such a big pile of just gemstones ever, anywhere. It's just laid out in front of you like this, almost with like no guardrails. They're just kind of spilling everywhere, but you do see that there's 4 different gift mercenaries just staring at you guys as you guys are walking towards it.
How perceptive are these guys?
Roll me an insight check.
23.
Very. They are very perceptive. They have like as you're kind of like looking at them as you're walking over, you're noticing they're not blinking. They are just staring at you guys.
Oh, they're like sentries.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I don't steal. Maybe I actually blow up their ship.
No.
That way sounds like she's across the room.
Um.
Oh, there you go.
But as you make your way over to the gem section, Kaisaya, you see wearing an elaborate pirate's coat, this long furling that kind of like drags on the floor. You see that they're wearing a cutlass on the side, but you can tell it's not real. You can tell that the cutlass is not real at all. It just looks it looks real. You kind of like see they kind of like look around you, and they have like an eye patch, and it look like a bunch of like yellow streaks, like kind of like paint in their feathers. They look at you and says, "Hello, name's Rix. Rix the Tall. How may I help you?"
I'm looking to see what kind of rubies you have.
Rubies. We got a lot of rubies.
That's what the
What kind of rubies are you looking for? Are you looking for cut rubies, flawless gems?
Just whatever you have.
Whatever I have. How much are you willing to buy?
Depends on what you have.
Well, I'm asking what you want to buy. I know elves like you carry a lot of coin around.
That's crazy. First he called me a scaly. Now he's telling you have a lot of money.
Just, can you show me?
You're
what
lucky you're not a
rubies you
black
do have?
dragonborn, Fugler. He kind of looks at you, looks at the gemstones. Give me a moment. And you see him. He runs into the gemstones and he just jumps in like Daffy Duck, or like Donald Duck, and he just starts. You see like the shifting of gemstones as he's waddling inside, and you see he starts to pull out what looks to be like almost like a huge bag coming out from the inside as some of the pile starts to shift downwards as he's pulling it out. Well, in terms of gemstones, I have about 3,000 gold pieces worth of rubies. A lot of small ones, some big ones. Are you looking for bigger is better or smaller is grander?
A mixture. Can I look
A
at them?
mixture? Go ahead. Don't run off. I'll have to cut you.
I'll take a look and see if he has any rubies that I'm requiring.
Well, how much are you requiring?
You should know.
What do I know? No, you tell me, woman.
Woman.
Oh.
So how much are you looking? Okay,
Not
I see
ma'am,
what you
not
said.
miss. Woman.
Woman. Okay. He definitely has enough.
Person's
He definitely has
hyperventilating.
enough. However, you need to. Do you want to haggle down the price? What do you want
Oh
to do?
yes, I definitely want to haggle the price.
So you pick out you kind of put your hand inside and you pull out like a good amount of gems, especially a lot of the bigger size rubies, which you can kind of tell like are worth more. You know, the bigger the cut, the more it usually is, and a bunch of like small and mediums inside. He looks at that pile. He says, "Well, I mean, that's about that's market price in terms of ruby.
What's market price?
About 1,500 gold pieces."
You sure that's the market price today?
Hold on a moment. You see, he kind of reaches into his like back feathers, and he pulls out Ascending Stone, and he kind of like waddles away from you guys, and you just see him start to whisper. Go ahead and roll me a perception check if you want to listen in.
Shit.
Okay, 16's enough. You needed a 15. You hear as he's whispering inside the stone, he's like, "Hey, Jim, What's market price? On the rubies. And he puts it to his ear. Market price just went up. Now it's 3,000 gold pieces for that pile.
Are you sure that's what the market price is at the moment?
Yeah. She's not buying it. Are you sure that's the market price? What? Okay. 2,000 gold pieces.
All right,
I
call us
don't
lie
think that's
down.
where the market's at right now.
Fine, let me check one more time. Jim, what's the market? What? It crashed? What do you mean it crashed? Market price is now 750 gold.
Buy it.
I'll do 600.
Yeah.
But the mark.
She wants less than market price. What do I do?
No, wait a minute. Oh, that's not what, huh?
Roll me a persuasion check, guys.
How are you trying to buy lower than a bottomed out market price? You greedy bastard.
I'm gonna add guidance.
22.
I'm gonna add guidance. 23.
He kind of looks at you.
Greedy, evil woman.
Looks at you. Okay. All right. 600 gold pieces.
Okay. I'll go over.
You're throwing an
I'll
extra
tell him-
25 because they lied to you.
No, I'll go over and tell him all that. I'm gonna go get the gold from my ship and be right back
He
as
kinda
soon as
just-
possible.
He starts like sorting out the rubies that you pulled in. And eventually you make it over to Chakna's spot as he's waiting there. He's like, "Oh, you found something you'd like?"
Oh yes.
Wonder why there was a crash in the ruby stock market.
We don't need to
Would
ask
you
that.
like to
No
know?
idea.
I do want to know.
Let's say somebody out there found a massive pile of rubies in a wandering asteroid just now.
Hell yeah. Wait, where's the centralized market for the astral sea? I want to know.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
There's stocks involved, and you don't want to know where they come from.
I do want to know. I want to know where the central market for the astral
Little
sea is.
do you
I want to
a
know where
Tarrasque
Astral
with a
Sea
bow
Wall
tie is
Street.
holding the Wall Street stocks.
In fact, you want there is a place that I actually have that there's like a big stock market, but you got to get to it first. Chakna looks over. He says, "How much gold do you need?"
600.
I want to visit Astral Wall Street.
That's it.
Yeah.
I honestly expected a little bit more. And he
Yeah.
pulls out 600 gold pieces for you.
I remember. I learned from
Yeah.
last time.
Hey, whenever you hear Tiana speak up, whenever it's Fukler or Bayhorn's done, can you send them back? I want to go shopping as well.
Don't worry. They should be almost done soon.
I hope so. You know how they like to take. They take a long time.
Mm-hmm. And I'll head back with the money.
All right, as you head back with the monies, you see he's already like made a very nice bow tie of the pile of rubies that you got, and he kind of looks at you and says, "Ah, got the gold.
I got the gold.
All right, hand it here. Put it right here, right next to me.
How about a 101?
What do you mean?
As you hand me the rubies, I hand you the gold. We then exchange at the exact same time.
It's gonna cost you another 25 gold pieces."
How so?
I'm just kidding. Here you go. Here you go.
I'll do the thing.
He just gives you the rubies, and you hand over the gold pieces. Well, thank you. I appreciate your market, I guess. Sad to say that the market crashed so suddenly. Oh well. Any other gemstones or any other findings you guys like to buy here?
Some armor?
Armor? Oh, I don't have any armor here. You have to go to Korgash, Forge Master. He has all the armor and weaponries that you could probably find, especially with the gold that you're looking around.
You know, I have to go there too.
I'll head over there.
All right. You see Finnegan, kind of like tap your side, Kai's side. He's like, I'm gonna go take a look at the book area. Is it alright if I break off for a little bit? I'm pretty sure it's safe here, right?
No. Yeah, it's fine.
It is.
Well,
Just make sure you get
excuse
stuff
me.
to help you.
Oh, why do you
Watch
think I'm
your
going to the book
pockets.
area? Oh, trust me. Well, actually, I learned something recently. I can just do this, and you see he starts to twirl his finger around in a circle, and you see like some sort of like electricity ring starts to form, and then he just reaches in and he grabs a book out of thin air.
That's my thing. And he looks at the electricity.
We both have like electricity, but I have water too, so I'm sorry. Want me to change it? I could do a water ring if you want to feel special.
Yeah.
He does another conjured like a water ring, and he puts the book in, and he takes nothing out of it. You see?
I think Bayhorn
Are we
likes
good?
us all having our own little elements.
Well, I'm sorry. I turned into a lightning elemental, and he's a snake, so he can give and take.
I have a large lightning snake, okay?
Oh, excuse me.
I have a
You have a
world
large
serpent.
lightning snake.
Note
No,
to
you
self:
don't.
get immunity to lightning somehow.
Just in case mutiny happens, you need protection.
Oh, don't worry. There's plenty more damage types I can do to you.
Like what?
Psychic cringe damage.
Damn. He said some shit that was unbearable.
Hey man, I can do like 30 acid damage on a whim.
Oh, shiver me timber. Can you hit me with that?
Yeah, I can actually.
What's the AC for your acid?
Plus
I
10.
have to ask. It's a plus 10? And
Mm.
That's
you might
crazy.
be able to hit me if you roll a 14 or higher.
Oh darn.
Shucks. Dang.
Okay.
Note to self: get lightning immunity very soon. Hmm.
Oh man.
But no. It should be fine if you go shopping.
All right. So as you make your way over, as Finnegan makes his way over to the book area, you see Isolde follows as well, just to give him some company and some slight protection from any potential bad apples here on the dwarf ship. You make your way over to where the large clinging, and you feel like this massive heat coming from. As you see, near the tail end of the ship, no pun intended, you see that there's this massive forge being like that's been constructed, and you see that there is several dwarf like running around and like moving ingots, moving materials, and like handing off tools to each other. You see in the middle, hammering it out, is this like 7 foot tall, shirtless, hairy backed, large hobgoblin, as he's just hammering away at this like giant great sword that he's like hammering away towards. And he kind of looks over at you. He just goes, "Ugh," and he gives you all a nod.
Bayhorn, would you like
He
to
kind
go
of like
first?
he puts down the hammer, and he takes his great sword and he puts it to the side. And you see that he's wearing a scabbard on his back that looks like the size of the great sword that he's working on. And he's walking over to you, Bayhorn. He says, "Gold flows like the tide. Fortune shifts with each barter. Risk and gain entwined." Hmm.
I wrote an 18 to insight. What's he talking about?
He speaks in poetry.
Is that why they call him weird?
Yeah, as far as you can tell. You see one of the other dwarf kind of walks up next to you, and he kind of like tugs on your coat, and he says, yeah, he's a little bit odd. He he likes poetry a lot. He writes down a lot in his notebook. He doesn't really speak, but whenever he does speak in rhymes and rhythms. Just go a little bit easy on him. If you need any help, just let me know.
Bighorn's gonna like kind of whisper to him, do we also have to speak in rhymes?
No, he could understand common. He just
likes speaking in rhymes?
Yeah, when we found him, when we hired him, he has always been like this. We're not exactly too sure why.
Okay, well, as long as I don't have to get creative. Alright, and he'll kind of turn his attention back to the hobgoblin. Does he have any like ores just lying around that he's like trying to work on?
Oh yeah, it's funny. The hobgoblin's a little bit cleaner than all the dwarves, so it's not like a giant pile just strewn everywhere. But there is smaller sections of like you see. There's some gems. There's some ore that's just kind of laying around that is like uncured or uncut. You see that there's a chest near his workstation that you kind of assume that there's probably other materials inside, but you can't exactly see inside of it right now. And you see hanging above where he can reach is a bunch of other tools and smaller weaponry.
Everyone's gonna just kind of look around and be like, I see you've got some raw ore that you're working with. Do you happen to work with this also? And he'll pull out like one of the larger pieces of his salvage Stapleton.
He kind of looks at it kind of curiously, and he kind of like turns his head.
Is that his answer?
He kind of like turns his head. He gives you like some sort of small nod. Veins of silver gleam, buried deep in ancient stone. What prize holds its worth? You see that the door next to you kind of just like starts climbing you and like starts whispering in your ear. He's asking what it's worth.
Oh, hang on 1 second. I sold this. Alright, I need to do a little bit of math. I'm not about to do this on the spot on Saturday.
Oh no, math.
Alright, I have like 11 pounds of this. I'm just gonna say that each and every piece I pull out is like 1 pound, just to make it easy.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say this stuff is worth 30 gold pieces by the pound.
Okay.
And that'll be. I'll say that that's how much it is raw, because that's what I'm calculating. Refined, how much? What's the ratio from raw to refined in terms of worth?
In terms of worth, raw is probably a third cheaper than refined in terms of
So 3
Stapleton.
times more.
Yes, if you refined it.
So I'd say about 30 gold pieces if it were raw, but since I have this already refined, I'd say like 90 per pound.
Oh. Oh. And he like nods his head.
Is that signaling that he wants it?
With your base insight, yes, it signals that he's interested.
All right. So, where the fuck is it? I lost it. Oh, there it is.
And you're looking at this hobgoblin. You see, he does have pants on, but he's completely shirtless. He has, what looks to be like whip scars all over his chest and his sides.
He was a slave at one point, then.
You assume so, yeah. You do.
I'm not gonna look at
closer,
any of that though.
Under his tuft of hair under his neck, you see a giant cut.
Ooh, Yeah, no, I'm not gonna pay that any mind because I have a feeling that he's not gonna be happy at me prying into that. So I'll just say, all right, did you want to buy all of what I had right now? It's just 11 pounds, so... And he'll mimic like finger math, and he'll kind of like look up thoughtfully. It should be about 990 gold pieces.
Oh, haggling voices rise. Laughter mixed with sharp debate. The trade winds still blow, and he starts to point at the various weapons and armors at his wall, and you see that there's quite a good amount of armor, shields, and just random weaponry on the wall, and he's pointing to it. With your base insight right now, you kind of assume that he's willing to trade you like things for
Mitigate it?
that ore. Yeah.
He's gonna just glance at Kayasaya and kind of give a slight head nod as a meaning of pick something. I'll try and integrate it into my trade.
Elven armor.
Kind of looks at you. Sorry, I'm eating a piece of chocolate. He kind of looks at you and he gives you like a sharp nod of his head, and he goes, and he takes his two hands as he goes to his finger or to his ears, and he makes like a weird motion signifying like elven ears, and then he like pounds his chest. Huh?
Yeah, elven armor.
Oh. He kind of turns and he starts waddling over to one of the armor stands. And he starts looking. Oh. He pulls what looks to be an armor set. He looks, even though he's a big hobgoblin, he's holding the things that he's grabbing with very gently. Like, you can tell that he can easily squeeze this armor and potentially bend it. Not break it, of course. But he is very gentle with what he's holding. As he waddles over back to you with this elven armor. And you see it's a beautiful chain shirt that is, you can tell it's easily elven chain, but it's significantly more, how should I say, refined. And there's a little bit more hints to magical enchantments inside of it than you're expecting.
Yes, that one.
And he just places it on your feet while he covers the bottom of it with a cloth to make it clean.
Is that all you want?
And then he does like a questioning like hum, like if there's anything else you want.
Alright. So, if that's what you want... Is Fukler here with us?
Oh, Fukler.
I guess, who else is with us in the forge talking to this guy?
It's you,
I'm here.
Fukler, and Kayasaya. Isolde and Finnegan went off to the book area.
Alright, Behorn's gonna now glance at Fukler, and he's gonna slightly tilt his head again as a questioning, like, do you also want something?
From where? The forge?
I'm asking 1,000 gold from this guy, so I've got a little bit of wiggle room. But I'm trying to recoup my loss from me getting scammed. What does he have actually? I haven't asked that yet.
He kind of like just points. He's like, and you see underneath the armor and the weapons, there's little tags that you could probably read off of.
Are they in common?
You start to walk over and you do see that they're in common. The first thing that kind of catches your eye as you're looking at them, you see this sleek black bladed saber that has like a weird like vibrating hum of energy coming off of it. It's written down, it's called Void Fang. Next to it, there's this big polearm with veins of like crackling energy that is flowing through the wooden polearm center and the top of the where the metal bit is at. It's called the Storm Piercer. You see another one, a massive warhammer that it has like mixtures of metal and bone intertwined. On the tag it says Shattermouth. There's a thin curved dagger has a tag that's called Whisperfang. There's a huge great axe that has like a permanent stain of like red. You're assuming it's blood. You're hoping it's paint, but it's called Bloodsworn. There's a huge longbow that you see that next to it there's a quiver, but there's no arrows in it. But you see that the quiver is like exuding this odd ice-like energy. That one's called Horizon. And then finally you see a set of 3 inside of like another like case nearby. They're throwing knives, but you see that the throwing knives, the blades themselves, they're not silver or metal color. They're black, almost like a meteorite. Ooh. And they're called on the tag, it says Meteor Shard throwing knives.
Ooh.
And that's just the weapons. As you go over to the armor, you see this blackened, almost adamantine breastplate that is very tough and rugged, huge, almost meant to fit like a larger person. But since you know it's magical, it could fit to any other size. The tag says Aegis of the Void. There's a helmet that there's this terrifying war helmet that is styled over like a draconic maw. You assume that it's probably like a dragon's head that has like been carved out and retrofitted to fit as a helmet. It's called Doomfang. You see a suit of chainmail. Actually, sorry, that chainmail shirt actually was given to Kayasaya, and that chainmail was called Warden's Chains. You see another shield, this shimmering blue shield. It's called Tide Guard. And you see another like full Legionnaire plate mail armor, this finely crafted suit of plate mail that looks like extremely decorated in filigree. You're not too sure where it came from or who made it, but it looks like it could belong to like a general or some sort of like higher up person in the military. It's just named Gilded.
Gilded.
All right. Anything suit your fancy, Preston? If not, I got a couple pics of my own that I want to look at. Preston?
Huh?
I asked you if there's anything that you wanted, because if not, I'm gonna take a look at a couple things and see if I want to buy them or not.
Not that I can think of. No, not really.
All right. I'm gonna look into I'm gonna look into the saber, the throwing knives, and the void aegis.
Okay, so the Void Aegis, the throwing knives, and the saber. As you are looking at them, you see the hobgoblin kind of like get next to you. He just looks at you and says, "Huh?" And he points to the Void Saber.
The horn will just nod.
He picks it up and he hands it over to you with one arm.
He will take it with 2 as a sign of respect of the craft. And
as you're holding onto it, as an amateur forger, you can tell it is almost a masterwork. Like, you've seen Chakna's materials and his builds. Chakna is great. He's a wonderful artificer. Whoever made this, if this hobgoblin made it, or if somebody else made it, it's almost taking it one step above what Chakna does. Like, you would probably call this a masterworked or nearly a masterworked weapon.
Someone knows an
as-
artificer.
As you're holding onto it, this saber, it's humming with this latent energy. It almost sounds kind of like a lightsaber when you kind of like lift it around. Like you feel that weird humming sensation.
Is it a dark saber?
It's almost a dark saber. It's not like pure dark per se, but definitely in the light, like the light is attracted to it. Like the dark blade is absorbing light around it slightly.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very light weight to it. Like you can tell it can do some damage, but it's easy to hold, very easy to twirl around and make maneuvers, make thrusting motions and slashes. It is very well made. And there's also something a little bit weird to it. It's like if you attune to it, there's some sort of weird effect that you can do something with, but you can't exactly tell what it is right now.
Baron will turn to this forge master and ask him, like, do you know what this does?
He just nods his head, and he puts out one of his hands, his left hand. He kind of holds it like straight up, like not like a stop, like he's like telling you to stop. He turns it to the side where you can't see his palm anymore, just straight ahead of you. And then you see he takes his other hand as like two fingers. He's like walking, like the walking motion, and he walks his two fingers into the wall, and then he moves the fingers behind the wall, and he continues walking.
Etherealness on a sword?
You kind of guess that's what he's referring to with your insight.
That's fascinating. Bayhorn will hand it back to him and say, I might be interested in buying this one. And he'll kind of move on to his next thing, which is the throwing knives.
Okay. As you hand the void saber back to him, he puts it back on the wall, and he walks over to the throwing knives. You see, he pulls out a small key, and he unlocks the cask that's inside of it, and you see that the glass opens up, and he hands you one of the throwing knives. With his two giant hands, it's almost like he's handing you a toothpick. But you manage to grab it, and it's a throwing knife. It's not that big. But you can tell that the throwing knives they're heavy. They're really heavy. Heavier than you're expecting, probably because you think that this material is not steel or iron. It is a meteorite. And he kind of looks at you, and he hits one of the throwing knives with his nail. He kind of clinks on the meteorite. And he makes a throwing motion, like over to like an empty space, like And then he holds up a finger, like to wait. And then he grabs, like he makes like a grabbing motion in his hand, like the dagger is in his hand again.
So they come back to you when you throw them. You need to attune to these?
He nods his head. He doesn't nod his head, he shakes his head.
Do I kind of just see like anywhere that he uses to test out weapons and stuff?
You do see a training dummy near his forge. That is like already has like a few arrows inside of it.
Bayhorn will kind of gesture to the training dummy and he'll ask, "Do you mind if I try it out?"
And he puts his hands over to it, like, go ahead.
Bayhorn will kind of feel the weight, get used to it a little bit, and then he'll throw it at the training dummy.
It's a fine throw. You don't even need to roll because you're just throwing it at a dummy. You throw it, you hit the dummy square in the neck, and then you're like, huh, it's a really good toss. And you start to see at the neck, it starts to smolder, like you start to smell a little bit of wheat, like made out of the scarecrow or the training dummy, starting to like smolder and catch on fire. Before, after 6 seconds, the dagger is back in your hand.
Well, so they did say I used to have throwing knives that came back to me. Bayhorn will look at him and say, I'll definitely be buying these. You can add them to the list of things that I'll be trading.
He holds out his hands again for the knife back.
He'll give it to him.
He takes the knife, puts it back in the case, and he locks it up. And he puts the key back in his pocket, but he waddles over to Kaisai and puts the case in front of her feet again.
Alright, Bayhorn's gonna ask, alright, so how much do you think I'll bring our transaction down to? My original price was 990. How much are you wanting to take off the top of that with these two things?
And he points at the chainmail for Kaisaya, points at the dagger, and do you want the sword? Or just the daggers?
He wants to see how much he's at right now, how much more room he has to go.
He pulls out a piece of paper from his back pocket and with his like a piece of charcoal in his hand, he writes down a number. He writes down 1200.
He wants 1200 for the two items.
Yes, for the armor and for the daggers.
Okay, so then the ore that I'm offering him will resolve 990 of that. So I'm over right now.
So since he's asking 1,200, and the ore that you are asking is 990, so you are currently at
210. That's what I have to pay him an additional.
210 owed. Yes.
That sword would be cool, but I don't really have a use for it, I don't think, besides just having an extra use of etherealness, but I have to attune to that.
Well, with what we have right now, just offer 100 gold on top of the ore.
Can I, since I can see the quality of these works, you did say that it was a near masterwork for that saber. What's the quality for?
Okay, the quality for the throwing knives
and the chainmail.
They're not as near high quality as the masterwork. They're really good though. You can tell based off of like, I guess you could say, rarity. The chainmail itself with the magical enchantments inside of it is probably closer to a very rare than it is a legendary. The daggers are probably a rare, and the void sabers a very rare.
Okay. Can I tell this guy is being honest with his prices?
Roll me an insight check.
22.
Honestly, out of the whole entire ship, he's most likely the most honest person on this ship.
Okay. I was kind of thinking that because he's giving me a pretty good deal on this stuff. He could be upcharging me a lot.
Yeah.
So I think out of everybody on this ship, he's the one I'll pay full price to.
What if it's just one of the most advanced schemes ever, and he is completely duping you?
Then well played.
Well played. He kind of like waddles over to more of the armor and shields, and he just goes, like he's referring, like, do you want any of these?
Let's see, I'm building a barbarian and a cleric. And barbarians, they have an unarmored bonus.
They do. Clerics can use armor.
They can. But I could also make my own armor. Well, what kind of armor has he got? I'll bite on it. What's he got?
You see the Aegis of the Void, which is the blackened adamantite breastplate. You see the Doomfang helm, which is the dragon head carved out to be a helmet. You already have the Warden's chains down at Kaisai's feet, along with the throwing daggers. You see the shield called Tide Guard, and you see the Legionnaire plate called Gilded.
Is the Legionnaire plate like plate armor, like heavy armor?
It's a full set of plate armor, like a decoration plate armor, like a general or a king would wear into battle.
All right, Bayhorn's gonna point out the Void Aegis and the Gilded, and he's gonna ask him what those are.
He points over at the Gilded Legionnaire plate. He kind of like, he kind of like makes a weird like acting motion of him like, like he's about to take damage, and then he goes, and like he's holding himself down, like he's sturding himself. Roll me an insight check.
I like how this is entirely charades. A natural 20.
You can tell if you're wearing this armor, once per long rest, if you fail a saving throw, you just say, nuh-uh, you save it.
Oh, really? That'd
Yeah.
be pretty good.
It's basically
heavy armor.
It's basically a legendary saving throw, just, no, I'm saving.
Mm-hmm.
And then he looks over at the Aegis of the Void, the blackened adamantite breastplate. He points at you, Kaiosaya.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes a hand motion for you to come over here.
Oh, it needs
I
more
do
people.
He points at you, Kaiosaya, first, then to Bayhorn. And for Kaiosaya, he's like points to Bayhorn. He makes like a stabbing motion at Bayhorn, and he says, and he does it to like his heart, like to his chest plate.
Looks at
And then he
Bayhorn.
kind of moves over to Bayhorn, and he's like, and he points over at the Aegis again. And then he's mimicking you, Kaiosaya, to do the stabbing action.
Right now?
Right now, at Bayhorn.
I do so?
So as you mimic the stab action at Bayhorn, he just goes, and he blocks your stab with his hands, and he pushes you back slightly. Not like forcefully, just a slight pushback. Roll me an insight check for both of you.
I've got a feeling
Oh.
it's something like a I take the hit type of thing. 24.
What'd you roll, Kaiosaya?
10.
10? Okay, so Kaiosaya, you have no fucking idea what he's referring to. However, Bayhorn, for you,
I
you
just
can
know
tell,
what he's saying, man.
You kind of understand what he's saying. If you're going to take critical damage, this armor helps you negate that.
Oh, so it turns a critical hit. Oh, is it like in Baldur's Gate the splint or whatever that you make in the
The hell-
forge? Any critical
it's the
hit
Hellfire
makes it
split.
to where it doesn't make it crit.
However, you say you look at him, he says, and he holds out a 1 for like a finger.
Oh, once per long rest, I assume. These are really good pieces of armor, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are currently discussing all of this, you hear waddling with like webbed footsteps coming over. You see Galdrix, the captain. He's like with his gold-rimmed spectacles and his like big overcoat. He's looking like, I see you made it our way to Forge Master here. How you liking the ship so far?
It is good.
It's a very cool design.
Good.
I like it.
I'm glad you are enjoying my ship. Do you need any other necessities? Would you like our cook to cook something up for you? Plim is making something very delicious tonight.
No needs, but thank you though.
Oh, are you sure? They're making their strawberry jam and void fish.
We actually
should
had
totally get
lunch
Fugler to
before
look at
you
that.
arrived.
Oh, I'll have to be a little bit faster next time. All right, well, carry on. Enjoy your stay. And he kind of like waddles away.
Waddle, waddle.
Waddle, waddle. And he waddles away.
Waddle, waddle. Bayhorn's gonna, like, kind of whisper to kind of side. How much money am I allowed to borrow from the ship?
And try and keep it under 1,000.
I don't know, Bayhorn. You got a lot of gold in your pocket.
I
boy.
do have a lot of gold, but I might
You
need
also
more.
have a fuck ton of gold, but for
What do you
now-
mean? What do you mean? What do you hoarder?
No, I'm gonna buy both of those armor pieces and that sword and go bankrupt on my own, like, wallet. And then
But don't
also
forget
need
to
help
barter.
buying it.
Don't forget to barter.
Make sure everybody write down the stuff that you buy so I can make the homebrew items for you later, okay?
Huh?
Oh, Adrian, I just got reminded.
Yes.
If I give my
Yes.
barbarian knuckles, like you know, brass knuckles, does that still
Did you?
count as an unarmed strike?
It is. It's technically unarmed.
So if I fitted those onto the lightning gauntlet, does that mean I get an unarmed strike plus gauntlet plus the lightning damage?
If you manage to weld them together correctly, yeah, I'd allow it.
Okay. I just wanted to see about that because I planned on making
Yeah.
my barbarian gauntlets or
Yeah, I'd
knuckles.
allow it.
He's basically just gonna be a fucking monk and a barbarian. Alright. Did any of the armors need to be attuned to, or is it just work?
The armor. Roll me an Arcana check, please.
30-20.
Very 20. So, the chainmail for Kaisaya, no, you don't need to be attuned to. The Aegis of the Void, yes. The Legionnaire plate, surprisingly, no.
How much is the Legionnaire's plate?
As you say it to him, he looks over at you, and he looks over at the plate. He kind of scribbles underneath his initial 1,200. You see him make a plus sign, and he writes down 1500. Wait, this is for the Legionnaire player or the Aegis of the Void?
The Legionnaire's plate.
Oh, he looks at it, he's like, He rubs off the 5 and he puts down a 2.
Okay. I can do that.
He was thinking you were talking about the Aegis of the Void.
I can do 2 instead of 5. It's a little better. Bayhorn's gonna ask, do you accept jewelry as part of the barter? And he'll pull out 500 gold pieces of jewelry that he's gotten from the Deck of Wonder.
He kind of looks at the jewelry, and he looks at it like almost like with eyes almost like embroidered and slightly bigger. Silks from far lands, spices whisper on the breeze, coins clink, deals are made. And he gives you like a big nod.
Okay. I'm gonna roll an insight check for something.
Okay,
Based
what are you
off how
rolling?
he's reacting.
Okay.
Fuck! Okay, I wrote an 18. Does he look like he realizes the real value, it being 500 gold pieces? Or is he just like, oh my god, this is super rare, this is from like a different plane of existence or something? And he's thinking that
It's
it's like
more-
a priceless thing?
It's not that. As you're kind of gaining his insight, you're looking around his shop. It's a mess, but it's more of a mess that it's dirty. He doesn't have tiny things. And he's kind of looking at it, and you kind of tell that on his body, he doesn't look clean either. So it's less of a value standpoint of like, holy shit, these are from a different plane. It's more of a he likes them because they're pretty.
So with that, can I kind of stretch the value of it? Maybe like another 100 gold or two?
Do you want to stretch the value of your sale price to this poor, peaceful hobgoblin?
Don't say it like that, Adrian. You're making me feel bad.
Yeah, you can if you want to. Roll me a persuasion check and tell me how you say it.
So I haven't told him the price of how much this all is. I'll say, how about I add this jewelry on top of my side and add an extra 600 gold pieces worth to our deal.
Roll me a persuasion check.
A 17.
He kind of looks at the gold, at the jewels, and he looks over at you. And he nods his head in a very agreeable manner.
Okay. Good. Okay, alright. So it's 1200 for the chainmail and the daggers combined, right? That's what we said?
So the chainmail and the daggers are 1,200 pieces together.
Together. And then
The
the
Legionnaire,
Legionnaires is another 1200.
another 1,200. So in total, be 2,400.
2400 minus 990 minus 600, which brings it down to 810.
810. Yes.
I can do that. I will say, all right, I will buy the Legionnaire's plate, these daggers, and that chainmail, and then I'll cover the rest with the metal ore that I've got, the jewelry, and the rest will be supplemented with gold pieces. Does that sound good?
And he kind of like looks over at one of the nearby door. The same one that whispered into your ear earlier. She kind of waddles next to him, and he kind of like goes like, and then he kind of like writes down the number value, and he keeps going like, it's like kind of like almost like a shopping list of money value. And she kind of looks at him and looks at you. And she says, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention my name. My name is Dolly. Thank you for bartering with him. Newcomers on the ship typically don't speak to him. They're either a little bit afraid or a little bit wary of how he speaks and his mannerisms. So what he writ down, you're trading in gems and gold for, I assume, those 3 items over there?
Yeah, I'm gonna trade in this metal that I've got, plus this sum of jewelry, and I'll supplement the rest with gold in exchange for these 3 items.
You see Dolly kind of like look at Korgash. Go on. Finish the deal. This is your moment. And Korgash kind of looks at you. He says, Korgash takes. Eyes meet, words withheld. A slow nod seals exchange. Both leave. Content. And he holds a hand to you.
He will take the hand and give him a handshake.
He squeezes a little bit too hard, and you start to feel like pain in your hand.
I'll try and match it like gently to alleviate it.
You match
and
it,
give
but
him a
it's still
firm
like
business shake.
he business shakes you, and he's like, oh. And then he like takes the Legionnaire plate off of its like whole armor stand, and he like places it in its own centralized wrapping because it's so big, because it's a full plate mail. He starts wrapping it up, and he places it near Kaiasai's feet again, and he wraps up the other 2 items, and he says, and he holds out both of his hands for the gold and jewels you're gonna give him.
All right, I'll hand him the 3 things that I said I give him: the metal, the gold, and the jewels. And that should conclude it.
A trader departs, pockets full, hands light. Tomorrow again? And he gives you a nod, and he kind of like sets the stuff down, and he looks at Dolly, and Dolly looks over at you guys. He says, "Well, thanks for trading with him. I know we might seem like an eccentric bunch because we are travelers and we're merchant sellers, but thank you specifically for dealing with Korgash. My heart really appreciates it for you."
No problem. I actually quite enjoy talking to him.
Same.
I'm glad some people do. He gets ridiculed a lot on this ship, but he does his best.
Well, I hope he still continues to do well. I can tell he puts in a lot of effort in what he does.
He does. He works day and night very hard. Keeps his mind off of things. That and some food. Korgash, are you hungry? Korgash kind of looks at her. He's like, "Huh?" All right, let's go find the food master. Come on. We can put your gold away. We'll count it out later. They're good folk, I think. And he gives you like a wave, like a bye wave.
Bayhorn will wave back. I want to note when Korgash eventually counts out his money, he'll find an extra 10 gold pieces as kind of like a tip.
Oh, how nice of
It's
you.
so nice.
Korgash eventually gets waddled away by this 2-foot woman dwarf penguin, acting as his caretaker, and they walk off into the busy areas of the ship. We're looking for food as you are now left with your 3 new items. As you see a bunch of GIF, or the GIF are still staring at you, but like 2 of them have already left because they see they're gonna make no harm or no trouble. But eventually, as you were picking up your stuff, Finnegan and Solde kind of come up. He's like, "Hey guys, did you find anything useful? I found a few books, some fiction, some history books, and I found a spell book that I could probably use. What'd you guys find?"
As they see the 3 like massive packages on the ground.
"Oh, you got a lot. Was that from the war chest, or was that from your personal pockets, Bayhorn?"
This was from me.
Greedy
Oh,
my
bastard.
coin purse is The fuck do you mean greedy? I paid for this by myself, you cunt.
Yeah, no, this isn't your money. You've been stealing. Shit.
I mean, based on how we fight, probably stealing from dead people, I assume.
if I had
Yes.
to guess, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be selling dead people's stuff. I don't. Man, fuck you. You took from the war chest. This is from my own
Very-
pocket.
No, the war chest isn't dead people's stuff. Your own pocket is dead people's stuff.
I know. I earned this
I don't know,
shit.
man. I don't know, man. Queen Aqua had to kill a lot of things to get that war chest.
I mean, yeah.
But it's clean
She had to
money
kill a
now.
lot to get to her position. It's her money. Yeah, no wonder it's her money. You killed the rest of them.
It's clean money now. It's been laundered. It's clean.
Been laundered. Money laundering. Well, Bayhorn will basically, he'll explain like, yeah, I got armor for Kayasaya for whatever she needs that for. What did you need that for anyway? Are you gonna wear it?
Mhm.
All right. Well, that package is yours, and you'll point to the chainmail package.
I pick it up.
I also bought Legionnaire's plate, which has an interesting effect. And I bought these meteor throwing daggers, which, as he would let me see for myself, they just kind of appear back in my hand after I throw them. And Isolde's with them now, right?
Isolde's with them, yeah. Isolde's just relaxing, or not relaxing. She's like at attention, looking at all you guys talk.
And Bayhorn will look at Isolde and say, I guess I got my throwing knives back. As he twirls one of them out of its case.
Oh,
I
did
assume
you?
he gave me my key, right?
Yeah, he gave you the key.
Alright. Bayhorn's just gonna... Is it like a display case? Is that what it is?
It is like a display case, yeah.
Is he giving me the whole case?
He gave you the whole case.
Shit, I ain't gonna complain. I'm gonna use that for a fucking display case in my room.
Well, honey, what did you get out of that then? What does it do?
He will again throw one of the throwing knives at the target dummy and let it return to his hand after 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah, it kind of acts like your old ones, except is that fire as well?
Yeah. I don't know if it's because of what I'm throwing it at or because it's made from meteorite, but they have a little bit of a heated return.
Well, I mean, it's another option for combat for you at least. Gives you a little bit some range.
Yeah. Maybe I can try and improve on them whenever I learn about them more.
I'm sure you will. I haven't found anything of use for me per se. Finnegan over here was going crazy at all the books. We're off to now.
I'm done. I think I'm gonna go back to the ship and store all this.
Mm-hmm.
All
I'm
right.
also done.
I need to
So if
draft
anyone
up an
else
armor
wants to go
stand for this
shopping.
Legionnaire's plate.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming Chakna would want to at least buy some stuff, and the rest of the team. But
Mhm.
like your sister, she might want to buy something.
Of course. It's now their turn. We all go back.
All right, let's all go back. Fukler, do you have anything else you need to buy here, or are we just heading off now?
Probably gonna leave.
All right, sure thing. As you guys make your way out, past all the remaining different shops that you're not going to go to, you see the bookstore, you see a large sloop kitchen, as you already see Korgash is already like digging into like this giant like meat in like stick on a bone, with Dolly in front of him like eating some sort of porridge or soup. You continue on farther and farther before you get to the front of the area. You see Sheila comes over, looks at you. She's like, "Oh, leaving already? You're gonna take off already? Should we unboard from docking?"
No.
We
The
might have some
rest
more
of our
people wanting
crew
to
is
shop.
gonna take a turn.
Oh, really? More shoppers? Wonderful. I appreciate it. All right. So that tallies off 3 elves, a human, and a dragon off. Who else is coming on board now?
Your mom.
Few more humans.
Sorry, excuse me. I've had a cough. More humans and elves.
More human. More
Should
humans,
just be
elves
2 more
again.
humans, right? Chaka's a human, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. Did your wife shop yet?
Dude, she's next to you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't find anything of use. I mean, I seen some interesting makeup and dresses, but nothing that really fits me.
I need to sanitize this thing.
She
Not
kind of
putting
like
this in my
leans
head
into
yet.
you and she whispers, "Yeah, I think we should all take a bath after this. It's kind of messy in here."
A little bit.
Bayhorn's hand feels suspiciously like soot, dirt, and forge sweat from that handshake.
Yeah,
But he's not gonna
Yeah.
wipe his hand off in front of him.
Is the
yeah.
Out of
eyeball
just
still-
respect.
Is the
What'd
eyeball
you
still
say?
covered in drool?
No, it's already dried off, but now, but you can kind of tell like when your dog licks something and it's like kind of like left there for a while. It kind of feels like that.
Bayhorn's gonna poke it and cast prestidigitation on it.
As you poke it, you see it blinks.
Magic guys are weird, and he'll like take a glance at his short sword, also having an eye blinking at him.
Yeah.
Ooh, are you scared of
have-
it, Bayhorn? Fugler's gonna put it close to his face.
I don't know. Are you scared of it? And he'll hold his sheathed short sword up to his face.
Nah.
You see both eyes are looking at each other and they both blink at the same time.
That's
Ooh, freaky.
Are they synced now? Oh my god, they're synced now.
Are they communicating?
They're sharing industry secrets,
I
guys.
just
Be careful.
died in your arms tonight. Only one glance at each other, and then they never get to see each other again.
For real.
Ever.
Hey, Adrian,
Yeah, what's up?
I have a question for you.
What is your question for me?
You know how I said I wanted Rigby to be a barbarian?
Yeah.
Is it too late to change that?
No, you're still on the external chassis. His body will still be the same, but you can still change out his class.
Well, I want him to be able to wear that heavy plate armor, and barbarians can't do that and use their class effectively.
Nope.
I
So
just had
he's a big man. Do you want
Can
to
you
turn him
make him
into
a
a
fighter?
fighter or a paladin?
I was gonna say I have a very funny idea for paladin. He's gonna be a paladin of Ronald, worshiper of the
Oh.
new Jesus Christ.
Good lord.
Can I make a
Please.
robot religion?
I was about to say, if you do it enough and people more and more follow him, there's gonna be a new automaton religion.
Is this like Warhammer? The more people that believe in that God will manifest.
Will you actually let me like grant
No,
my
legit.
Warforged paladin
Googler.
powers if I make it into a Ronald worshiper?
Preston, that's literally how my religion works.
This is awesome.
Yeah, my
All
religion
right.
literally is like if you believe in it hard enough, that god gets more powerful.
Well, yeah, because it means they get more faith, right?
Yeah, more faith means more power.
It's where the
Guess
god's
what?
powers come from.
All right,
That's how the
Adrian.
Warhammer
Right.
system works.
He's gonna turn into a paladin of Ronald then.
All right. Oh god. Robot Jesus. Victor!
I need to start on a book for the Bible.
You do.
I'll have that as your job. I'll let you do that.
Leviticus, verse 6.
Oh my god. Anyways, at this point in time, as you start to saunter out of the Spelljammer, you sort of shift in the next crew, which is going to be Chakna, Fiabella, Tiana, and Glenn, as she's still available on board. And I would say, since it's just the B team now shopping, I will make their shopping for them in the background. So let me see what they get and what they can buy. What is the limit, Kayasai, that they can take from the chest?
About 1,000 per.
About 1,000 per?
Yeah, and I tell each and every one of them to negotiate their hearts out as hard as possible.
Okay.
You said level 2 for my robotic children, right?
Level 2, yes.
Look, man.
Okay, I already know what Fiabella's gonna get. I already have an item here on my notes list for her. So she'll buy that. Do you want to dictate what your sister buys, Kayasaya? Like, what do you want her to, like, just let her buy whatever she wants?
I tell her buy what she feels she needs, offense or defense.
Oh, okay. So you want her to do battle stuff. Got it.
Stuff that she sees will be very useful.
She sees things that will be very fun.
Not
Because
fun,
you
but
guys missed
useful.
you guys passed the trinkets junk pile.
I mean,
Okay. She'll take that one.
I have 2,000 more gold. I can go look in the.
You could go back. All right, so she'll take those two. Tiana, what will Tiana take?
Adrian, I made a custom background name for my Warforged.
Oh, did you?
It's called the Artificer's Descendant.
Oh my god. You're stupid and funny. I love you. Good idea.
He doesn't have any proficiencies or anything because why would he?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. Tiana will definitely take these two. That's 2 for Fiabella, 2 for Tiana. And then I need 1 or 2 for Chakna, and then 1 or 2 for Glenn. Do you want Chakna to go for anything specific?
No, whatever he sees fits.
Whatever he sees fit?
Mm-hmm. He has lots of battle experience and everything. He knows what he needs.
Hmm.
You're gonna be so stupid.
Hmm. Ooh, okay.
Hey Preston,
Huh.
you have that astral blade, right? Or whatever the Sable Theorem blade that
Yeah,
Chakra
why?
picks for you?
Why you ask?
What does that what weapon does that count as? Is it a long sword or a great sword?
I'm glad you asked. It's technically a longsword,
Okay.
but it's not long as a longsword. It only has 5 feet reach. Tragedy.
I mean,
Wait, hold on. Is it a longsword or is it a great sword?
because if it was a great sword, I'd ask to borrow it. I won't use it.
Why?
I want to use it as a reference.
It's a longsword.
Okay.
I might have a great sword actually. Let me look. Do, 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 do,
If you did, I'd love to use
do.
it as a reference because I want to make a great sword.
Great club. Do, 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 do. No, actually, I do not.
Okay, that's okay.
Tragic.
Oh, okay. All right. So in total for all of these. So for the war chest and their personal belongings, they're going to spend their personal money first before the war chest. The war chest currently has 9,570. Let me go ahead and look through the personal. Chakna has 10 gold on him. Great. Isolde already did not buy anything. Tiana has some gold on her. She's got 300 gold pieces. Fiabella doesn't have anything. And sadly, Glenn doesn't have anything either because she came. I know she actually does have some stuff, actually. Hold on. Sorry about that. With all this in total. So that's going to be cufflinks, that. All of this is probably around that much.
Adrian is doing relative math.
Yeah.
No numbers, just words.
And then I gotta start rolling for the charisma checks. Let me do the charisma checks real quick. Persuasion on Fiabella is a plus 11. That is a 16 plus 11. That's really good. She'll be the talker, actually, since everyone else doesn't really know how to talk. So Fiobella's first one. Second set of items. Jesus fucking Christ. Third set of items, pretty decent. And then the last set for Glenn. God damn. Okay, Fiabella is a fucking talker. So they would give those up for a little bit
Yes, she is.
cheaper.
He knows how to talk.
Okay, so then that'll be a minus 1,500 gold pieces out of the war chest. Actually, I need to reduce another 500 out of it because they don't have their own funds. So 2,000 gold pieces have been taken from the war chest, Kaisaya. So currently the war chest has 7,570 gold pieces left.
Not too
That's a
bad.
lot of gold.
Not too bad. However, as you hear, as you guys are waiting at either at the front door or at the bridge, you hear the front door open and close once again as you hear more footsteps coming inside. As the B team, or part of the B team, you see Chakna is holding 2 items. You see Glenn is holding just 1. You see Tiana is holding 2, and you see Fiabella is also holding 2. They're all wrapped up.
What you guys get?
Oh, Chakna kind of speaks up first. I got an upgrade for my weapon. He unhooks his phaser on his side, and he pulls out what looks to be another ranged weapon in his hand. It's a pistol. It's a sleek, rune etched firearm that is has a bunch of runes of different enchantments and variations of color on the sides of it. They called this a spellbinder. I can use it as a spell focus, and I could also use it to fire special magical blasts from it as well.
Lightning blast.
I also have this one. It could be used for anybody here if you like. This is called the Chrono Tincture. They said it gives the drinker a burst of unnatural speed, allowing them to move at a quicker pace for the next minute. So I'm assuming it means you can do more things on a fight, or just in general.
More things per thing.
Fiabella kind of runs up to you, Kaisai, she's like, "Hey sis, look at this!" And she takes this cloth and she unfurls it. You see inside it's a small box with golden barriers around it. And you see that there is a lion, a jaguar, and an alligator roaming inside this miniature pocket menagerie.
More animals, let's go!
What is this?
It's a menagerie. It's for my window.
Oh.
They're magical, so they don't need to be fed. But the penguin did say that if I wanted to, I can shrink other animals and put them inside. And the magical box should keep them fed and well hydrated, so I don't have to take care of them. I can just look at them.
That's nice.
Did he say if the animals become pacified? Because if you put prey animals in that, they might die. I'm just saying.
They did not mention that at all, so I don't know.
You should try with a random rabbit or something just to test it out.
I could try with bubbles.
That is a Fukler question, and I don't think he'd let you. Actually, no, Bubbles might eat your pets in there.
What might my boy do? My bouncing baby, funny little man.
She also, as she puts the menagerie down on the side on a table, she pulls out another bag that she pulls out these 2 cufflinks. You see, Kaisai, these 2 cufflinks they're not physical, but they are physical to touch, but they're purely translucent magical cufflinks that have all sorts of enchantment runes on their sides. She puts them on and she cracks them both on her wrists at the same time, and the cufflinks glow with this large bluish arcane energy. And he said, when you wear these as a set, they help me with my spells a lot. They grant her all +1 to her attack rolls and DCs when she wears them.
That's good. Something useful within any fights in the future.
I'm sure the lion can help if we break it out. You hear Tiana kind of push you. That's not as important as this. Ta-da! And she pulls out a jar.
Is that your cookie jar?
You see a glowing jar filled with jam.
Do you have a jar of jam?
It's Starberry. Get it? Because it's from the Astral Sea and they're stars.
Yes.
And you're looking inside and you see little star berries, like little berries that are shaped out of stars inside of it. It's a jam. I bought it on the cheap. They were selling it.
Did you get anything else?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Captain. I got this. And she holds up a bottle. A large bottle. It's almost like a bottle of like ale. It's a full glowing golden liquid bottle. They call this celestial nectar. Supposed to bring you right up in a pinch.
Interesting.
What this does, Shelby and crew, it's a glowing liquid that restores 10d4 plus 20 HP, removes all curses and diseases. One-time use for one person.
You got any more of that?
It's a super healing potion. No, it's all mine. Or somebody else's if they really need it. Sorry.
Well, I just meant, do they got any more of that for sale? I might go buy some of that too.
It's just a bottle with water and red food coloring.
Red 40 in it.
Recently banned
Full
Red
of-
3.
Recently banned Red 3. Yummers.
Delicious.
Delicious.
Good God, ads. No, not this video.
Music of Calderia. Caladiri?
Aldera.
Caladia?
Okay, this one's a little bit better.
DJ Khaled?
DJ Khaled.
Life is Roblox.
What?
Life is Roblox.
That's what he
the
said.
fuck?
He
That's
said
what
that.
says?
No, it's Life is Road Blocks.
He
But
just
it
made
sounds
it.
like he says Life is Roblox.
You see Glenn kind of walk up and she says, I got this one a little bit cheap as well. And she pulls out a potion. Smaller vial, slightly glowing with white. They called it Liquid Courage. Supposed to help you from being frightened for quite a while. So if we're gonna fight any ghosts or wraiths or anything, then I can hand it out or I can drink it myself. So it grants immunity to being frightened for 10 minutes.
Not too bad.
You have to use an item. Imagine.
Well, I'm sorry, we're not all blessed by a god.
If you
Sometimes
just
gods
stand near
like
me,
to-
you get the same thing.
Well, sometimes I'm not standing near you.
Captain, can I punch him?
Fair. No.
Okay, hit me. Come on, hit me.
I'm sorry, I'm full of beans today.
Apparently.
Well, you do smell kind of funny.
Oh. How could you?
Hey man, you said it yourself. You ate beans today.
That is not what I said, but you know what? Fine. No breakfast tacos for you for a week.
Ooh.
Damn.
I'm raiding the fridge.
She continues. I also picked up this as well, and she reaches into her bag and she pulls out what looks to be this obsidian-looking compass. And you see that the obsidian compass has one arrow, and it's pointing like slightly ahead of your current direction.
Interesting.
They call this a planar compass. Supposed to lead us to the nearest planar portal, just in case we get lost.
Well, if we're lost without the ship, that'll definitely come in handy.
Yeah, or if if the ship can't lead us anywhere, at least we have this on the side. I thought it would be useful for everybody if I got it. I spent my own money on this one.
Well, thank you.
No, thank you. Is it? I'm assuming we're all done with the shopping spree.
Yeah, we're
Chocolate kind of
done.
looks at all of you. I think we're done. And Glenn just kind of nods a little bit. She's like, "All right, I'll be in my room," and she wanders off. Finnegan speaks up and says, "Has anybody checked up on her recently? Like, legitimately? I know it's been a few days since we saved her from that crystal, that sky castle, but, has anybody actually checked on her? Like, I guess you could say mentally? Emotionally?"
I mean, Fugler is the therapist of our ship, so Fugler, have you checked on her?
No. No.
It's coming out of your paycheck.
I don't get. You get paid?
Yeah, don't you?
I'll
Finnegan's
check up
also
on
like,
her
"Wait, you get
later.
paid? Your
Why
playback
are
will
you
time out
getting
in
paid?
50 seconds. This is sacrilege."
50
Your
seconds.
playback will resume in 10 minutes.
I'm also getting timed out soon.
Mm-hmm.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. But I'll check on her in a little bit.
Okay. So, as the shopping has been concluded. Oh. Tiana goes back to her seat in order to start flying the ship once again. And as you depart from this docking area, you hear the loud ka-chunks coming from the feathered, not so feathered, metal wing of the Dwar's trading ship. As it starts to flutter and fly off into the distance as you guys make your way over to Glorum. Still needing at least another day and a half or so to go. So, everybody, you have about, I guess you could say, you guys spent about like 2, maybe 3 hours with that ship in the middle of the Astral Sea. So, in terms of travel and in terms of daylight, quote unquote, or daytime that you guys have to be active and do stuff, you have about like another 7-ish, 8 hours left. So, what do you guys want to do?
I'll go check on Glenn.
You're gonna go check on Glenn? Okay. Is there anything else anybody else wants
It's
to do?
not crafty.
For the next 7 or 8 hours,
Just about, yeah.
I have things to do in the forge.
Okay.
Are we like leaving and going to our next stop? Oh wait, no, this wasn't even our stop. This was just like a random thing that happened.
Yes, this was a random
Yep.
encounter that we had.
Oh,
Random encounter.
How long is it gonna take us to get to our actual stop?
Like another couple days.
Okay, I'm going back to the forge. I have things to finalize and things to change.
Adrian,
Yes.
I hate to be an irresponsible player.
Okay. Go for it.
However, I have a question for you, and I don't know if you remember.
What is it?
Do you remember all of the boons that I got from the Book of Greater Deeds, or Book of Exalted Deeds, excuse me?
Yes, I do actually.
Because I was looking through my notes, and I might have neglected myself.
Really?
Maybe.
Wow. Okay.
I know.
All right. Crazy that you would be so neglectful. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Let me go ahead and get you your stuff real quick. So the Book of Exalted Deeds. I had you roll for it too.
Yes. I'm pretty sure. Right here it says wards of suffering, wards of faithfulness.
What if you had AI-powered defenses?
That could be for
along
something
with a dedicated
else.
team helping protect your money 24/7?
Because I remember I got 2 minor boons and 2 major boons. I remember 2 of them.
Yeah,
One
you
of
got 2
them.
minors and 2.
Yeah, one of them is fire resistance, and I'm pretty sure one of them was cold resistance, but I have that innately.
So you have, in terms of minors, you had. Let's see here. You rolled twice on resistances, surprisingly enough. But one resistance you already were resistant to.
Mm-hmm.
So we gave you. So instead of that, you got necrotic instead. Or was it fire? No, it was fire.
Yes, I got fire.
So you have fire. So you already wrote that down on your defenses.
Oh
For your
yeah.
majors, you had I think it was somewhere in the 60 to 70 range for one of them, where you're
Mhm.
able to cast a spell at 5th level or one level
Yes.
above. And that was, I believe, I gave you. What is it? It was a smite, I believe. I think I gave you Banishing Smite at 5th level for free because of the book.
Banishing Smite at 5th level for free?
Yes. Yeah. But you can only use it once per day because you need to long rest.
I thought that was the Astral Blade.
Oh, that was the Astral Blade, sorry. Then, it was a smite. What smite was it?
I thought that was an innate property of the book as well, because
Yeah,
let me
it was an innate
see.
property of the book. Because the book, yes, it disappeared, but you still are, like, conjoined with it as long as you keep your good, like, holiness together.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Oh, the other one was the ability score increased.
You get more
Oh yeah,
dexterity.
dexterity.
Yeah, you got dexterity. You got a 2 dexterity and you got a spell.
Yeah.
I don't remember the spell entirely.
Yeah, because I know the book. It says as a paladin or cleric, you can upcast, based on whether that spell is a paladin or a cleric spell specifically.
Yes. So you know what? Because I don't remember the spell, you can
I don't
choose a
either.
spell from your paladin list.
Padawan.
Hmm.
Who's wise, the young one?
Enlightened magic. Once you've read and studied the book, any spell slot you expend or cast as a cleric or paladin spell counts as a spell slot of 1 level higher. There we go. Yeah, it's enlightened magic in the Book of Exalted Deeds. So, and what spell are you telling me to choose for?
Choose a spell from your paladin list.
What for?
For your free spell that you can cast up to 5th level for free every day.
Oh. Shiver me timbers. Right. For my paladin
So,
list?
Yes, so that includes a 5th level spell that I can give you. So you can choose Banishing Smite, Circle of Power, Destructive Wave, Dispel Evil and Good, Gios, Holy Weapon, Raise Dead, or Summon Celestial.
Oh.
That's from the Toshin's Cauldron of Everything. If you let me go ahead and give you the paladin list from the. Oh no, wait, it's still the same, I believe. Paladin spell list. Let me double check. Let me see the full list. Nope, that's it. Yeah. Well, they did add more spells. Let me take a look for you. I'll take a look specifically for you so you can figure it out.
Dispel evil and good? Huh?
You could do Dispel Evil and Good.
What is that? Should bring energies around you from fey undead creatures beyond the material plane for duration. Of celestials, elemental, fey, fiends, and undead have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. You can end the spell early by using either break enchantment.
Paladin, 5th
Action.
level.
You can touch a creature that is
Yeah.
charmed, frightened, possessed, celestial, or undead. Touch is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed by such creatures. Dismal. As your action, you may make melee spell attack against a celestial, an elemental, fey, or fiend, or undead you can reach on a hit. You attempt to drive the creature back to its home plane. The creature must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be sent back to its home plane if it isn't there already. If they are already on their home plane, undead are sent to the Shadowfell, and fey are sent to the Feywild.
Yep.
That's kind of crazy. What does Circle of Power do? I don't remember. Sorry, I'm just looking through this. I'll tell you once I've chosen one.
You're fine. Circle of Power. It's a concentration for 10 minutes. It's like a 30-foot aura. It's diffusing magical energy around you. It moves with you. It's centered on you. Each friendly creature in the area, including you, has advantage on saving throws on spells. Additionally, when the creature succeeds on the saving throw made against a spell or magical effect that allows it to make a saving throw, only take half, or if they do succeed, they take no damage at all. So think of it as like a 30-foot area of evasion that like Bayhorn has with dexterity saving throws. But it is concentration, so you can't use smites while you're using it.
Yeah, but it's against spells and other magics.
Yes,
specifically.
which is really big, especially if you're in a very big magical battle like that. Especially around 30 feet of you, it's really good.
Oh yeah. Summon Celestial is really funny. Just put Q on the battlefield. Adrian, I just had a brainwave.
Oh yeah?
What if I was a warlock in service to Q, right? So I have signed the contract, everything, and then as a paladin, I use Summon Celestial on Q.
Good lord! Summon Celestial on Q.
After becoming a warlock for him.
Well,
that would
I
be
don't think
very
he's a full celestial that you're thinking of.
He is a being of cosmic energy.
Funny. I could also just do Gios. You imbue a weapon you touch with holy power till the spell ends. So, holy weapon, what exactly does it do? In addition to weapon attacks with it, deal an extra 2d8 damage on hit.
If the weapon isn't already a magical weapon, it becomes one for the duration. As a bonus action, you can dismiss a spell as the weapon bursts for radiance. Each creature of your choice you see within 30 feet of the weapon must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 4d8 radiant. And is blind for 1 minute. A successful save takes half. Blind creature can make a con saving throw, ending the effects of itself on a success. Could just get find greater steed and make bigger bubbles.
Bigger bubbles.
You could.
Aura of purity. Oh boy. Centered on you, each non-hostile creature in the aura has resistance to necrotic damage, and its hit point maximum can't be reduced. A non-hostile living creature regains 1 hit point when it starts its turn, and the aura with 0 hit points. Okay. Destructive wave sounds real nice.
Sounds really nice.
And be not
Why do you hear Arlette?
You know, I hear Arlette too.
He's on the phone with
Cedric, is that you?
Yeah, Arlette caved at Hobby Lobby and bought car accessories. As you can imagine, it's Hello Kitty.
Of course it is.
Of course.
Spell magic circle.
Alright. What's the plan?
Right now, we're kind of waiting for Kukla to pick a spell.
I'm sorry you guys
The
are
plan-
waiting on me.
The plan is to mix Coffee Mate, Nestle, caramel, vanilla cream, and Fireball together.
That sounds disgusting.
It sounds intriguing.
Sounds illegal. It sounds like it violates the Geneva Convention.
It sounds
the
like
dragon
Irish
cup.
cream with extra steps.
No, it's dragon cum.
Shelby sent me a reel of the alien from Alien Prometheus drinking Earth's water and getting sick from it. the image above is Fireball and Coffee Mate coffee creamer, and it's called Dragon Cum.
Mm,
That just sounds disturbing.
I without options. Right. So do. I don't know, Cedric. Which one do you think I should choose?
Roll a d20.
It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the list.
Roll
Perfect.
a
Roll a
D8.
d8.
Okie dokie.
And if you don't like it, cross that off and roll a D8 again, but make sure if that hits that number, just re-roll.
No, he has to pick it. That's the rules.
No, I don't.
He has
You're
to
not the
pick
boss
it.
of me.
I know the dice is right now. You chose this.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Hmm.
Oh my god, Shelby, I found the next best thing for you.
Oh
I
yeah.
might have to buy you this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna go for Destructive Wave, if that's okay.
Destructive Wave? That's fine.
Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Oh
No,
yeah.
you can't.
Yeah, I can.
No.
Nah.
Cedric, you need to practice free will more. I don't think you're doing well in that. I'm gonna be honest.
Funny enough,
Yeah,
Chakna
plenty of
did
free
use
will.
a variation of Destructive Wave on you guys during the fight.
I saw, and I was reading the spell, and I'm like, that's what he did. That's what he did.
That's what
How do you do that?
Hold on a second.
Wait a minute. And with my hammer's
wait a
ears in it, I could probably just combine the two to be like one fucking horrible blow.
You could.
Is that a Tau ship I see?
No, that's a Spelljammer. That's one of the Octopod Spelljammer ships.
Mm.
There's some weird Spelljammers out there, man.
They look weird a little bit, I'm gonna be honest.
Dude, the one you were just on was a penguin.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Whoa, space whales. Alright.
I was debating on making their ship a penguin or an iceberg.
An iceberg would have been incredibly funny.
Because you would have seen an iceberg in the middle of space, you're like, what the fuck? Like, wait a minute. Why is there an iceberg in space? Alright. Since you're writing down that you're taking Destructive Wave, is there anything else you would like to do before we hand it off over to Kayasai?
Currently, no.
Okay. Kayasai, what would you like to do for the rest of the day?
I'm actually
I'll
gonna go talk
work
to
on
Glenn.
Bayhorn last because of the forge. Okay. As you reach over to Glenn's crew member room, you notice it's already locked.
I knock.
Oh, just a minute. After like a minute or so pass by, you see the door open, and immediately when the door opens, her room is not the same anymore. You see that it is quite a mess. There is writings on the walls, writings on the floor. There's paperwork everywhere, different drawings of designs of magical or conic runes everywhere. And she kind of looks at you sheepishly a little bit. She says, do you want to come in, or
That would be
do you wanna-
nice.
Okay, don't mind the mess. I'm usually quite messy, but there's been something on my mind recently that's been racking at the side of my brain. I've been trying to write it down and trying to follow the steps, but I can't really get anywhere with it.
That's
Come
okay.
in, come in. You see as you're walking in, a few origami magical birds start fluttering around you that are made out of paper. Don't mind them. They're just my little pet projects.
Very cute.
I appreciate it. What's on your mind, Captain?
I actually came to see what's on yours.
What isn't? Um, I'm thinking about home. I'm thinking about my family, Strixhaven. I'm thinking about the ship. Thinking about the people on this ship. There's a lot happening in here. So, where would you like to start?
Whoever you would.
I've been I've been losing sleep recently. Not because I've been having trouble sleeping, it's because I don't want to sleep. I've been forcefully staying up as much as I can before sleep takes me. I have to tell you the truth, Captain. I see things when I go to sleep now. And what you see on the walls is kind of what I see in my dreams. The arcane runes, these ineligible things that I'm writing down, there's something about them that is screaming at me. I think it was because of my time before the crystal, wherever I was at, that I don't really remember that much anymore.
We can always work on helping you remember.
I don't even know if I want to remember, honestly. I think I just want to get this out of my head. I just want to forget it all. The adventure that I had with you and your crew to save your husband's soul, I was defensive. I barely initiated in combat. I was just a watcher than anything. I feel like I'm stuck. Like I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I have these thoughts and these images in my head that I want to write down, and I don't have a big canvas enough to write everything down. There's something egging me on that I feel like it's important, but I just don't know what to do with it.
Well, we can always find out. We can go looking for it.
How do you suspect we do that?
I can walk you through a very unique and special meditation. And during that meditation, I can join you.
Okay. How do we do that?
Your room's a little cluttered for this. We need a more specific setting. Come with me.
No. I want to do it here.
You want to do it here?
I'm more comfortable in my room. I feel weird when I'm walking around the ship, even with people. I know you allowed me on and I agreed to be with you and your crew, but I feel like I'm more of an outcast here than I was anywhere else, to be honest. And that's not because you're not friendly or anything. You are very welcoming. Bayhorn is the sweetest, even though he can be ignorant at times. Fugler is hell of a man. He's comforting, he's welcoming, very friendly, always ready to lend an ear or an arm for battle. Chakna, I understand why you married him. And everyone else. Finnegan is intelligent. Tiana is funny and welcoming, and she always makes me laugh. And Fiabella, she's a joy to be around. Isolde, I feel like she and I don't really get along. I think it's because she can see that I had a crush on Bayhorn a while ago, but even I don't know about that anymore. And every time I go to sleep, I feel like I'm drifting farther and farther away from it all. What do you think?
I think first things first is you need to find peace within yourself. You're so on edge that, in a way, nowhere is safe for you, subconsciously.
To be honest, the only time I felt safe in these last few weeks or months or however long it was is when I was asleep in that crystal. I know I should be thankful for all of you saving me, but with each passing night, I just I kind of want to go back,
Understandable.
but it's too late now.
Well then,
So
we can do this meditation. Try and put things back to where they belong. And see what is causing you this disturbance, and perhaps I can take it out.
okay, I
But
trust you.
first, we must clean up the floor.
Oh, sure. You see her whip her wrist around, and you see she twirls a finger, and she starts making this prestidigitation effect that is gathering up the myriad of paper that is on the ground, almost bringing it to like some sort of whirlwind or like some sort of like paper tornado before it starts to steadily and rapidly go onto the desk near her, and it starts to stack in this large paper tower. Um, and after a moment or two, the floor is clean.
Another question. Would you mind if we have Fugler join us? He can help keep you calm and brave.
I would like that. If you wanted to invite them, you can. Fugler, Bayhorn's included if you want. I mean, you're the ones who saved me from that crystal, so I feel like you should be the ones here to experience whatever's gonna happen.
Horn's more probably in his forge. I don't want to disturb him there. And I'll tap my badge and say, Fugler,
Hmm.
do you have a free moment?
Yes.
Could you join us in Glenn's room? We're gonna walk through a certain meditation.
Is this your one use all meditation?
It's my fancy meditation.
I figured. I'll be there here in a couple minutes.
Perfect.
And we'll start making his way over there.
While we wait for Fugler, do you have chalk?
Do I have chalk? Of course I do. And she pulls out her bag and she pulls out a very clean set of packaged, ready-to-use chalk.
Ooh. Draw, using a single line, a random path that crosses how many times? Up to you. But draw a path. From one end of the room to the
Okay.
other. Just random.
Sure. She draws this kind of odd zigzag path that connects from the doorway of the room to the back end near where the bathroom's at. It's it's very zigzaggy. Like there's at least 7 or 8 turns, like connecting towards the front and the bathroom door.
Perfect. Now take off your shoes.
All right. She slips off her shoes and she unties them. She places them to the side. What type of meditation is this?
Meditation of Quinmaris. It is not one known to outsiders.
Okay.
Next question, do we have
Shouldn't
any candles?
I have a few incense candles, and she pulls out some more out of her bag.
Light them up, place them around the room.
All right. At this point, as she's lighting up these candles, Fugler, you eventually walk into her room. This is the first time you see Glenn's room, but the walls are covered in these different runes and markings and paperwork of different drawings of symbols that you've never seen before, these alien-like symbols. And you see that in the room there's like this giant zigzag pattern connecting from the front of the room, where the door is at, all the way to the back where the bathroom's at. And you see both Glenn and Kaisai have finished putting up incense candles everywhere.
Just in time.
Fugler?
Yes. Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah. What exactly did you need me for? It seems like you have most of it put together.
For your heroic field of energy, and I will telepathically tell him. And in case, while walking through Glenn's mind, we trigger something.
Knock her out. I got you. Say no more. No, I was responding telepathically. I didn't want. I'm stupid. I'm not that stupid.
Fair.
But Fugler will try and make himself comfortable, whether there be a chair in the room or sitting on the corner of the bed. Just crossing his arms and trying to monitor the whole situation in case somebody goes absolutely erratic.
I'm also going to be joining her telepathically within this walk.
Mm-hmm.
So, I won't be able to fully respond.
Okay, I got you. Why we shouldn't need anything right now. I mean, the only thing we're doing is, knock on wood, going to Goliath land. And everybody else is doing their own stuff, so you should be perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's why I only asked you.
Gotcha.
And I'll sit next to Fugler. And I'll tell Glenn to stand at one end of the path.
Okay.
So,
Right.
are you ready, Glenn?
To be honest, I don't think I'll ever be ready, but I think now is as good as time as any, while I'm still awake and trying not to sleep.
So, relax your mind. I will join you. You'll feel me pushing up against your brain. Just let me in. That way I can be with you through the whole journey and help you.
See her body language shifts from a tense to a very relaxed motion fairly easily when you give her the instructions. You then feel your mind start to meld together as one as you are starting to see images flash through your mind. You see Strixhaven, the bustling school streets, the massive high-rise towers and massive structures signifying Strixhaven's power and magical force. It continues further. You see more and more people. You see her two companions, Blad and Vlad, this half-orc with dreads and this humanoid looking almost like a vampire in some sorts, but Not truly, as they're seen in the sunlight, not with any adverse effects. You see yourself and your crew, at the very least before Fukler was involved. You see Kieran, you see Bayhorn, and you see yourself. Slightly younger, because it was a few months ago, and far weaker than your current selves now. Flashes forward to her, writing down a note, and giving it to some other person for a transfer. Then it skips a bit as you continue walking down with her. As Fukler, as you're watching them walk, you start to see
Well, I'm not
Fukler
walking.
yourself.
I'm sitting.
Oh, okay. As Fukler, you see, because you're not connected to them at all, Fukler, you see around the room these alien artifacts and runes are starting to glow with like a bluish light as she's walking through the zigzag pattern. Kaisaya, as she makes the first turn in the zigzag pattern, you see nothing but darkness. You see the air is humming faintly. You see the walls and the ceiling are forming almost in like a weird shapeless but also geometry like shape all in one. Your senses, this space, is folding and bending in ways that could break the laws of physics. And it kind of gives you a small headache, but you continue on with her. She starts to move slightly and slowly. You feel her panted breathing. You feel the tiredness on her feet, on her shoulders, as she continues to walk these paths, as she starts to pass by these constructs that are patrolling this area. These weird forms as they shift and move, almost like a changeling, free-forming, not restricted by their physical body or their prowess, as they shape and meld into different geometry shapes, triangles, circles, squares, into different shapes beyond that. We see these glyphs that are etched into the walls, these motes of lights that are coalescing into intricate patterns that you recognize that are the same patterns that she's writing on the walls, that she's writing on these pieces of paper that were on the ground. You see something new, something that she never mentioned when you first rescued her. You see her hands stumble over a cube, no larger than her palm. Its surface shimmers with this indecipherable markings, the same markings that she is writing on the walls as well, but they're shifting as she's holding. She concentrates on it, and you hear a faint voice whisper in her mind, speaking in a language that you don't understand, that she doesn't understand, but she inexplicably understands. It speaks of something known as the convergence, a fractured barrier. She then lets go of the cube, and the cube starts to float back in its pedestal as she shakes off her hands and she continues going. You start to see more and more of the symbols start to merge and meld together. These incomprehensible languages are starting to meld into comprehension. You're starting to see the words start to spell out on the walls ideas. You start to see the words, and these ideas are starting to flood her mind once again as she physically almost stumbles outside of the zigzag motion before she catches herself, and you feel this large shift in her mind as you're currently melded with her at this current moment. and something flashes in your mind. A purpose. A purpose flashes through your mind and your body. Something that it has to be done. Something that needs to be done. Create. Unmake. Rewrite. It's not destruction. It's not creation. It simply just is. You feel and you see these ideas and words of these runes coalescing, and they all start to say the same thing. Eternal cycle. You don't feel mourning. You don't feel joy. Just an eternal cycle. And as she lays her hands on these walls from her memories, you feel a presence with her. Something watching. Something that doesn't have a consciousness. Something greater and more distant. A perceiving existence that shifts through equations, infinite variables that must be balanced, undone, and reformed. She turns around and you see it as she sees it. This figure, this humanoid male figure with the palm, a star floating from their hand, and a starlit halo around their head, bigger than Fugler's holy divine energy, bigger than any sort of painting or mural you've ever seen. Just this cosmic being staring at a star in their hand. Before the head shifts and looks straight at you, and you see no face, nothing but void, darkness, and starlight. And you feel fear. You feel joy. But it does not bring fear nor joy. You just feel purpose. This presence is just purpose. No fear, no joy, no desire, no resistance. You feel a purpose to crave and sculpt. Crave and sculpt. Tear down, crave and sculpt. This unending loop is flowing through her mind and yours. And you start to hear whispers. These words that you cannot comprehend. They don't feel like warnings nor threats, but echoes of a process that is unraveling, that is forging of what will be. However, as you are staring into this faceless abyss of starlight, as they start getting closer, not walking, just growing, just ever so getting closer and taking over your vision, as this faceless form starts to envelop and embody this whole entire room. You hear the phrase, "The wall is not eternal." And suddenly you feel sprinting. As Fugler, you see the walls in this room start to glow brighter and brighter. The paper that was on her desk start to fly and flow out and start to envelop the entire room, almost like a whiplash, like this tornado of paper. As all these runes are starting to glow over and over and over and over and over. As she is now not sprinting, she's walking slightly faster through the zigzag, like this hurried motion that she is in trouble, that she is in danger. But Kaiasai is still calm. Kaiasai, at this current moment, what do you feel about everything going on right now at this moment?
Curiosity.
Is your body language the same for Fugler? Are you still? Are you waiting?
I'm not running or heart racing or breathing fast. Just head tilted slightly out of confusion and just curious.
Okay. Hookler, would you like to do or say anything while you're here, or you're just watching the process go?
Well, besides the clear evidence that there's a ghost in the room,
Fair.
no.
But it's a Morai.
Definitely. Or a poltergeist. They can definitely throw stuff around a lot.
Yeah, Poltergeist does throw stuff around. Anyways.
Yeah.
So you're just watching, waiting, just in case?
What do their faces look like? KSI I know is calm, but
you see hers has like a slight nudge of terror. Like her eyes are closed, her mouth is closed, but you can definitely tell like her facial expressions, like her muscle tension is slight terror.
Fukler's not gonna do anything. He's gonna let it keep going because he had a lot of stuff to unpack in his own like instance of this.
Yeah, true.
So he's just gonna let the process keep going until someone starts being loud and noisy.
Okay.
At that point, he's gonna take control and do calm emotions.
Got it. As the phrase repeats that the astral wall is not internal, she continues running, and it feels like minutes, hours, days. It feels like years before she finally stops Kaiosaya, and she sees a great spiraling monolith. A force that is pulling at the edges of her mind and yours as well. This monolith is simply not a creation. It feels stronger. It feels like a power. It feels more like an anchor of pure, raw, magical energy. It feels like a core. You feel this monolith, this thing in front of you, yearns for something. Some sort of release? Some sort of entropy. You feel like the lair will never be touched, but once it does, it'll unravel everything and nothing, as it has done before, and has and will do again. You feel the edges of your mind start to chip away as you feel something is breaking it down. This mental link between you and her is starting to strain. Please make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oof, I'm gonna
Ooh.
Silver Barbs that.
You get a +3.
Oh, thank you. Still gonna Silver Barbs that. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
30-20. Okay.
What does Glenn roll?
I rolled for her in the background. She rolled relatively well, so the connection does not break.
Gotcha.
Kaiosai, you feel in Glenn's racing mind, her heart is beating faster. As Fukler, you see that Glenn is nearly at the final 2 turns before she makes it to the end of this meditation pathway. You feel something within you, Kaiosai, that screams that you wish to break everything and build it anew. But you have no regrets or celebrations in doing so. You have this burning sensation within you to tear down everything. The ship, your friends, your relationships, but also the same need to build them anew. and you feel no sorrow, no joy when you wish to do so. You then see Glenn pull out a quill and a piece of paper as she rips it out of her notebook and she starts writing something in this very odd space. She starts writing words with with these shaking hands. The words state, "To anybody seeing this, to anybody here, I feel like I've awoken something larger than myself. I do not know if I leave this place, nor the consequences of my trespass may be. I cannot escape these thoughts. I cannot escape this lair, this monolith. It's overpowering. I see it everywhere. It feels alive. I, its unwelcome guest. Or maybe I am the catalyst." As she writes down that final word, it flies out of her hand and it goes off into the distance. She then starts to whisper as she starts to feel tears steaming down her face. "This is no ruin. It's a mind. A machine, a labyrinth. A myriad of truths hidden behind layers of design. It holds the power to change everything, for better or worse." You then suddenly hear footsteps, and you feel her heart stop in fear. Do you turn behind you, Kayasaya?
Yeah, she'll look.
That's a bad idea.
Curiosity kills the cat, but the cat dies satisfied.
And do you know what the full saying is, Kayasaya?
Kayasaya, you turn behind you as she does herself in her own vision. You hear this woman voice, this womanly voice, old and ragged. Sounds like they've been fighting for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. Armor disheveled, sword and maul at their sides, broken into pieces but still used for battle. You see your grandmother walking towards her. You see Katarina Jupiter with heavy footsteps walk towards her. You see and feel Glenn is shaking, quivering in fear, as your grandmother in crystalline form kneels down in front of her. You see she places 2 fingertips at the top of Glenn's head, and you see a bright light, and you hear the words before she fades into sleep. "Pray you never fear its whispers again, child." And suddenly, you awaken from the vision, and Glenn is at the other end of the road in her meditated walk.
My head immediately whips to look at Fugler.
What's up, huh?
She saw my grandmother.
Okay.
She saw Katerina.
What does that mean for us? Like, okay, saw the old lady from the big thing that happened on Airside a long time ago. Okay? Yeah?
Katarina is not on Erisire.
Not anymore.
Katarina was where Glenn was. Where Glenn encountered the voice of the architect.
Literally or metaphysically?
Literally. She heard the voice of the architect. I think
But
we've even seen it.
I don't think Glenn's been there. I think she's been stuck in that crystal, no?
No.
So
This was before the crystal. I got kicked out. But I think Katarina put Glenn in the crystal.
Then how did Glenn get there?
Well, the last thing I got to see is Glenn is freaking out and panicking at hearing over the voice, tries to write stuff down, paper flies away, and then she hears Katarina run up to her. Katarina then puts her to sleep.
But that doesn't explain, because we have documented evidence of her writing inside of that dungeon. Her herself with her friends. So, in that instance, we saw the vision of her touching the crystal with bodies around it.
But was that a true vision, or was it perhaps something else?
We have the notes from the dungeon. What? I need to start making a timeline.
Well, here's the thing. The dungeon itself, at one point in time, we all saw things that were not there. It could have been actually the papers created or not, or just an illusion. To the point to lure us further in. But either way, she saw Katarina. Katarina said to her, "Let's hope you never have to hear his voice again," and put her to sleep.
Okay. I think she saw that while she was in the crystal.
No, this was before I think this was before the crystal.
How do you know it's before?
Because she's not inside the crystal.
No. What? I think she was hallucinating that. I think while she was in the crystal, she saw all of that happen. I think that's what she saw while she was in it. Don't you? Because that would explain some of the traumatic events of people going into the crystal and never being able to come back out. That would explain how they're using the architect's energy to keep that city alive and keep it repairing itself. And plus, they were great mages.
We know that part of the reason why people don't want to leave the crystal is because you experience pure euphoria.
Well, not only pure euphoria, but when how do I describe it? When people are taken back out,
fear, they then try to run, hide, go away from the fear. But if they experience pure happiness, pure joy, pure pleasure, they crave it. So they wish to stay in the crystal. And the being itself said that no one's really left the crystal alive. Glenn's kind of a first.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I thought she was hallucinating it inside of the crystal.
Because inside the crystal, she would be experiencing pure euphoria. This is pure fucking raw fear.
That doesn't explain how she would have gotten to Katarina in the first place. Or how she would have gotten to the dungeon after that. Because whether you want to believe it or not, we found her in there.
Yes, we did find her in there. I think at some point in time between us last seeing her and her ending up in the crystal, there's a point in that period where she interacts with Katarina. I think that is just before she enters the crystal. So I think it's after all the notes then, and after everything, and she's around the dead bodies and she's hearing shit. I think perhaps the place that the city was at last before it teleported was near something of the architects. And Katharina was there investigating, stumbled upon Glenn, who's learning of shit she's not ready to learn.
Not a bad idea. Did
And
you happen
then-
to see the environment that they were both in?
God, did I see the environment?
The environment that you saw when she was writing down the paperwork, and before it slipped out of her hand and flew away into the distance, was like this large. It was weird. It was both a closed and an open room at the same time.
Non-Euclidean
Like
space.
It's a non-Euclidean space that you saw. That there was a giant spiraling monolith in front of her that felt like a core, like an anchor or a purpose. These winds blowing in the distance, and then you saw Katarina stepping up behind her and then doing something to her that made her knocked out.
And how is Glenn currently faring by herself?
As you look up to see Glenn, she's on the ground knocked out.
Oh Lord. Okay.
And all the paper have stopped glowing, and they all fell to the floor.
Alright, I'm gonna pick one up and look at it.
But it's odd. Kaiasai, as you look at all the paper before Fukler steps over and to pick up some paperwork, it looks exactly like how it was when you first entered the room. So it seems like this isn't the first time that this has happened.
That's nice.
She's having this vision over and over again. Oh, brother.
And it's causing her anxiety, fear, panic. She can barely sleep. She's terrified of sleeping.
Know any good telepathic wizards?
I
No offense. No, someone whose profession is it. No offense. You're also the captain of a ship who's a chronomancer. I wouldn't call this exactly your main focus. Someone who does this as a job is what I'm asking.
well, the
You're looking for a
wizard part.
therapist.
The wizard
Well,
part
yeah.
is wizards don't typically specialize in this telepathic stuff. There are sorcerers who are gifted with telepathic abilities, psionic sorcerers. But the telepathic bit is for most genetic or magic. And not magic as in a spell, it's just a natural magical gift versus casting a spell.
I still think it was a hallucination. I think Katarina and Glenn linked somehow, and Glenn found her in a place, or at least her soul was, that wasn't supposed to be.
But either
But-
way, she
Yeah, I agree. Either
met
way.
Katarina.
Mhm.
And Katarina was a full red crystalline.
Like ruby red?
Mm-hmm.
Checks out. I'm sure we could ask Felinor if we really wanted to what she looked like.
But I know what she looks like now.
Yeah.
I know of her more. I might be able to use Ascending Slab on her now.
That would be something.
At least something might come out of this. But I also, especially since
Did you get
she's-
any information out of it? I know you were describing like surroundings and stuff, but did you get any like words that Glenn might have spoken?
The astral wall is not eternal.
Well, that's ominous and concerning.
She also had this overwhelming feeling of both create and destroy. It was so powerful, it was like I was feeling it, where I had the urge to destroy everything, but also create everything.
Hmm. Hmm. Anything else? No one else was there?
No one else was there. It was mostly
No
just
presences?
there was a presence.
Hmm?
There's no physical form, but there was the presence, and I think that presence was the architect. It eventually ended up with a body, but its face was void. It was holding a star.
Prepare thyself.
Prepare thyself.
Pain! That's a Minos reference from Ultra Kill. Prepare thyself. That's what I imagined when you said he had a void for a face, but was holding a star. So you thought he was there, or at least
It felt like he
she
was there.
witnessed her.
No. While we were walking through her mind, it felt like the architect was there. Or what I'm assuming is the architect. Like, actively there.
Actively there?
Mm-hmm.
Seems we have a spy,
Well, here's the thing. If
even
this
though
is
it's
the
not
being
intentional.
that created the universe,
Well, yeah,
that
it's not like he had to
created
spy
the
anyway.
created dragons, yeah, it's like it can easily spy upon us whenever it wishes.
Then why is he still there? That's the question, isn't it?
I think it has to do with these rooms. She observed something. It's still locked away within her. She observed something that was enough to either get the eye of the architect on her or imprint a knowledge that the architect has, or an imprint of just information. But it's locked within her mind, jumbled up.
Like I said, we need somebody who's, no offense, higher than your current skill level. If we really want to let her be able to figure out all of what she did herself. Because what you did was the most powerful meditation in your arsenal, no?
Well, this is actually just me being along for the ride. I didn't do anything. I was just an observer. And this meditation technique is done within Quadratum to learn of stuff, to help people who are locking memories away,
Exactly.
to access them. It's just a basic meditation for Quadratum.
The meditation that was designed specifically to unlock amnesiac memories is not unlocking the amnesiac memories.
On the first try. Do note, she's exhausted. She's barely slept, and she's terrified.
Fair.
And I was only an observer. With you and Bayhorn, I was a more active participant. And you
Well,
had more trust in me than she does with any of us.
fair enough.
This is just a step one. We'll have to do this again.
I agree.
But
At
I'd have to
least.
be I'd have to actually participate. One of my ideas is taking a memory from her, with her permission.
And you don't think that would drive you insane, seeing whatever she saw? No offense. I think it would drive anybody down the rabbit hole. She doesn't seem to be, well, no offense to her, exactly stable because of it.
No, but on top of that, she experienced it alone, isolated. She's young. To me, she's a child.
Yeah. You might have a better chance. But I don't think somebody should witness that alone.
Yeah, agreed. She's witnessed it alone. If I take it from her, the burden can be shared.
So, Adrian, back to those runes. Is there anything odd about them?
The runes are written in a language that you've never seen before.
Really?
Yes, really.
What
I
about
don't know
me?
if this work. It might not work, but I'm gonna do comprehend languages on it.
I was just about to do that.
Okay. You're gonna do comprehend languages on it?
Yep,
The both of you?
Yeah.
I am at least.
Okay. Got it.
Is each rune
As-
written in a different language?
Each rune, as you're looking at them, the runes start to turn and shape not into language of readable word, but images.
Whoa.
You see faces melded together into a wall. You see bodily parts starting to meld into machine work as they start to meld and flesh together. I need both of you to make me wisdom saving throws.
Shit.
Wisdom saving?
Yes.
16.
Fail.
23.
Fail.
If it
I-
causes
You both
frighten,
Hold on.
if it
I
causes
can add
frighten,
on
I don't get it.
a d4 from my spell discs.
I'm good with failing.
Okay, roll a d4. See if you succeed.
25.
25?
Fail.
Surprisingly, fail.
Fuck!
This might be a
You
30 wisdom save, yeah.
You start to see the art and the runes start to meld together in an almost biomechanical-like structure before your eyes cannot comprehend as what you're seeing, and you feel something in the back of your head, this sensation of you should stop looking at it.
Fukler's brain's gonna short circuit. He's not gonna be worried about it anymore. He's just staring at it, being like, horrors beyond my comprehension.
Continue to
I don't
stare
get
at
it.
it where I'm like, I'm gonna just shut my eyes.
Fukler is staring at it, but he's like, horrors beyond my comprehension. I don't get it.
Okay.
But he's gonna
ready?
eventually close his eyes because he couldn't withstand the urge to not look at it anymore.
Fair enough. But as you both look away, you feel the magical influence of comprehend languages fade from both of your guys' minds. And as it fades, you have this innate fear of looking at the runes again, but you do look at the runes one more time, and the runes turn back into runes. There are no more weird mechanical or facial art anymore.
Was it like Modron-esque?
No,
Really?
Is it
really.
pictography?
No, it is not.
What the fuck?
Alright. Fukler's gonna
You
gather
really
up the runes.
I'll have you
really
guess one
wanna
more
know.
time, and if you really want to know, I'll tell you.
I have no mouth, but I'm a scream.
Something worse than that.
Not fun. Alright, Soma, the biological disease that made everybody hallucinate that they were perfectly fine.
No,
You went really
something more
specific.
classic. Something more classic.
Borg?
Borg is inspired by this.
Inspired by this?
Mass Effect?
I did say the word biomechanical.
Reaper.
No, not Reaper.
No, it's
you wanna
older
know?
than the Borg from Star Trek. So this must be something. What is it like? What are those movies that The
Solid.
Fly was?
It kind of okay. I'll tell you what it is. And the reference I'm making to is it's H.R. Geiger's work.
H.R. Geiger? Oh my god, I love H.R. Geiger!
It's that
Yes!
weird melding of human nature and robotic material melding together.
Have you ever seen the H.R. Geiger interpretation of the Emperor of Mankind?
I have, and it is sick as fuck.
It's sick as hell. Guys, this is Warhammer 40k Emperor of Mankind by H.R. Geiger. Please do take a look at it, because this is sick as hell. He's entombed in like mechanical and biomechanical machines that nobody can understand, completely enrapturing them.
Oh, that's just a human supercomputer trapped under the basement of Apple headquarters. 20,
Yes, I've seen that one
20
too.
miles down. Yeah, I know that meme.
I've seen that one too, but this is the original like art, concept
Yeah.
art, the original old concept art for the Emperor of
Mhm.
Mankind as we know him.
Yep. But
And
yeah,
it is so sick as hell.
that is not exactly what you saw, but you saw like melding of faces and machine work mixed together.
I got you. Which is truly horrific. Because this is the closest thing to man-made horrors beyond comprehension that you can get to.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were seeing that, they might as well piss their pants.
I told Shelby the amount of stuff that I look up before bed of SCP, H.R. Geiger, Lovecraft, and all this other stuff. I'm surprised I don't get more nightmares.
Oh yeah, no, same here. No, it's gotten to the point where I know that shit like that isn't real, so my brain just gives me like geometric nightmares. Where I look at something and it just causes my brain to short circuit and I like get horrified. Have you ever experienced one of those?
Yeah, I created the architect off of that.
Oh. Sick as hell. Mine was SpongeBob colored, and it was geometric shapes that I couldn't comprehend and dimensions. That's exactly what it was. I have it written down in my journal I keep by my bed. Yes, I do keep a dream journal. I know I'm cringe, but like some of them are good ideas, and some of them are horrors that are straight out of like a horror movie that like would go for a lot of money. But those are the worst. The things that you can't understand, that you would never be able to understand because your mind is literally not understanding it as it is comprehending and looking at it. It's just so alien to you that you would never be able to fully enrapture yourself in any single part of it. You could be looking at the equivalent of its fingernail and you would never be able to understand it. Ever. It's fascinating, fun stuff. And I love it.
But yeah, that's it's kind of what you see when you saw with your comprehend languages into the rooms.
Freaky deaky.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be anyone who's capable of understanding this.
I'm gonna look back into him at some point. Fugler's gonna start grabbing all of the runes around the room that are on the papers, and he's gonna start putting them into a stack. And he turns to Kaiosai and says, "We're gonna try that again at some point.
Definitely.
I don't know when. I don't know where. I don't know who's going to be with us. But I am so curious."
Yes, we will attempt this whole thing all over again, but we'll give her a break.
What if Glenn
I
doesn't
agree.
want to do that? If she's scared.
She's scared, but she'll never get any better if she doesn't try. You need to encourage them. Facing the incomparable
You either have to become ignorant to do it, or at least attempt to comprehend it. But I'm sure she doesn't want to look at all these horrific papers that she might understand. So I'm gonna gather them up and then basically sandwich them in between the back of a book I have.
Okay.
Try and cover them up so people can't see it. Because I'm sure she doesn't want to look at this any more than when we were. And she
Well,
might
she's the
actually
one-
know the language.
She wrote them down, though, so she might just end up writing them again.
How do you know she did that while she was awake? She could be having nightmares about this stuff and sleepwalking and drawing all of this. We have no idea what the architect could do to a person.
Well, how about you help me get her into bed, and then you cast calm emotions on her, so she can hopefully have a good night's sleep.
Rightio. And Fukler will... I get the arms, you get the feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we'll get her into bed.
As you help her get into bed, she's not that hard to get into bed. She is a smaller woman. She is basically at this point unresponsive. She is breathing, but she is completely knocked out, sadly. So you get her into bed, you tuck her in, and at the moment, thankfully, it's like she's asleep peacefully. And as you pick up the remnants of the paperwork and you leave the room where this incredible vision happened for you, Kaisaya, and these weird art pieces that you saw on the walls and on the paperwork flooded your mind with your comprehend languages. Even with as strong-willed as the both of you are, cannot help but resist to look away. As the door closes and shutters off, I will say at that point we will take a break to get some snacks and some food in between us. And when we return, we will land on Bayhorn before we end the day, and we'll continue on the rest of the day's travel so that you guys will reach Glorum by the end of the session. So, Cedric, I assume you have to go eat dinner?
Me? I don't have to right now. Cedric might.
I was saying Cedric, but I don't even hear him. I don't even know if he's here.
Edwin!
I think he's talking to his mom. I think I hear his mom in the background.
Yeah, I'm here. My mom doesn't here giving me clothing.
You gonna eat
Okay.
dinner?
Yeah. I forgot what I was supposed
Alright.
to do in D&D.
You were just listening, or what?
I thought I was gonna like wait for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'd do my thing. We'd get on with the travel, and then it turned into a whole like, let's traumatize Glenn for the 14th time episode.
Yeah.
And
Um,
I hear now episode 15 is gonna be in the works, and I'm like, this poor girl.
This
We're
poor
trying to help
girl.
her.
By hurting her.
But hey, your forging thing might go quick, so that means the next day will come around quicker. I gotta go use the restroom. That's another reason. Why I want to take a break. So I gotta go use the restroom. I'm hungry. I'm gonna put some food in me. I'll see you guys in about, let's say, 30 minutes.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to exit the YouTube and go to mute because I am hungry. I will see you guys in about 20, 30 minutes. Ugh.
Ironically,
I see Cedric has already muted himself to go to dinner. Right.
listen in on how we're gonna traumatize Glenn for the 15th time.
Poor Glenn.
I knew we should have put her back in the damn crystal. Just kidding.
That's You're like, I don't want my son to be trapped.
I mean, and she would have been fine. She would have been in peaceful, ignorant bliss, and I would have had my son. It would have been a win-win.
You sure about that?
She's also going super mega crazy, but you do you, buddy.
She wouldn't have gone
right.
crazy if we left her in there.
So, with the YouTube back on, Shelby, are you
Adrian?
good to go?
Adrian, answer my question.
What question did you just ask?
Would she have gone super crazy if we had put her back in there?
I don't know.
Adrian, the time's already passed. I can't
No,
put her
no, I
back in there. Please tell me.
I legitimately don't know.
You would have to roll for it.
Yes.
Adrian, roll right now.
Right now?
Roll the theoretical.
Roll a theoretical.
I want to know
Okay.
what.
Don't worry about
Get
it.
it.
Anyways,
Bastard. I want to
So-
know.
as Kaisai and Fukler have left Glenn's room to let her be and rest for the rest of the day, Kaisaya, you go off your own way, and Fukler, you go on your own way, as we lead over to Bayhorn. Bayhorn, you're currently in the forge at the moment. What do you do?
Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I do my switcheroo to my artificer self because I'm going to be in the forge for a couple days.
A couple days. Well, you only got like a day and a half before you reach Glorum, so if you expect
Good
combat, you should probably switch back soon.
Well, I
are you
expect
just
combat when we make it to Glorum, so I'll swap back the day we make it to Glorum.
All right, so tomorrow. So you got 24 hours.
Yeah, it makes perfect time. I'll do
Okay.
this, and then the next day, and then right before I go to bed, I'll swap back.
Okay. So what are you doing in the forge?
I forge.
All right,
What do you
roll a check? What do you forge? Like what do you do?
I actually-
Give it to me. Give me descriptions.
I actually have a question.
What's your question?
Is it established that I've made like a second home in the forge from the crew?
I
Has
mean,
the crew like
everyone's
somewhat
kind of
accepted that I kind of live in the forge now?
yeah, yeah.
Like I literally have a corner in the forge that's like a
Yeah.
bedroll, like a small
Yeah.
stack of books, a pillow.
Yeah. Yeah. You sleep there now.
I sleep there occasionally. I go back to my room.
Bubbles takes up your room sometimes.
He takes up everybody's room sometimes.
No, he doesn't.
I'm going to. Are there armor stands in the forge?
There is, yeah.
Is there a spare one that I can grab?
There's plenty.
Okay. I hear your fucking mouth full.
Okay, I'm done. No more munching. I'm just really hungry, but
No,
it's
I got you. Just fucking man. There's plenty.
yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty of armory stand. Shut the fuck. Make your rolls, damn it.
Okay. I'm gonna put the Legionnaire's plate mail next to my little corner on an armor stand, so I don't
Okay.
have to like carry it around because I'm not gonna wear it anytime soon, unless I
Yeah.
miraculously decide I'm gonna switch to a fighter. Then maybe I'll wear it.
Yeah, I get you.
Can you imagine Bayorn as a fighter? Anyway, now I'm gonna go back
I
to the
can see it.
forge. I'm gonna let Ruben into the forge fires. Let him kind of hang out, and I'm going to continue to work on the. Oh, how do I work? Remind me again what I finished. Am I just working on like the legs and the torso and like the actual main body? Is that what I?
Yeah, you're working on the main body at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just keep working on the main body. I was afraid that I already got to the arms because I have an important decision to make in that case.
You have not got to the arms just yet.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll me a forge check, please.
Alright. This is at advantage, right? This is at advantage. Okay.
This is an advantage. You are correct.
I was reading. My bad.
You're fine.
All right. Yeah. A 25, and I'll add a flash of genius to top it off.
You're gonna flash a genius to top it off. All right.
I
And
mean,
what's the
where
total
is
roll?
it? 20. Wait, flash it. There it is. 28. Is that already accounting for the fact that my smithing tools are magified?
Yes.
Okay. 28. I have to go look for my list. There it is.
All right. Well, with that high of a total, it the rest of the day of foraging does go without a hitch. You do take several breaks to eat, drink water here and there. Eventually, though, near the end of your foray of foraging, you have solidified the majority of the torso at this point. It seems like now you're able to start to move on onto the limbs of the operation. Specifically, of course, the legs, arms, depending on where you want to start. You do hear the door open and shunt as you hear footsteps and a cane hitting the ground, walking over towards you. You see Finnegan kind of just like raise an eyebrow as he's looking down at the torso. Not bad. Good work here, Bayhorn.
Thanks. What you doing?
Mess up. Just checking up on your work, honestly. I'm a little bit bored. I'm trying to preoccupy myself before bedtime. So, got a name for it?
I'm gonna name it Rigby. But I'm having trouble deciding on if I should give it the this thing, and he'll pull out from his bag of holding where he stored it the black arm, the void black arm, and the very heavy lightning gauntlet.
Yeah, Chakna and them did mention that you bought some interesting things on that ship.
I got quite a few things, and they're pretty cool.
Well, what type of automaton are you working on? Are you looking at a defender, a fighter?
I was gonna make
supportive
it a
role?
barbarian, but and he'll kind of jab his thumb to like Bayhorn's little napping corner and primarily to the armor stand. I bought that.
Oh, no, that's a piece of metal. Yeah, a barbarian won't not be able to wear that.
Yeah, it's full plate and it's pretty decent. They told me once per day if I were to feel myself fail to some effect, I could just choose not to fail.
Really?
It's on a whim.
That's
And so I picked it up. I was like, this might be useful.
This armor sounds better in the hands of Fukler, does it not?
He's got his special armor.
Yeah.
Bitch, I made you that fucking armor. You're gonna wear it. Shut up.
What type of armor is it, by the way, Adrian? I'm just curious.
It's full
Bayhorn's
plate.
armor. It's full plate?
It's full
Oh,
plate.
Shucks.
Yeah.
Can you wear it?
I can't wear it, but my Warforged that I'm making sure can.
Bastard.
I'm not wearing it. My Warforged's gonna wear it.
Oh, too
funny,
bad
is
you
that-
can't just have Fukler in your Warforged trade.
Yeah.
No.
He's a bastard. He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You have high saving throws anyway. You'll be okay.
What would I need to roll to steal it?
I swear to God, are you gonna actually make me have to put it in my bag of holding every night when I go to bed?
That is if you could.
I pulled that out of my bag of holding.
Mm, mm, mm.
I'm gonna put you in the pocket hole.
What the fuck? I would kill it. Me.
It would serve my purpose as well. I need it dead anyway.
Kill two
Damn.
birds with one stone.
I either get you back for trying to steal my armor, or I get the free pocket hole dimension so I can store shit in there. It's a win-win for
Shit.
me, man.
So why are you being a bastard about it again?
I'm not being a bastard about it. I'm saving that armor for my Warforged. It's one less thing that I have to do.
Alright, hold on. What type of armor is it?
Plate,
Full plate.
Full plate, what type?
like the
It is-
metal.
No, there's plate +1, plate +3, and plate +5.
Oh,
What type of
did you
armor
say
is
it was a very rare plate?
So the Gilded Legion plate, it is a rare plate. It doesn't require attunement, so it is a +2.
It's a +2?
It is a +2 with the added benefit effect that if you fail a saving throw, you can just save it once per day.
God damn.
So it's a +1 plate, right? If it's a rare.
Uncommon's a +1. Rare's +2,
Oh,
and then very rare is +3.
because I looked up in the thing, it said that. Is it really?
It is.
Yes.
That's what it is. Yes.
Okay.
There is also some armors and weapons that are rare rarity, but only give like a +1.
Yeah, I'm looking through the list and I'm like, I just
Yeah,
said +1s.
yeah. There is some armors that do that, but typically in terms of power scaling, green uncommons are +1s. Blue rares are usually +2s, usually, and purples are usually +3s.
I have a blue +1.
You do have a blue +1.
Mm-hmm. I don't have it equipped because it does some stuff to my stuff that I don't like, and I
Yes.
have negations for that, but I have it accounted for in my AC.
Yep. Because you
So
overrided it because of the whole like
Yeah.
how he made it stealthy for you.
Yep.
I was gonna ask, is there any way that I can modify the Legion plate, or since it's magical, it's better to leave it alone?
Since it's magical inherent nature, and it's also just it's magical but not magical enough to the point where you need attunement, you could tweak it, but you could fuck it up.
Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it alone. I was gonna try and like take out some bits and reinstall it with Sabletherm to make it a little lighter, similar to what
You
I
know-
did with Folklore.
You could have this one, and you could
No.
sneak around with your robot.
The robot doesn't need to sneak around. The robot's a paladin.
So what you're trying to replace me is what you're trying to do?
Hey man,
No.
you never
What do
you never expect the Spanish Inquisition in their smites.
That's what you're trying to do, isn't it, Bayhorn? You're trying to replace me.
Actually, can I have the ultimate long con and build a paladin, but have it act like a fighter until it needs it the most?
Sure.
Actual bullshit.
I think that'd be fucking funny, but I probably won't do that.
Oh no,
anyway.
it's amazing. It would be amazing.
You said Finnegan's still wearing his braces, right?
Yeah, he still is.
He's gonna like look, kind of inspect them casually and be like, "How are the braces holding up? You walk any better?"
Yeah, they've been holding up just fine, thankfully.
Do your legs feel any better? Like, do you feel like you're regaining its strength back, or?
Well, ever since my transformation, nothing's really been feeling right in my body anymore. I can feel my expenditure of magical energy has exhausted me a little bit. Not exhausted physically, just more. I feel like I severed a bit of me from the weave, I guess you could say. I'm still
should
able to do
meditate on
magic
that.
tricks. I'm still able to cast spells. It's just I need some time to recover.
You should meditate on that.
I have. I've been taking lessons from Chakna about meditation, and Tiana's been helping me out as well, as much as she can. How's Isolde doing? You doing all right with her?
I mean, it seems to be okay.
Are you sure?
I haven't really made time or had time to, you know, hang out with her. Maybe when we make it to Glorum, we can just walk around.
Sounds like a good idea, I guess. I'm just asking because you're a friend. And with everything that we've been through, it's important to keep friends close, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Especially because we have no idea what the hell we're gonna get into. But, I mean, we live, we die together. Especially after getting punctured like 18 different times by that dryad. It still hurts, by the way.
Oh, I bet.
It's not pretty.
Yeah, we saw that and we were like, alright. It definitely wasn't fun. Tiana almost blew it. I'm not gonna lie.
I heard her as I was fading away. But yeah, just, from friend to friend, man to man, just check up on those that you care about, alright?
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. I'll try.
Cool. He pats your back. Alright, I'll see you around, Bayhorn. He smacks your ass and he leaves.
What the fuck, man?
I'll catch you later. And then you hear
Yeah,
his
yeah.
walking cane and he opens the door. And the door doesn't close after a while, but you know he left the room, and then the door closes.
Somebody snuck in.
Perception.
Roll perception check.
21.
21?
Someone went unnoticed.
You hear... Dana. Dana.
Bubbles.
No, I don't think it's Bubbles.
Bubbles and Co. One of you four.
You feel
four,
a
right?
sharp pain happening from your ankle.
Can I reaction shocking grasp on my leg?
You're a bastard.
Sure.
Like
If
not
you do
a
this,
big
you're-
one. Not a big one. Just like
Alright,
a
roll damage.
like a
No,
like a static
you're doing
shock.
it. No, you're doing it. You said shocking grass. Do it. Roll damage.
No, you can't make
You
me.
have to roll damage.
Yes, I can. Are you shocking grassing or not?
No.
Okay, then what do you do?
Chop him. Unarmed strike is better than a shocking grasp. Libby, dude.
Dude,
Can you
I
guys
hear
hear my
Libby
dog
going
downstairs?
crazy,
I bark
bro.
skin on my leg and make him just eat bark.
Yes, I'll allow it.
I bet. That's what I do.
As you cast Bark Skin, you feel the pain stop. So you look down and you see Bubbles biting and gnawing on your ankle, but now his teeth are sticking into wood.
Get in there, buddy. And he'll cast comprehend, or he'll cast speak with animals on himself.
Hello, friend or father.
What you doing there, Bubbles? Trying to ankle biter me?
Yes, I made a bet.
Well, who'd you make the bet with?
I can't say.
A gold coin, if you tell me. Actually, do you
Your
even take
wife.
gold?
Give me the gold coin.
All right, that's fair. All right, how about this? 2 gold
Your wife,
coins
pay
if
up.
you get her back.
Your wife, pay up. Bubbles is a menace. What'd you
Bubbles
say
is
to
an
him?
absolute menace.
I said, oh, that's fair, and he'll kind of give him a gold coin, and he'll hold up another one, an extra gold coin if you go get her back for me.
Done.
Alright, here you go.
Bubbles wants money? Why does Bubbles need money?
And
He took
just
the
to make
2
sure
gold
he
coins.
does it, he casts invisibility on Bubbles.
He takes the 2 gold coins, and all you see, you cast it on Bubbles, not the gold coins. You just see 2 floating gold coins hop out of the room.
It should count for the stuff he's holding.
No, it
Nah.
What?
doesn't. So you just see 2 gold coins clittering in, like jumping around in his mouth.
Alright, whatever. It's funnier. He'll shake his head and go back to his work. It's stupid.
Absolutely.
I actually have one more thing to make. Surprisingly,
Oh, yeah?
I actually found out something.
I'm surprised.
I'm gonna use one of my infusions if I can find out where they
Ooh.
are again. Where
Okay, what infusion are you gonna do?
they? I'm trying to look for them, and I do not know where that list is. I lost.
I do not know.
But as an
I'm going to
artificer at a
bust no-
certain point,
I'm going to commit great crime.
where is it? It's not spells. Actions? No.
Feature and
What the
traits.
fuck, man? Is it in there? I looked in there. I didn't see it.
Oh, it's in your inventory, all the way at the bottom.
Ah, yeah, there it is. He's going to make an infusion enhanced defense on a shield, and he's going to start creating a
Ooh.
shield.
Okay, alright.
So he's going to make a Sable Theorem shield. How much does the Sable Theorem shield give in terms of extra armor class?
I can tell you exactly what it is because I have the Sable Theorem item right here. Not homemade yet, but I have them in my notes. The Sable Theorem infused shield. This is with your refined Sable Theorem, right?
With actual Sable Theorem, not the ore.
Okay, so which shield are you putting it on? Are you putting on an already existing shield, or are you making a new shield from scratch?
I don't think we have a shield anywhere, so I'd probably have to make one. That's why I said just a Sable Theorem shield.
So
You
a
didn't
Sable
ask?
Theorem shield,
Damn. Okay.
a pure Sable Theorem shield, like purely Sable Theorem, would be a +3.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, making all these cool things.
Because it'll be
Chucks.
a +5 to armor class then, when I'm
Mhm.
done.
Yep.
It'll take a lot, and it'll be very difficult to make. But if you make it, it's a big win.
I need to go Sable Theorem mining again.
Eleanor's
You know
house.
it's considered a rare mineral.
Yeah.
Where are you gonna find it?
I don't know.
I'm just salty because you're making your paladin more AC than me. I'm gonna be so
you,
for
you
real.
won't be the tank anymore? Is that what you're mad about?
Yeah, I'm kind of actually salty about that.
Well,
I have a +3 shield, but it's in total +5. So I'm
dude,
not
if
too
you
mad
want,
about that.
just bring it down and I'll enhance it for you.
The shield is already it's actually it's the purple. Purple was purple, I forget.
A very rare shield?
Yeah, it's very rare. I'm happy with it as is. But
Are you just mad that I'm finding ways to make my paladin Warforged better AC?
yes. Sag.
What what's it called? Is this the right one?
AC equals 10 plus his or her dexterity modifier. 1.
Fighting style. What's your fighting style?
My fighting style, 2-handed.
Okay.
Why are you gonna make yours 2-handed too, just to fucking show me up?
No. You know why mine's gonna have so much AC? Its fighting style is defense. It gets a +1 bonus to AC when it wears armor. I'm actually designing this thing to just be a tank.
There's another fighting style that's a +2 if you have a shield.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if I was gonna give him a shield or not. so I just gave it
Mhm.
defense. What is it? I think is it interception? No. What is it? I have no idea. It's fine. But yeah, no. So you said it was +2 plate. Oh, you're gonna have to just make the item. I'll just put it on him later.
Yeah, I was gonna make the item and then put them in your inventories before next session.
You'll have to put it in Rigby's inventory.
I will. I will do
Yeah.
so.
But yeah.
Shelby's, yours is
there's-
the easiest because it's literally the purple version of yours, except it adds one extra thing.
Yeah, no,
Yay!
dude. Like, Preston, if you brought me things, I'll try and enhance it the best I can. You could also ask Chakna.
Yeah, I know.
You have 2 Forge Masters here that you can ask help from.
I know.
You know what I could also make? A bag of holding.
The
Wait a
Skyrim music goes hard during D&D.
Skyrim music goes absolutely insanely hard.
Adrian, how much is it? What does it take to replicate a bag of holding using the feat that I have?
How long does it take to replicate a bag of holding?
Yeah.
All right, so what's your feat that you have?
It's just infusion, replicate magic item kind of thing.
Okay, let me go.
It's
ahead
part of
and
my
look at
it's
that.
part of my it's part of my class features.
Yeah.
It isn't infuse
Replicate
item, it's
magic
something
item.
else.
Replicate magic item. So funny enough, you don't need you need an ordinary bag to infuse the bag to turn it into a bag of holding. It's odd because by the rules, and rule of cool for me wins overall, you don't need access to the actual magic item. You just need to know what it is. So you only need the infusion and the appropriate non-magic item to apply it to. So if you want bag of holding, you need the bag of holding infusion and then a
You
bag.
telling me I can just make it right now?
Yes, you literally can. Welcome to Artificers. They are busted.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Oh god, he's reading his
telling-
tooltips. He's now
You
realizing
telling me
how
I can
strong
make
he
an
is.
you telling me I can make gauntlets of ogre power
If you have
out
the
of thin air?
if you have the infusion.
And you telling me I can just make a spell refueling ring out of thin air?
If you have the infusion.
And
if
a
it lets you.
returning weapon?
How do you think Chocolate does all this shit?
By being an artificer and like being like a master at it. Homie's been that for years and years and years and years. I've only been this for like a month.
So it's on your Artificer's table. So in Artificer Infusion, let me see here. The Artificer table. Infusions known. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can replace one of the Artificer fusions you learned with a new one. Since you're level 12, because of the Soul Gem, I don't think you even added anything. Let me go ahead and go into your character sheet to see if you can add.
I have gauntlets of ogre power, a mind sharpener, spell refueling ring, lantern of revealing, enhanced defense, returning weapon, bag of holding, and gloves of thievery.
Yep, you could do any of those.
I don't really need the gloves of thievery because Felinor let me have his.
So which one do you want to do first? Do you want to do the bag of holding?
Okay, how does the enhanced defense one then work then? Is it just I take a random shield and I...
You need a suit of armor or shield.
So I can just go to a random, like, average blacksmith, buy a shield, and then
And then
infuse the
infuse it
shield?
later? Yes.
And then can I modify it with Sable Theorem to give it the extra bonus? Is that what I have to
Yes.
do?
You could.
I mean,
Perhaps
shit.
someone should have read his tooltips.
Well, to be
Exactly.
fair, I didn't even know where this stuff was. I thought it was going to be in the features and traits. I didn't think it'd be in my inventory tab.
Hey,
It
would you
didn't
look at
tell
that,
me where to
Johnny?
find it, so
He looked around and found his tooltips.
apparently.
I'm so proud.
Well, nobody needs a bag of holding, do they?
I think
No.
everybody has.
You could just make one anyway.
I mean, I can, but it takes time, doesn't it?
But remember, the infusions do go away after a while if you don't switch back to your artificer.
So the bag of holding becomes a regular bag after a while?
Yeah, and all the contents inside would be lost to the astral sea.
That would be the ultimate troll.
Yeah.
I could give somebody a bag of holding, swap back to a rogue when I get out of sight of them, and then just wait around for a few days.
Yeah.
And then just do it again.
You know what's called? You know what that's called? Scamming people.
Am I able to remake the same bag of holding and take the things out of that bag of holding that they were using? Or is it an entirely
So
new bag of holding?
it'll be an entirely new bag of holding.
That'd be kind of fucking funny if I could grab their shit. Um, trying to think. What did you say that my the arm and the hand could do again? Actually,
So
start with the arm. I'm more interested in the arm right now.
I was going to let you know about the void arm. Let me go ahead and get it out for you. So the arm, the void touch arm. It's a sleek black metal arm that's infused with energy. It grants the user resistance to force damage and a +1 bonus to unarmed strikes.
I feel like the resistance to force damage is what I'm really there for. Does it look like I can attach this arm to the paladin? And then maybe like go through and like strengthen it with Sable Theorem
it-
plates later on.
It looks sleek enough where you could, but they'll have a smaller arm than the body chassis.
That's why I was gonna say I like buffing it up with Sable Theorem
Yeah.
plates.
Over time, you could increase the muscle mass of the arm, but the arm at the moment looks like it belongs to probably like a monk or an unarmed fighter.
Okay.
Or a rogue. A rogue could also possibly use this prosthetic arm if they need it.
I'll keep that in mind. If I ever lose my arm, I'll just take it off of this forge and put another arm on it.
God. You replace enough body parts, are you still Bayhorn?
As long as the mind and soul is still. Well, what's left of the soul anyway?
It's like your computer. Once you replace enough parts, it's still your computer. Or is it
Yes.
a new computer?
Because my operating system's still in there.
You sure about that? You had a new operating system installed, remember?
Nah, it was an upgraded operating system. Still the same thing.
I don't know about that. Anyhowsen, what else do you want to know or do?
So you said, like, I can put this arm on this Paladin Warforged and then go back on it and put, like, more metal, more plates on it and make it the same as the other arm?
You can, yes.
Does that aid in also strengthening its durability, having a magic arm strengthened by Sable Theorem?
That could work, yes.
Okay. I'm going to go through the process of installing this arm then. but I might call for Chakna for this, just so I don't fuck it
Well,
up.
at this point in time, it's getting pretty late. You've already missed dinner at the mess hall.
Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm not in any
Okay.
hurry right now.
So as you close up shop for the day, was there anything else you wanted to do after foraging? Did you want to do anything else?
I'm gonna follow Finnegan's advice, and I'm gonna go look for Isolde and spend some time with her.
Okay. You do find Isolde eventually. She's at the bridge talking to Tiana as Tiana is currently flying the ship, and Isolde looks over at you. She says, "You done with the forge?"
Yeah, I basically made the bottom half of the body. Legs are done. I'm gonna probably, actually, no, I made the whole body. Body and legs. I'll attach one of the arm that I bought. I'll have to ask for Chakna's help, but yeah, I'm done with it for now.
You know, I never expected that you would follow in the footsteps of Forge.
Neither did I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you found some interesting interests and some good hobbies. Thieving is one thing, earns us a lot of gold, but sometimes it's very dangerous. Anyways,
Yeah, definitely almost
you
got
weren't
me.
there. You weren't there for dinner. Are you still hungry?
Dude, now that I've like stopped working, do I feel the hunger setting in?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm so hungry.
Well then, come along. There's probably still some leftovers of whatever Fukler made, and if there's not, we could probably scrounge up something ourselves.
I did say I'd raid the fridge.
Well, then let's go. And she takes her hand and starts going. Tiana, good luck with the ship. And she's like, yeah. Bring me back something to drink. Will do. It's mhm.
I
Go ahead.
rolled a perception check of 21.
What are you looking for?
Do I kind of notice? This is more of just like Bayhorn wanting to be nice. Does Bayhorn notice anything about Isolde, like equipment and gear wise, that he might be able to like, as a side project, make for her as a gift?
Well, she's still running. Let me see. Let me double check. Let me double check what she's running. She's still running basic traveler's clothing and basic armor leather. Her AC is only a 14. She's fast though. She's very quick. Her initiative is a plus 10.
Damn.
You notice that she doesn't have anything legendary or unique. She doesn't have any attunement items. All she has is a standard dagger, her loot, her traveler's clothes, a potion of healing on her side, and her leather armor. In terms of like team dynamic, the B team is really hurting for some magical items.
Okay.
Magic.
So basically, what I'm hearing is anything would help.
Yes, anything would help.
Would be nice. Okay.
But eventually, as you're being led along by Isolde, you eventually get to the mess hall. You see that the mess hall's empty, except for Fiabella. She's barely walking out with the midnight snack / with the cup of tea. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to bother you. I'm just gonna squeeze on here. Bye bye," and she runs off.
Fair.
Isolde's kind of like looking around. She's like, "I don't think we have any leftovers. Fukler made a very delicious steak dish earlier, but I guess we can whip something up ourselves. What are you in the mood for? I'll cook for you."
I'm gonna roll a history check really fast. I rolled a 23. What's something like? What's something that Bayhorn just kind of suddenly remembers as like something that both him and Isolde would make like a small meal.
As a small meal, the both of you would make these leaflet almost meat pies. So think of like a dumpling, but instead of the dumplings like pastry skin, it's a meat patty that's wrapped up and cooked condensely in some wild leaves to give it texture and the earthy taste, with a side of like wheat grain or rice.
All right, I'm gonna propose that we make some of that. See if we have anything.
She kind of chuckles a little bit. You want leaflet patties? You know we're on a ship that can replicate anything you want. You want something like that?
Yeah.
All right. It shouldn't take too long. She starts cooking up a storm in the back, and you hear that all the pans and pots are clattering everywhere. She is a very messy cook. Typically, she wasn't the one to cook, but if she needed to, she could. That usually fell on to some of your other teammates that you still slightly remember. And about like 15 to 20 minutes into the cooking time, you hear Solde from the kitchen go, "All right, should be almost." Ow! What the? She looks down. Bubbles, get off of me! And you hear Bubbles like little feet pitter pattering, and he runs out the door.
Was he running past me?
Yeah, he runs past you.
I'm gonna just like discreetly like put one of my hands down in a high five.
As he runs past you, he gives you a quick jump and a high five, and he runs off.
And Bayhorn will chuckle to himself quietly.
Bastard bit me on my ankle. What the? By the nine hells, I'm gonna get him. Anyways, food's ready. Come and pick up your plate.
He'll go and fix his plate.
It's very small, simple dish. It looks like she replicated some larger pine, or not pine leaves, like some larger palm leaves that she replicated, and she managed to cook the meat patty within. It smells good. It's not Fukler level, but it's definitely worthy to be called a dinner or a small meal. Especially the first few bites are actually relatively earthy, and it does spark a memory of you've had these before, and these were some of like your almost daily meals whenever you had fresh meat and fresh grain or rice to put on the side during your traveling days.
Delicious.
During the first few bites as you eat, Isolde kind of clears her throat. Bayhorn, what do you think of all this? This ship, this crew, this unending doom that we're facing ahead of us?
Well, it's definitely not what I wanted.
It's definitely not what we wanted. In fact, do you even remember what we wanted?
Alright, Bayhorn's gonna think really hard right now.
Make a history check.
Bayhorn's gonna rethink really hard right now.
Okay.
Bayhorn did a hard thunk and he almost fumbled. I'm gonna be real, he almost fumbled. 24 to history.
24 to history. You remember one of the last things you wanted to do before you were kidnapped by the Red Wizards back in the day. You wanted to hit up one last score. This almost pseudo military barracks vault that was a military keep that was stationed in the far southern side of the Sword Coast, far southern south than Baldur's Gate. And the keep was known to have vast amounts of gold and jewelry. And you were confident with your team that you can do it. A lot of people have tried. Some have succeeded, and those who have succeeded, they had to keep beefing up security. But you could have done it. And if you did, you would have made your way and hightailed it over to where your parents lived at. Use the gold, make a house, start a family, maybe work on the farm, put your life of thievery behind you. You were so close to living the rest of your life in peace before it all was taken away by the Red Wizards.
Bayhorn he'll sit and ponder while kind of slowly chewing on one of his little dumplings. And as he finishes eating that one, he'll say, I remember, I don't know if it was what we ultimately wanted to do, but one of the last things I remember, we wanted to hit up that military camp, try and just get one last big score, and then just retire, fade away, live in peace.
I'm glad you still remember. I was afraid that those memories were locked behind Zorzark, or... It's so funny that you yourself are Bayhorn, and I've accepted that fact. I mean, it was one of your aliases, and I used to call you that sometimes. But it's not your actual name. But I feel like every time I say it or think of it, it fits you a little bit better than Zorzark ever did. And I don't know how your parents would feel about it. I was also
Well,
afraid that that memory might be locked behind another part of you.
it was for a time, but ever since we won against what I like to call evil Bayhorn, and he'll do like a mental like side eye to Zorzark in his mindscape as he says that.
In your mindscape, all you see is Zorzark kind of sitting over a hill, and he just flips you off.
Hell yeah. Ever since we won against him, I've been able to remember just a little more, especially since it seems like he absorbed some of the other fragments, so he made my life a little easier.
But how many fragments do you think are still missing? Do you even want to get them back? Every day I look at you, every day I think you're happy. I hope you're content about who you are, what you're doing. It really made me question why I even joined a Red Wizard and tried to get you back. I should have just found you myself and everything would have been fine.
There is always that force in the back of my mind urging me to put myself back together. And I think ever since we won against what I still believe is the biggest obstacle, which was the flat out evil side of my psyche, I think I can put myself back together and still be me at the end of the day, albeit with a little more history to my name.
Yeah, that's if there's any more pieces to collect after everything's done.
Well, as long as I can't remember certain things, there's bound to be one more somewhere. I can still feel the mental locks. I can't get through those. I've tried in meditations and it always results in a massive headache.
Have you asked Kai Saya about it? She's really good with those meditations.
And I went through one already before I got Zorzark. I think this is something that only reclaiming that segment of my soul will accomplish. There aren't any meditations that can help.
Hmm.
And besides, after the last time, I'm honestly a little scared of going back. being trapped in my own mind against Zorzark really, it's really got me afraid of going through that walk again. But I think eventually I'll have to do it, just to see.
She sits up from her chair and she makes her way behind you. You feel a few fingers kind of start playing with your hair as she starts to rub your head a little bit. It's alright. You'll get through it. I've seen you get through worse, honestly. And with the people that we have here, I know I didn't really start on good terms with the captain, well, Fukler's always welcoming, so he was pretty easy to get along with. I think everything will work out as long as we put our heads to it. You feel this sensation of calming, like start to feel through your head.
She's using bard magic on you.
Bayhorn will kind of lean into her. He'll lean back into her and kind of do a backwards hug.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll say, "Well, I still do want to go and hit up that base if it's still there, and I still want to fix up the farm, upgrade it, and start our life there. And I'm not letting some freaky deaky eldritch thing stop me on that, so he's just gonna have to screw off."
That's a Zorzark that I know. And that's also the Bayhorn that I know. She kind of leans down and gives you a kiss on the forehead before she finishes calm emotions on your head. You feel this sudden rush of calming, soothing energy that you realize that you haven't taken a break. In this moment, right here, right now, you realized your life has been nothing but moving. Ever since you woke up from that ground, that hole, you've been always moving. And it feels like bliss that in this moment, in these few minutes of calm emotions, that you're able to just stop. And it gives you the biggest sigh of relief you've had in a long time. It'll still take me a little bit of time to get used to, well, you, I guess. The whole Zorzark and Bayhorn thing, and how many other fragments of you are out there. But in the end, it's still you. I love you, Bayhorn. Just keep your head up for me, alright? Protect Fukler and Kaisa as much as you can, because I have a weird feeling that you three are important.
I hate it when the universe makes me have to do their work. Why can't I just go take a nap?
You could. And you feel another sense of energy start to fill your head. If you wish to accept it.
What should be with it?
He's casting sleep on you.
Bayhorn is going to get out of his chair and he is going to... How light is the soul day? Reasonable
soul
to
day's
where he
pretty
can
light.
pick her up?
Reasonably, yeah.
Alright,
She's-
Bayhorn's gonna... Bayhorn's
Yeah,
gonna
go for it.
randomly
Come
pick
on.
up his soul day and put her in like a princess hold and say, "You know what? How about we go to bed? It's getting late."
She kind of gives you a smirk.
Ew.
She kind of gives you a nuzzle and she kisses your neck before she gives you a small little tiny love bite on your neck. Let's go to sleep.
Bayhorn is going to begin his walk to their room and make a mental note that he is really going to have to stop working when it makes dinner time.
As you start to make your way to your room, you see standing in the far end of the opposite side of the hallway, you see Bubbles looking at you with big wide eyes, and he holds up a fin, almost in a motion of a thumbs up. As you make your way down to your quarters, you end the night with the Solday in your arms.
Bubbles the wingman, getting people laid.
Bubbles bit his soul in the ankle. What do you mean?
Speaking of, Fukler.
What a legendary fucking action, too. I did not expect him to be able to do it like that.
Speaking of Bubbles. Fukler. What are you doing in your room this late at night? It's almost like, let's say, 11, closer to midnight.
Probably reading about past me's. I got that book.
Okay. It's
Get
true.
that dog
You have
in
that
me.
book. Get that dog in me.
Dog? Can I pet that dog?
I actually do have a long sword. Or were you looking for a great sword?
Great sword.
Oh, shucks. No, nope.
I might actually have use for that longsword, now that I'm making a shield.
Well, yeah, I have the Sable Theorem longsword we have from... What's it called? So, saves you the trouble.
I'll just use it as a template. I won't take it from you.
It's made
I
of
know
Sable
I know you
Theorem.
use it sometimes. I know, but I know you use it sometimes.
The Sable Theorem longsword? No, that's my old sword. I don't use that usually. The one I have that's on me as my spare is the Astral Blade.
Oh yeah. So you really don't need that Sable Theorem longsword?
No.
I might take that off your hands then. It'll make my time spent shorter.
Yep. The Eternal Blade Chronicles of the Paladin Ytult. Of Ytult.
As you continue onward of the Chronicles of the Paladin of Ytult, you eventually hit a midpoint where you start to read over the legend of Seraphis Callum. The legend states that Seraphis Callum is not particularly a name, it's more of a title of a singular soul, a singular hero, as a cycle, a soul that has burned, shattered, and been reforged across centuries. It continues on saying that Seraphis was once to believe to be the first mortal to be blessed by the celestial fire of Ytol. This forging of stars and creation into one mortal soul. Many recall back that Ytol was initially a god of artisans and creators, of life-giving, which is something vastly different than what you know Ytol to be now. It seems like during the centuries of time and worship changing, it seems like the ideology and the mythos between for Ytol drastically changed somewhere, from being this artisan-giving, this life-giving goddess, to becoming the god known as Death. You're not exactly too sure where this history lies, but it seems like this book of Seraphis Callum is stating that Ytult was originally an artisan god, a life giver. It continues on that it states that Seraphis Callum was not merely a knight of mortal statue for the goddess of Ytult, but as a paradox. Seraphis Callum, in this legend, says that they are both a guardian and a weapon, a protector and a destroyer. That each time Seraphis fell in battle, the soul was drawn back into the forge of existence of creation, reshaped, reborn, and sent off anew to seek another body for its soul to inhabit. Each incarnation, it states in this book, bears some sort of echo from the last. Whether it be memories, whether it be the need to seek knowledge, whether it be to chase dreams or dream of things or situations that you yourself as the mortal would never dream of in the first place. It does say in the booklet that with each rebirth, it is said that Seraphis Callum, their past selves become ever more distant. Fragments slipping like sand through a clenched gauntlet. More and more pieces start to fall as time goes on. It is also said that it's a legend that the first forge, wherever it may be, can contain whispers of Seraphis's past lives. It continues on to the cycle of rebirth for Seraphis. Seraphis does not reincarnate in the conventional way, where the soul goes on to a new body randomly. Instead, when the body is destroyed, the book says that the soul is drawn into remnants of the first forge, where celestial fire starts to reshape him once more, with each rebirth granting him a new form. His essence will remain unchanged, but the past memories will flicker like dying embers only until fragments will remain.
So, by the first forge, what exactly does it mean? Does it mean the forge that the god Hephaestus, or whatever, I forget what his name in D&D is. What is it? Can't remember.
Hold on a moment, guys. I have to apologize. I have to restart my Discord. I'll be right back, okay? My Discord
Gotcha.
has turned into a never-ending loop, and I can't see anything. Be right back.
Oh.
Oof.
All right, talk shit about him, quick.
Why?
Cedric, which god is the god of the forge? I don't remember.
Hephaestus is the god of the forge, but I don't know if it is in this world.
Yeah, I know he's the god of the forge, but I don't know if he's like the god of the forge.
Or D&D god of the forge.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
I am back. Hold on a second.
Roll a
Let me go
history
ahead
check,
and go
man.
back into the music.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can roll a history check for the gods. If you
History or what about religion?
like. You could also do religion. Religion will work.
Radical.
I think it's mostly just to figure out if you're paying attention.
Paying attention to what?
Like paying attention if you remember or not.
15.
15. With
Mhm.
your base religion of 15 and also your expertise in religion, the closest you can think of like a forge or a blacksmith god would be the deity known as Vosin. This tall and regal, flowing golden hair, piercing blue eyes. It is a woman. She is often depicted wearing a pristine white robe adorned with intricate smithing tools. Her hands are strong and callous, a testimony almost to her mastery of the forge. Other than that, with your 15, you know that she's revered by blacksmiths, artisans, craftsmen. You could probably ask Chakna about her, even though he doesn't follow any gods. He probably knows about her, specifically because he is an artificer. Her symbol is a stylized anvil.
Ooh, that's cool. How do you spell her name?
Vosyn. Vosyn.
Vosyn. Gotcha.
You can put a little dash to help you pronounce her name of Vo and then Sin.
And phonetically spell it or whatever I need to. Yeah.
Yeah. You also know, based on some of her mythos, Vosyn was in myth known to be the first blacksmith to ever forge a weapon for a mortal.
The very first blacksmith to ever forge a weapon.
Yes. So that's where weapons were created. The mortal who took the blade in mythology, for her specifically, whoever took that weapon followed her tradition and became the first blacksmith, and then it continued on making weapons. Other than that, you really don't know. You don't really know much else about her history or her realm. Mainly because of the 15 roll. If you would have rolled a little bit better, you probably would have learned a bit more.
Yeah. But I'm cool with it. I'm not against studying. It'll give me something to do on these long trips.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta wonder though where the first forge is.
Exactly. As you continue on with the cycle rebirth legend,
Preston, that is something I've been trying to figure out for a very long time.
Well, I'm gonna help you.
Because
and I know you've been looking for it for a very long time.
It continues that, unlike other revenants, the soul of Seraphis Callum is guided by purpose, not vengeance. It's a sacred duty to seek the lost knowledge of the Forge and ensure its power does not fall into the hands of those unworthy.
So for the soul itself, after its body has died, it goes and seeks the Forge so it can be reborn.
Yes, and then afterwards, your existence as Seraphis Callum, as the book says, his existence is both a blessing and a curse. It's a cycle of unending duty, constantly reforged time and time again, to never stop. So even as you, Fugler, were to, say, complete your duties, retire, eventually when you do die, the soul will continue on to protect and to seek knowledge for the Forge. And this forge, metaphorically, as far as it's speaking, doesn't seem like it's a pure blacksmith forge. It seems like it's referring the forge as something else, but you can't exactly put your head on it what it's referring to. It does, however, as you continue reading into your book, it has known incarnations of Seraphis Callum. However, it seems like the names were replaced by whoever's mortals wielded the soul, but they kept their titles. You see, one was called Seraphis the First Blade, who fell in the battle of the Molten Rift. You see Seraphis the Wanderer, a nomad who traveled kingdom to kingdom, gathering legendary weapons that changed the course of wars. He left no kingdom unchanged, yet he was vanished when the last blade was struck. There's a third form called Seraphis the Hollow. This one was the most tragic incarnation. Corrupted by the hunger of an eldritch god, he became an architect of war. His soul wavering to do good, while the body and the mind wavered to do nothing but bitter evil. Forging and collecting terrible weapons that drained the souls of their wielders. He was ultimately defeated by his own creations. Seraphis, the Winged Knight. A knight clad in silver and golden armor who stood once alone against an empire seeking to control his kingdom. He was slain on top of ruins, known as the Astral Crucible. His death, however, marked the fall of tyrants. And then finally, the last known incarnation of Seraphis Callum was known as Seraphis the Ashen Phoenix. born from the shattered remnants of a fallen sky. Seraphis Callum seeks the truth of his past. And then it just continues on into blank. It doesn't seem like it's complete.
Wonder who would have kept writing this book. It was found in the old ruins. What was it, from the Calamity?
It was found in the Sylvain ruins of the fallen Elven kingdom at Erisar. When the tree root struck it down as it was trying to flee in air.
Yep.
And this was more recent history. Like, this book is more new. This isn't an old book. I mean, it's old in terms of human to mortal ratio, but for elves, this is relatively new.
Mm-hmm. Though it does leave me wondering, who would have been writing this book, first of all, you know what I mean? And based on what you've been saying, I'm assuming it's Seraphis the Phoenix who was writing this book.
Actually, that was 30
Because
years ago.
Yeah, if he was the one writing this book, that means he did find out some of the past. And I'm assuming I've wandered upon the end of the book. There's nothing else for me to find here.
There's still, at the very least, another 25-ish% left. But it is getting really late into the night, and you're not too sure if it's good enough for you to just stay up.
Gotcha.
Weird
I
that
do
the
have a
Tult
question
was
for
not a
you.
non-dead god
Huh?
before.
Weird that Yatolt was not a dead god before, or a god of death before, but a god of life and prosperity.
What is death but life? Death is
Never-ending cycle. She might be bipolar.
She might be bipolar. Wild for you to say that.
She might go through like seasons. You know what I mean? How long are seasons to gods that compared to mortals? Like, you know what I mean?
Damn.
Damn. God,
sorry to say.
Gods don't go through menopause once. It's a reoccurring season that happens around every like 2,000 years.
Oh no.
It's a cycle.
Anyways.
But can I get a copy of the Seraphises if you do have them available? That would be Big Preach.
Yes,
if not,
I do have a copy.
That would be awesome because I want to put it in my notes.
Let me go ahead and get this for you. You want the title names, or you want me to write down descriptions of what I just told you? Or not the title names. You want like the full descriptions, or you just want just the titles?
I'll take the full descriptions if you have them written down. If not, I'll just take the names.
I have some of them written down, but I'll give you the names for now.
Okay. I'll fill in what I remember about them. And that should be good enough. We're going to Goliath Land.
Yeah, to go get one of your mummies.
Nope.
Hey, no. Calm down.
Aren't you so excited, Hoopler?
You will be crucified. I have a hammer and nails. It wouldn't be hard.
Excited, guys.
You know how you sacrificed your son? Time to make the Bayhorn crucifixion of your new religion.
That's wild. Alright, here is the titles, the names for Seraphis. The 5 titles that I gave you.
Gracias. Are there more? Do you actually have more?
I can't tell you. That's a spoiler.
Damn. That means he does have more. He just doesn't want to tell me. If you do have more, that's sick as hell.
History is a long and winding tapestry, my friend. But as you finish up your book, you hear your door open, and in coming in with webbed feet is a very large, grinning Bubbles with 2 gold pieces in his mouth.
Hey, buddy. How'd you get the money?
Bayhorn.
Bayhorn gave it to you? Did you steal it from him?
He shakes his head. No, he paid me.
Heck yeah. Making bank. What do you need money for?
Surprise, and he poofs out of existence.
Huh? Does he just leave the money on the ground, or does he take it with him?
No, the money goes with him.
Oh.
Yeah, we're paying
One
his
of-
salary.
We need a one-shot. The Chronicles of Bubbles. Swear, dude.
Funny.
How's
love
Bayhorn's snake doing anyway?
I mean, his snake is getting some pretty good action right about now.
That's crazy!
Why would
That
you
is
say
not what
that?
I meant.
Not what I meant either. You vile man.
Vile. Spray the DM with water. Bad DM.
Literally, bro.
Where's the bonk noise? I need no horny. Go to jail.
We need the no horny bonk noise. Wait, I might have one. Hold on a second. There it is. There it is.
Bad.
Bad.
Also, you know what I thought when Cedric or when Bayhorn was talking to his wife and he picked her up? I was like, ooh, the DM and Cedric are getting pretty steamy. When did Adrian said she bit him on the neck, I was like, damn, Adrian.
What?
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
Funny. That's the thought that went through my head. This is fun. Fun.
It's called roleplay and writing. We gotta get into
it. Anyways, Fukler, after the fact, is going to look left, look right, make sure that there aren't any Bubbles copies wandering around, i.e. Bubbles' son, daughter, and wife. And if not, he's going to de-equip and go to sleep.
Alright. As you de-equip and go to sleep. Thankfully, sleep follows. What is that sound?
Fuck.
What was that? Good lord. That sounded like a tunnel.
Sound like a horror movie, like sound bit.
Oh, I unplugged my microphone and plugged it back in. Did it make a noise?
Okay, good. Yeah, it sounded like a tunnel, bro.
No, I couldn't hear a thing.
You know what it was? It was probably your fan going, but your current mic has like the noise suppression, so we can't hear it.
Or like a damn.
But your webcam mic just picks it all up.
Oh, my webcam mic is next to my my computer.
Oh,
it's next to my fans.
I heard a tunnel and I was like, "What is that sound?" It sounded like wind or something.
No, yeah. Sorry, I had to unplug my mic. My Type-C cord is going out on this microphone. I need to get a new one.
Got it. All right. So, as everybody falls to sleep, restful, or for some people, a little bit restless sleep comes first. However, Fickler, as you fall into your nightly rest, you find yourself in that weird, endless, inky void once again. That same dream realmscape. But this time, fairly quickly, you hear a small chuckle from behind you, and you hear a woman's voice go, "Well, I didn't expect you to come back so soon."
Huh.
You turn around and you see that purple-haired, half gray, half white skinned face, the pirate lord known as Jessica Shirogoran.
She's a pirate lord. Thanks for that tidbit. I didn't know that.
She said she was a pirate something, so.
Yeah, she said she was a pirate captain of a ship. I didn't know she was a pirate lord. This is a bit different. That means she commands a fleet. Which is
Kind of looks at you. So, how are you? Welcome back.
I'm doing pretty okay. I'm currently getting some nice rest. Nice deserved well rest.
I understand. Is this
Current-
nice rest pretty close to a portal for a gate town?
Close to a different one. Not close to a portal for a gate town. Well, actually, maybe. Does the place we're going to have a portal for a gate town?
The place that you're going to in the middle of the Astral
Yeah.
Sea is a portal to a gate town.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe. Who's to say?
One of my crewmates gave me some information that, well, I could follow upon and have them reunite with certain individuals.
God,
but
I
currently
was
I'm on
right.
business.
What'd you say, Cedric?
I think I know who that is.
Who the lady is?
Yeah.
You're right. I really don't know who she is.
I think I know who it
Currently,
is.
we're on a little bit of a tight schedule on my ship, so I told her maybe next time when we're nearby, I could probably swing by and visit the legendary Valiant up close.
Maybe. Would be pretty cool to see it. Take some pictures.
I'm not much for photography. Paintings are more my style.
Neat.
So, what has brought you back into the realm of the dream?
What were the pirates on Chocnow's homeworld called?
You didn't get an official title on them. You just know that they have a lot of red.
I got you.
But Kaiosai did say that there was a pirate faction that hunted her long ago called the Crimson Eclipse.
Crimson Eclipse, gotcha. That would be the people who kidnapped Jesse.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask her, do you know who the Crimson Eclipse are? Just a question.
Uh-oh. The Crimson Eclipse? Yeah, bunch of sorry sorts, honestly. I mean, whose bright mind was it to get a bunch of lion thieving pirates and create a conglomerate and expect it to not go bad? That's why I usually fly a little bit solo with a little bit of other groups. I know who they are. They're not much of a threat to me or anyone else for that matter. Unless you know, are unprepared for it.
Well, they might become a bit more of a thorn in some people's side here soon.
Oh yeah? How so?
Yeah. Well, what's the serum called, Adrian? I'm drawing blanks, dude. I don't know why this happens.
Sylvian Elixir.
Elixir, yeah. Do you know what a Sylvian elixir is?
Kind of looks at you up and down and kind of raises an eyebrow. See, she kind of bites her lip a little bit. I do know what it is.
Well, it seems like a band of them we came across recently had crates full of them. So, seeing its history, as some of the impure ones can turn people into monsters, while the purer ones can regrow people's limbs or completely heal them altogether. back from the brink of death, as it were.
You see she kind of floats over close to you with like her hands intertwined with each other. She kind of puts her chin on her hands. What else can you tell me about it?
It's extremely rare. So how they came upon so much is frightening.
How
Do be
rare are
careful
we
of them.
talking?
Well, I mainly use gold, but if you're going to be buying them, you might want to go up a currency to platinum. At least in mass quantity. These are extremely experimental and rare. And the Crimson Eclipse have probably come across a chemist who stole a recipe somewhere and are now making them themselves. Though in pure, they just might do the trick.
Now you have my attention. You see, since you gave me some information, I'll be happily giving you some as well. I came across not a crate, but a small amount of this odd elixir that you speak of.
Hmm.
And I was wondering how much I could either sell it or use it for. I might keep a bottle or two on me now that I can hear that it can regrow parts of a body.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, though, extremely rare, and rulers of countries would either kill you or make you filthy rich for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you do come across some, do be careful. But the main reason I was bringing it up, like I said, is because recently we ran into a band of Crimson Eclipse, and we, well, almost completely sold our act in front of them, but that's a story for another time. My buddy snuck into their storehouse, tried to find somebody or something that they had taken from us. We had our own reasons to be there, and he found a lot of it. He tried to set fire to the building, and it worked for some of their product, but not quite all of it.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Well, for your generosity and your knowledge, do you wish to know something from me?
Sure, spit.
Is there anything specific you want me to tell you, or should I just tell you something random?
Well, if I had to ask, how did you know I was near a gate?
Well, since you gave me information, I'll give you yours. It's only right. I have a member on board, an automaton. She's a weird one. Golden, freckled spots all over her face and body from battle damage. Her name, she goes off, is by Kinsugi.
Fucking knew it.
She had somehow garnered information that her old ship, the Valiant, had been spotted near one of the Gate Town portals for Glorum. Sadly, we're a little bit ways out since we just came out of the plane of air, out of a job. So we're a few weeks behind where you're currently going. But I told her that eventually we'll visit. And don't worry, I'm not that evil or cold-hearted to start bombarding your ship as soon as I see it. If I ever see the Valiant again, it's not that type of relationship that I want with such a legendary ship and crew. What I really want is more per se an alliance. I may not be the strongest, I may not be the goodest or evilest of pirate queens out in the cosmos. But if I were to have the Valiant under my payroll, I'd be a very happy woman. As you're talking to her, as you're seeing her demeanor kind of shift from a not innocent, but a sly, coy, flirtatious looking woman, the way that she's speaking, the way that she's staring at you with her chin on her hands as she's having them interlocked, you can tell that her demeanor switched heavily from this shy, meekish woman to someone who knows she's in control.
Charisma arm wrestling tournament.
Well, I have to say thank you to whoever God or fate is out there that allowed us to speak, but I'm very, very happy that you managed to contact me in your dream pool that you fell into. Without that, we wouldn't have conversations like this every other night.
Well, yeah. Seems to be happening more often. Don't know why, though. But...
Well, it's a little bit intricate, but I could tell you for a price. A secret for a secret.
what do you want to know?
What do I want to know? About you? Or perhaps about your crew? Tell me the names of the crew of the Valiant.
And what prerogative do I have to do that?
No prerogative. Just willingness to exchange good for word.
Well...
By the way, at this point in time, your internal sensors are going off.
Yeah.
Something is shifting with this woman.
Adrian, I never told this woman I was on the Valiant.
No?
No. So how she knows was already a red flag.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that.
Like I said, what prerogative do I have to tell you who's on the Valiant? How do you even know I'm on that ship?
Just say it's something that I like to keep in mind, that when I do eventually sign you onto my payroll as part of my crew, I would like to know whose I am in charge for.
Well...
Hey, Preston.
What's up, Conscience?
Remember when I said I think I know who this is?
Yeah?
I know who this is.
Tell me who it is, Conscience.
You know how I sometimes talk to Kintsugi?
Yeah?
That's her captain. That's how she knows who we are.
No shit, Sherlock!
Just wanted to make sure you knew that, okay?
No, yeah, Cedric, I put that together.
Just wanted to make sure, man, you know?
Thanks, man.
I want to make sure it was crystal clear.
Appreciate it. No, thank you, bro. No, thank you. Thanks, man. Oh my god. Adrian, what was her name again? Doreen?
Her full name is Jessica Shigoran.
Oh, Shigoran. Yep.
She go run away.
It's odd. As you're looking over her, the more your sensors are going off that she is a woman of control, her face was once that half palish gray and that other half pure, almost pure white, like porcelain. The skin is shifted mostly all porcelain now on her face.
What race is she?
As far as you can tell, she's a human.
But I'm getting red flags here. I'm sensing something's off.
Yeah, you're getting something off.
Especially if she's shifting skin textures like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or not skin textures, like skin tones like that. Who knows? I might be sniffing up the wrong tree, but something seems off about her in general.
Something does seem off for her in general. Do you want to do any sort of spells or some sort of divine senses or anything?
Divine sense? Well, now that you say, buddy. Gee. I never thought to do divine sense in this dream. Why not? I'll go ahead and do it.
Alright. Your divine sense clocks her. Her skin that is glowing in that porcelain white is evil. But the gray is good.
Oh, split personality disorders?
Something
like that. Yeah, something like that.
But you can tell she's not a celestial. She's not fey or undead.
Or a fiend?
Or a fiend.
Okay.
There is something else about her that is causing her to have this split evil and good. Because before, when you first met her, she seemed relatively nice, relatively easygoing.
Shy about it.
She would be shy. She would talk to you. But suddenly now it's like a whole different person that you're talking to.
Seductive interrogation. Something I'm not too big on.
Also, you also feel another weird ping happening in your mind. Roll me an insight check, please.
Another ping?
Yes.
Is there someone else here? Is there someone else in my dream?
Roll me an insight check.
Alright, insight? Let me do that. 21.
21. Alright, with the 21.
Shit. This is the wrong mind.
Huh?
Brookler, do you have telepathic abilities that you don't know about?
Get out, 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 get out. Get out, please!
What, are you having a sexual dream or something?
No! This is worse! Get out!
What do you mean?
Kaisaya, immediately you get shunted out of the dream and you're back into your bed, like in your trance-like sleep. And Chakna's over there sleeping soundly, hugging like a pillow or something. And you're over here like, what the fuck?
Oh, he's gonna turn back around to the pirate lady behind him. What's her expression on her face?
You see that, surprisingly enough, the porcelain white is mostly gone, and you just see her snickering and kind of chuckling with the gray side, the good side, fully out.
Oh.
That was a little bit unexpected. Sorry, what were we talking about? Whew, that was funny.
Yeah, I'm fine. I rolled an insight of 21. Does that let me insight her as well?
It does. What are you looking for specifically?
Her intentions. Specifically, what she intends to do with the stuff that I'm talking about.
It seems like she's just garnering information.
Garnering information.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said Kintsugi, or whatever her name is on board of your ship, and she talks about the Valiant?
Oh, yes. She talks about it countless of times, about all of her adventures, her crew. She made special relationships with those on board, especially with the captain and commander of the ship. She's a great warrior. She's fought by my side many times. Almost gave her life for me once or twice. I did almost the same. We're pretty close-knit match, almost. Not romantically in any way, just more platonically. We come to each other for a lot of our troubles. Why?
Oh, yeah. Well, was she the person who suggested someone I know was on board?
Yeah, she came across some information that, she didn't exactly tell me where she got it, but, she heard, or probably received a letter, or heard some rumors at a nearby city that we were at, that the Valiant was flying through the Astral Sea, and it was, heading over to Gate Town. I'm surprised she learned a lot of that.
Well, yeah. That's good information, but I'm more asking to why do you think that? You see, your pointed questions were seemingly asking me as to how I would know. I don't ever remember telling you about that stuff.
Well, throughout the years that Kintsugi's been on my ship, after we've garnered a close friendship with one another, he asked me to check on the Valiant. And I knew about it enough where I could envision it in my mind. And we had our scribe and our seer use their magic to keep an eye on it.
Fuck.
And every now and then we would see, over the last few years, it would just be drifting in the middle of the Astral Sea. We tried to get close to it, but where it was locked at, it was a very dangerous and perilous place. We couldn't exactly get to it without damaging our own ship. So we kind of just left it drifting in the Astral Sea. Kintsugi begged me many times to try to go recover it, but I told her it's so much more danger than she's expecting, and I talked her out of it, and we got into a few fistfights about it. She gave me a few black eyes, and I dented her up pretty good. But eventually she relented, and she understood the situation, that where it was locked in, it was little to no use. The area that it was locked in was known as the Draconic Teeth. It's a piece of Astral Sea where many solar and lunar dragons patrol, and they constantly fight over territory.
Ironic, but...
And to be honest, I'm not too sure how he would even get there, unless it was pure luck that it somehow flew its way there, or it got teleported somehow through some sort of weird warp gate in the Astral Sea. But we left it because it was just far too dangerous for anybody of us to get to it. But then suddenly, when she wanted to sear on it again just to check on how it's doing, it was in the middle of an ocean, flying across the ocean seas and burning everything behind it using its engines. So we knew that it recovered and it's somehow on some planar entity. We just didn't know where. So we searched for it. We assumed, since it was on the top of an ocean and no land near it, we assumed it was probably in the water plane. So we checked there. And then eventually, when we seared on it again, it was in a kingdom, so we had no idea where it was at.
Couple of things. One, you didn't really answer my question. Two, Kintsugi, as I would know it, hasn't been on your crew that long. I have another friend who woke up in a ditch alongside her. Both of them having no memories until they figured it out themselves. That's how she's, well, come to talk about a couple of those things. Another thing is, like I said earlier, you didn't really answer my question. Why are you inferencing that I may be on that ship?
Because when Kintsugi and our seers scryed on the ship, she wanted to scry on a particular person. It was her captain. That short, red-headed elf with the jewelry on her. When she was on the bridge talking to several other individuals, and I happened to see a handsome young dragonborn.
Haha, you got.
Yes, I did.
It's
Hey, at
kind of
least-
hard to forget such a sweet face such as yours.
Dude, you be rizzing up the ladies, bro.
No, the
You
pirate
got, like,
queen's trying to
4
rizz me up.
silos, bro. Damn.
But that's besides the point.
Finna get
Your quarters
crucified
ain't
by
gonna
the
be big
pirate
enough.
queen.
Your quarters ain't
Also,
big enough for 4
to-
people, man.
Rebuttal your last answer and questioning. Time works fairly differently in the astral sea and beyond in the planes of existence. I meant it when she was on our ship for about a year or more. The astral sea and the different planes, their time is very weird.
I agree.
So at least for me, she's been with me for about almost 2 years now. For you and possibly your companion that has met her before, it might only seem for a little bit under than a year, maybe a few months less. That's all I can really
agree.
say.
Sorry for the mistrust. And
No, it's fine. You see the porcelain face start to overtake the gray face a little bit more. It's good that you don't trust much. You should always keep your personal words to the chest as much as you can. Or else you'll get scarred and burned. Trust me.
Cedric, you're so fucking right. This lady scares the shit out of me.
You getting rizzed up by her too, bro.
No, I'm not getting rizzed up. She scares me too much.
You're getting risked by one half of her. The other half wants nothing to do with you.
She called herself a pirate queen. I'm gonna die. This lady's gonna kill me. This lady is gonna tie me up and keep me in a dungeon somewhere.
Oh yeah,
Getting
she
rizzed
will.
up, bro.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
she'll definitely tie you up somewhere.
Oh man. Okay. Again, sorry for the mistrust. Like I said, you remember the Crimson Pirates I was talking about earlier? I don't care to remember their name, nor do I want to. They've inhabited one of my friend's homes out in the Astral Sea and
Really?
seemingly made a mockery of what was once his home. So, their downfall is nothing on me.
Where is this home that you speak of?
Don't do it.
Huh? What was that, Conscience?
Don't do it.
Yeah, no, I don't intend to.
Because
I
I
couldn't
have
tell
a
you.
proposition for you.
What's that?
How about this? If this home is truly as valuable as you say, I and my crew go and clear it out for you. But I would like something in return afterwards.
Oh, Lord. Alright, pause. Do you know how many people I'm already tied up with? Got the
Enough to
queen
fill
watching me.
enough to fill a king-size bed, yeah.
Actually, no, he's a California king. You see how big Fukler is?
He needs a California king. Fugler's a big boy.
Nah, he needs an Alaskan king, but that gives him plenty of room for all these girls.
Dude,
That's
what
true.
the heck? What the heck?
And you know, at that point,
What?
we need to custom build him a fucking mattress, man.
Mhm.
What the hell?
Alright.
How about this? We put 2 couches on the top and bottom and surrounded by a California king. Then he has a massive bed.
An Alaskan king. An Alaskan king.
No, even bigger, man. Even bigger than that.
Isn't that one of them Diddy-sized beds?
It's
Anyway.
a
mean,
bed
Yeah,
designed
man.
for 3 people.
Have you seen the Diddy-sized bed? He has like a 50-foot bed in his backyard.
Yeah, I do.
We're gonna have to take you to put that in the fucking quarters.
I don't want him.
We're gonna.
I already got.
I'm gonna put that pocket hole to use. At least I don't want to hear anything next door.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna put you and your wife in the pocket hole. Fight the mimic. Anyways, back in D&D.
Hey man, we could
Let me hear the proposition.
put the pirate lord in the pocket hole and see what happens.
All right, guys, just to let you know, it is 3 a.m, so if Shelby and I cut off for any moment, it's Starlink. All right, just letting you guys know.
No, it's your
Gotcha.
fault.
Right, it's your fault. Your fault, Adrian.
What the fuck is a kilometer? Anyways,
Dirt is dirt.
there it is, dirt. Anyways, as you continue on, as she offers you some sort of exchange, what do you say to her?
I like to think of myself in a high regard. I like to think of myself as not being stupid. And I hope by thinking that of myself, I won't be one. A stupid idiot. So, that being the case, if I'm to do anything for, say, I don't know, a pirate queen, perhaps, I need to know what it is first.
All right. I'm building up an army, a small one, to lead a revolution or some sort of battalion against those who have wronged me in the past. I'm hunting my father's killer. I know where they're at, but I do not have enough strength to do anything about it. With a ship as legendary as the Valiant, with its formidable crew, I'll have a chance at succeeding in getting my revenge. So, I would say tit for tat. I would like to propose an exchange. I take over and destroy those who occupy the home world that you speak of. I'll leave it be, leave it for nature or for whoever else to claim. Hopefully that would be you lot. And afterwards, you and the Valiant offer your services to me, so I'm able to get my revenge on those who wronged me.
Is it public knowledge who killed her dad?
It is not. You have no idea who this is.
Again, we have currently a mission that we're working on. Otherwise, reality as we know it won't be the way it is anymore. So, if you have a name and we run into him, maybe I'll just be inclined to, I don't know, leave him stranded on some planet somewhere and try to send a message to a certain pirate queen I know of. I'm not against helping you, but usually when pirates make promises, there are unintended consequences that love to come rolling in with them.
You know, I think we might have a deal on this part. The person that I'm looking for is a At the very least, as far as I know, a burly man. Human. Large, white beard. Supposedly managed to find their way to safety. Managed to find their way to solidarity in the middle of the Astral Sea. Give me one moment to get the name out for you.
Got you. I don't want to go
The
the
name is-
entirety of D&D without destroying at least one kingdom.
Their name was known as Pirate Lord Gregor the Iron-Tide Vance. Human, older, at least back in the day when he wronged me and my father. They were around their 50s, probably early 60s. As a human, I know they won't really live that much time, but like I said, time in the Astral Sea can extend one's life far beyond than their normal means. They were a masterful battlemaster fighter and a swashbuckler all at the same. Once commanded a legendary warship feared across the Astral Seas. Said to be the fastest and the strongest of its kind back before it was reclaimed. His greatest achievement was striking down an infernal ghost vessel called the Leviathan's Grasp, stealing its cursed treasure that took his life, supposedly, down with the ship with him. However, I know that not to be the case because the ship is still sailing the sea. And as far as I can tell, he is starting to emerge from shadows. Older, but no less dangerous. But still hiding in plain sight almost. He's a master tactician. Even without a ship, his knowledge of naval warfare in the Astral Sea is second to none. So, if you run across said man, if you would bring his head for me, please, we would have a much more agreeable confirmation and, I guess I would say, companionship between all of us.
Yes. And you know, guys, this just might be our big break for Strixhaven taking over it. I mean, think about it.
You want to send the
Right?
pirates in for Strixhaven?
Right?
Oh my god.
I mean, it's not the worst idea. Strixhaven is usually looked upon as like law and order incarnate, right? But it's become gross and corrupted on the inside. So, who better to use to clean out Strixhaven than the pieces of shit that don't like it?
That is true, but we have to ask them to gather information that we need specifically and do it willingly at the risk of their own lives and get out.
At this point in time, Fukler, as you are currently contemplating within your head, you start to see the veil shimmer start to appear in your mind as your body is starting to wake up from its restful sleep. You see Shiro go around. She kind of looks around. Well, it seems like our time here is at an end, darling. Let me know the next time you drop into our dreamscape. I'll be waiting for you.
Well, I hope we can talk more about this soon.
I hope so too. And she fades away into a fine mist, and you wake up with Bubbles sleeping on your chest.
Bubbles!
He's snoring. Also, around you are his wife and his 2 kids.
Around me? Like sleeping
Yeah.
on the bed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a pile of dogs on your bed with you.
What a silly little goose. But
Adorable.
adorable is an understatement. These are little guys, little gals, cute incarnate.
Cuteness overload.
Long rest.
Long rest. Everybody gets a long rest.
It seems that that lady has bipolar disorder and might be a very good asset to what we want to do in the future.
Great asset. Great
Great
asset.
asset to the company.
You could make a company. It's D&D. Capitalism, baby.
Hey
I
man,
want to
I've
make
already
space
made.
government.
I've already made the seed of a company.
That is true with the Sable Theorem handoff.
I'm already like halfway there, man. I don't know
Dude,
about
I
you.
have. I don't know what you're talking about, Cedric. I am setting up the greatest political allies and greatest intelligent allies known to man. I've got the Radiant Citadel, one of the most knowledgeable people on the subject of any item that you can bring into him. I have a very intelligent wizard back on Erisire from, what's it called? What's the big moon city called again? I can't remember.
Quadritum?
Yes, Quadritum. Both of which seem like powerful wizards and artificers in their own right. So, we might be able to set something up good here, Cedric. We might be able to set something up good.
Yeah, I've definitely got the financial backing of something. If I can make
Alright,
Sable Theorem blow off the ground, it's crazy.
At this point in time, since it's 3:20 in the morning, I'm gonna throw my wings in the air fryer, so talk and roleplay amongst yourselves for a minute. I can hear you because I got
Alright.
wireless headphones.
I just want to go do my foraging checks.
So,
Waiting on it.
Bayhorn,
What?
I have a question.
By the way, if you wake up Bayhorn, Bayhorn is half naked in his bed.
Is there anybody else in my bed?
Of course there is.
I guess you shouldn't come in without knocking today.
Bayhorn, I have an idea. Nice cock.
Bayhorn pulls his phaser out. Get out. Let me change.
You want to help me set up space government?
Get out.
Okay. We'll set up space government later.
Looks at a Soul Day. He really has to learn how to knock.
I can just imagine Isolde nodding her head.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us are like low-key embarrassed, but also like fuck off type of shit.
Yeah. I really want to set up space government. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. Side quest time.
Side quest time.
We're
I've had
doing
my side
good
quest
for
for a
space
while.
government.
I just want to go see that goddamn dragon.
What'd you say, Shelby?
What do you have in mind for space government?
Well, you know how we're traveling to a lot of planets here soon?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try and meet important political figures on each of these planets. Since we've already met Queen Aqua on Erisire, and she seems to be the predominant power on that planet, I'm going to set up a senate. I'm going to set up a galactic senate, if you will. I hope Adrian's giggling to himself in the kitchen because this is my vision for the future. Galactic Senate. Fukler will be put on a plaque somewhere because he is bringing all of these people from the Astral Sea together. Differing mindsets, yes, but united in a goal to make sure that...
Commander of a giant army.
Huh?
I said there was that future you saw where you came the commander of a gigantic army.
Yes.
I call upon the cobulation of the Senate of Galactic Republic.
I'm glad you picked up on the Star Wars reference.
Yeah, I was giggling on my way up the stairs.
But yeah, no, I really want to speak.
I knew it was Star Wars.
I want to set up because from the looks of it, it looks like space travel is fairly quote unquote new, right?
Well, it depends.
No?
To those on Erisire, it is unheard
Brand spanking new.
Brands, like, not even brand spanking new. I'm talking about, like, they just made their first airplane type of shit.
Like, not even thinking about spacecraft.
Well, 30 years from now, apparently they're going to be making, what's it called? Floating cities.
Capable of naval warfare? Yeah.
Yeah, floating cities type shit.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to bring on that technology. I'm looking at Kaiosaya. Anyways.
No, what are you talking about? Felinor's in the background of Erisire.
Oh, yeah. He's also helping, too. Do not worry. That old fucker's going to get into some business now. Thanks to you guys saving his life and thanks to the Calamity Time Paradox event, shit got changed a lot.
Uh-oh.
Yep. In a good way. Some bad ways, but in a good way.
Mostly good. Hopefully.
Mostly good. But anyways.
Is there already a galactic government set up? Because from what I've heard, there's really not.
In reality, it's mainly just the Radiant Citadel. The Radiant Citadel is a bastion of law and order. So is Strixhaven. Strixhaven, supposedly, as far as you can tell, because it's corrupted now, Strixhaven back then was supposed to be this grand haven of law, rules, and order that allowed those to study in the Astral Sea and those to go on adventures as students.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really much of a government in the Astral Sea. Think of the Astral Sea as like fucking, how should I say, like Pirates of the Caribbean type of shit. There's a lot of pirates, a lot of civil unrest, a lot of people trying to reinstate law and order, but it's not really working. So there's like these bastion islands that do have law and order, where there's like navy and rules and all these governments like intermingling with one another. But that's a lot of small islands in a very large sea.
Yeah, it's very uncentralized Europe era. Like, everybody is against everybody, stealing everything and trying to make sure that they survive. They haven't figured out teamwork yet, quite. So, it's more the chaotic era, the very piracy era, so I can see why space pirates are a big thing right now. Because they're trying to trade between each other. Like the Sylvian elixir, that's probably going to be a big trade export for Erisire specifically. Like it's going to make them filthy rich. But besides that, there are going to be like governments that want to take over other planets for themselves. Imperium! There's going to be a lot of places that are hostile to everybody no matter what. I want to try and unite at least a portion of that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try and do what England did, and get the island together. Don't think about Ireland. Ireland's not in this scenario. We don't think about Scotland and Ireland.
But funny thing is, Preston's over here thinking, we'll create the Senate. I'm over here going, we'll create the Federation.
We'll create the Federation or the Senate. Choose your way, Western man.
Senate all the way.
No.
I want the silly guys to be arguing all the time and getting nothing done.
No, I want stuff to be done.
No, stuff getting done means there's big wars. Senate going slow means there's progress, but slow.
There's still wars!
Not as many.
What are you talking about?
Not near as many. You don't know Star Trek's lore? Wasn't there like a huge nuclear war between several planets for a while until the Federation happened?
Until the Federation happened.
Yeah!
And then the Federation happened.
Not.
And then there was not a whole lot of war.
Oh my god. Okay.
I would like to point out that the Senate was around, and you had the what war? With
the Clone War.
Yeah, you had the Clone Wars.
The Senate lasted for thousands of years, I might add.
Might I also point out the several wars with the Jedi and the Sith and all that other fun stuff?
The Jedi and Sith have been fighting for even before that, though. I'm not getting into cross-referential lore of Star Wars and Star Trek because it's silly. But I do want people to be able to govern themselves, but also have a say in the general government. You know what I mean?
AKA the Federation.
Does the Federation have a Senate?
Yes, it has a huge council where they elect a president of the Federation.
That's a goddamn Senate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a goddamn Senate with an elected president that is elected by every single member of every Federation planet.
Okay, good. That's good to know. But besides that, Fugler wants to try and at least bring people together a bit more to get them to mingle with each other, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But first, he has to meet those people. And that's what he's going to do. Because when we decided that we're going to go to all 3 different planets, that's when it clicked in my head that I wanted to do that. Why are you giggling, Adrian?
I'm just
like
laughing at your plans for space domination.
I'm gonna live a long time. I want to make sure it's a nice time.
I'm here for a long and nice time. Hella funny.
The gods will look at my lifetime and go, "Holy shit!"
Holy shit!
What's he doing down there? He's a silly guy.
He's just a silly goober.
Silly guy doing silly things. But Aerosire is already 1 down. If Chalkness people were still here, they would be 1 down too. But
I think so.
There might be somewhere else in the Astral Sea.
They would follow Fugler into war.
I feel not into war. I feel like they would follow me into being a Senate speaking tribe at least, like being able to represent themselves.
Fair enough.
But with that said, how much longer do we have until Glorium?
Well, at this point in time, after you invaded Bayhorn's space, you kind of walk out, and as Bayhorn, as he walks out, you're just like, son of a bitch, and you get up and get dressed. Fugler, as you walk out and you start to head over to the mess hall for breakfast, you pass by the captain as she's currently reading on a clipboard, and she kind of like looks at you, gives you a small nod, and a sip of coffee. Roll me a perception check, please.
19 plus 3 for a 22.
You notice she's not wearing her jewelry. She usually has that on.
Can I look back at the captain and see if there's anything else off with her?
Yeah, you look back, you can see her whole entire back is fully exposed. She's not wearing her weapons or anything. She's got her outfit on, so, you know.
Is she missing her discs?
She is, actually.
It's a fake.
Fugler is going to walk up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder.
Yes, Fugler?
What's the occasion, Captain?
Ship checks?
Huh? I didn't hear you.
Ship checks? You know,
Ship checks?
morning checks on the ship, you know, sure that we're still fine, nothing's broken, that nothing's falling apart. I do this every morning.
Fugler is going to put his finger on his lapel and press down his.
Okay.
Yeah, no, lapel. Isn't that the term?
Yeah, that's the term. Yeah.
And press down on his badge.
Yeah.
Captain, what are you up to right now?
Why are you asking?
There aren't two captains. No one else responds, Adrian.
Kaiasai, where are you responding? Are you responding from your badge or?
The one in front of him responds. Why are you asking?
The one in front of him responds. Yes. So, Fugler, you do not hear coming from anything from your badge, but the captain in front of you is speaking to you.
Okay. Fugler is going to cast Dispel Magic at 4th level. It will be a 5th level spell since he is a paladin.
Okay.
So 5th level Dispel Magic.
Roll me a d20.
A d20?
Roll me a d20.
19.
Okay.
I'm scared of
Kaiasai,
what's going to happen.
So, Fugler, as you're starting to
Oh, fuck.
as you're starting
something's happened.
As you're starting to dispel the magic that you are feeling in front of you, you hear footsteps coming from behind you, and you take a quick look. It's Kaiasai.
Huh?
And it kind of interrupts your spell cast. You don't waste a spell slot. You kind of just stop. You're like, wait a minute.
After seeing Kaiasai behind him, he is going to immediately tighten his grip on the captain that was in front of him.
Well, don't you have a bit of explaining to do?
Fugler, will you let my simulacrum go?
Your simul what?
I
Simul what now?
12 hours creating her. Let her do ship checks, please.
Are they doing this outside of my room?
Yes.
Bayhorn's gonna walk out from all the ruckus.
You see Chakna also sipping coffee. He looks at you, Bayhorn, because you're still not fully dressed. He's like, hey.
Intruder!
Nice,
as he pulls out his gun.
Hey, wait. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Also, he has boxers on right now.
You can still see it through some angles. Anyways.
Amen. Well, then at that point, it's his fault for looking. I don't know.
Captain, I'm sorry.
You see Chakna like sipping his coffee behind him and shaking his head. Kaiasai, this is why I told you to tell the crew about your simulacrum.
It's nice to know that they're putting the ship safety first and seeing this as a possible intruder.
Yes, but all those gems worth of ruby would have gone to waste.
I know.
That's what you bought those for?
Yes.
God, also to blow a hole in them. No offense, other Kaiasai.
Sure. Were you in my dream yesterday? He looks at one of the Kaiasais, switching between the two of them.
The one in
Bayhorn's
front
just
of
gonna
you
slowly
looks very
walk,
confused.
like, backwards
the
walk
one
back in his
behind
room.
you kind of looks off to the side.
Okay, so you're the captain that I actually know. You were in my dreams yesterday, right?
By accident, okay?
Why were you in my dreams? Were you trying to get to Chakna's dreams?
Yes.
I hope that's the case. Okay, look. How do I explain this?
You remember when we took that bath in Quadradum?
Yes.
And I kind of stepped all the way down very far into that pool?
Well,
Like, very far.
depending on the person, the pool is bottomless.
Well, yeah, it just kept going for me. And I got scared at some point and then eventually went back up. But basically, somehow Quadradum linked me with some pirate lady that I think is a pirate lord. And she's been talking to me in my dreams sometimes, and she hasn't figured out what ship I was on until recently. And revealed that pretty much to me last night by talking about you and a couple other people. And so when you came into my dream, that was like the worst timing I have ever had from another person ever. Like, it's like some evil god out there was watching and thought it would be funny as shit. It was bad. It was bad news bears. Ay. But basically, Kaisaya, did you ever have any issues with pirate guilds in the past? I don't think this one has issues with us, though.
I mean, one did put a hit on me and eventually killed me.
Well, yeah. Wait, huh? Is that how you died?
The first time, yes.
Huh. But basically, this pirate guild has Kintsugi on their crew. Whoa. And they had some Astral Sea shenanigans go down. She's been on that crew for like 2 years now.
Doesn't sound like Kintsugi.
Well, she's there, and she was talking about you a lot, apparently. You and Chakna. And the rest of the crew.
Doesn't sound like Kintsugi.
And they had the ship scried on and spied on. So, someone had to know your face. And was an automaton. Blonde hair, freckles.
What?
Your conscience is speaking to you. It was gold freckles.
Oh, gold freckles, excuse me. Golden freckles on an automaton?
No.
No?
No. Kintsugi had
Weird.
black hair. And any damage that would happen that she repaired via mending would be filled in by gold.
Well, apparently this automaton had gold freckles on her face. I don't think she had blonde hair.
Again, it was gold freckles from battle scars.
Thank you, conscience. It was gold freckles from battle scars. Excuse me. I'm very tired. That dream freaked me out a lot last night. But yeah, no. And so this pirate crew has scried on us, and spied on people in our crew specifically. And so when I saw your simulacrum earlier today, I about freaked the fuck out.
Well, there are a few
We got
things
pirates
that don't
watching us.
transfer over with a simulacrum. Hence why she doesn't have any jewelry.
Yeah. What about your spell discs?
They're spell discs. They're like a book. I don't have that many books.
Yeah, I know. Look, this pirate lady, basically what she said is she'll clear out Chakna's home if we murder her dad's murderer. And completely leave it to us. And or Chakna.
I'm not sure about that. As based
I'm not
upon
either.
my past experience with pirates, They
Well, I
don't
get the
have-
feeling we'll be meeting them soon, anyways. They've kind of told me that they know where we are. So,
Well, we'll have to get the ship adjusted for anti-divination stuff.
I agree.
Which will be a project that my simulacrum will have. Now I can be in 2 places at once.
Well, it dies or loses all of its spell slots.
Kaisai, how many years do you have left to live?
Don't you fucking dare.
Huh,
100
Try-
gold if you do it.
How? Mm.
You see Chakna kind of look at you and give you like a head shake. So, what other information did she give you about this person that killed her father?
Let me see. Actually,
Because in all
I have
honesty,
it.
depending on the amount of pirates we've had to deal with in the past,
His name is Pirate Lord Gregor the Iron-Tide Vance. I'm pretty sure.
Kaisaya, you know that name.
He fought a ghost ship, and apparently it took him down with it. A fiery ghost ship. But his ship is still out in the astral sea, and people say he's still alive.
Kaisaya, your mind and your heart starts to beat faster now.
Oakler,
You know who this is.
can you say the name again? I don't think I heard you right.
Gregor Vance. I could say the whole thing again if you need me to.
Gregor Vance, the Iron Tide, Kaisaya. Your old captain had that title.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Hmm?
She says he's still alive?
Well, now I'm even more confused than I was. Who is he?
My old captain.
What do you mean, your old captain?
My captain. The original captain of the Valiant. The man who took upon the bounty to capture my husband. It wasn't my husband at the time, but still. And I watched get sliced in half. The reason why the entire ship, and she gestures to the whole ship, is encased in metal. To prevent his death from happening to anyone else in the crew.
Well, she said she's still alive.
He's dead. He died in front of me. We did a space burial.
Captain, I have no reason to lie to you. I didn't know who that man was 2 minutes ago.
You see Chakna kind of just look at you, Kaisai, and put a hand on your shoulder. Weirder things have happened in the Astral Sea. You know that, right?
I know weirder things have happened, but...
So I guess we're not killing him? Cool.
The way that you said that makes me think of that meme. So no head? And then he slams his foot on the ground. I think of that, dude. The way you said that. Oh, so we're not killing him? I immediately in my head, I just think of Fuku just saying in his cell phone, so no head?
So no head.
Slams the phone on the ground.
Jumps on the skateboard, breaks it in half.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The way you said that with your mannerism made me think of that beat. Oh, I'm so brain rotted, bro.
Little bit. Same here.
Why do I think of memes on a daily occurrence? This is not normal. The human mind wasn't supposed to do this. I have forsaken God.
I don't know if you've done that.
You've just fallen victim to one of the most advanced algorithms in the world that kids are designed to keep your attention for as long as possible.
Yeah, it's called the For You page.
Exactly. The FYP or the Instagram algorithm or the TikTok algorithm or all that great stuff. Even
Yeah,
YouTube Shorts is getting pretty good these days.
It really is. Oh, fucking hell. Alright. Okay. Whew. Alright, continuing. Go on. Roleplay.
But maybe this isn't your captain, right?
I hope so.
I mean, you remember when we were trying to get Chakna back, we saw like several different iterations of him. And apparently there's a cursed version of you wandering around this astral sea too. You remember?
I don't forget that kind of stuff.
You don't remember, or you do remember?
No.
Okay.
I very
Well,
much remember.
Yeah, no, so it leads me to believe that the astral wall falling apart is, causing, what's it called? Others to come in. And so, this being the case, maybe he made it through.
I hope that is the case. Because
Right?
I very much do not want to know that he didn't in fact die and is in fact not the good man I remember him to be.
Plus, you knew him, right? You knew him pretty well. Does he sound like he would just be murdering people?
No.
I don't think so. Given this lady is a pirate queen, so maybe her father used to be a respected pirate captain, in which case he might have killed him.
Honestly, yes, he might have killed in self-defense or protection of the crew of the ship.
Or a bounty, yeah.
Or a bounty. If the bounty
Yeah.
required the person absolutely dead, but he never really took those unless absolutely necessary.
In which case, this leads us to believe that this might not be your captain. Right?
I certainly hope so.
So there's no reason to worry about it. Even if it is your captain, I'm not quite sure he might be the same man anymore. But I don't think that's the case. You said you saw him get cut in half?
Right in front of me.
And what did you guys do with the body afterwards? Did you just throw it into the astral sea, or did you burn it?
We threw it into the astral sea with the burial.
So you threw it in the astral sea. Who's to say someone didn't pick it up?
But at the time, I don't know of anyone who would have been able to restore life to a body split in two.
I mean, you can raise dead on pretty much any of them.
That's
one of the
true.
books that are in the good book of mine. Ironically as it is. Raise Dead. It's a 5th level spell. It can heal any mortal wounds, but if you have any limbs cut off, it won't regrow them. It will cause this person to come back to life from a 10-day injury. Or a 10-day death.
That means they would have had to been really close to pick them up.
Or
in the middle of
they could have
nowhere.
used a more powerful spell. Say, Raise Dead to the 7th level. That's 100 days. So there are definitely reviving spells that could have gotten to him, no? We just don't know enough about this situation. And apparently, the pirate lady is hot on our tail. So she's gonna find us anyways? I say we at least hear her out. And she doesn't sound like she wants to murder us, which is a good thing. So I think we might try and get this lady to help us.
Did she say why she's so interested in the ship?
Well, something along the lines of she respects it. I don't know how much I believe that. The more believable reason she gave to me is she wants us to be on her payroll.
That's
Don't
never
want that
happening.
myself. I agree. I completely agree. But I don't see the harm in changing favors every once in a while, do you?
I do.
Oh, come on, Captain. We're going to have to uproot Strixhaven itself. We could get all the help we could. We need all the help we can get. Unfortunately, that might include pirates. Because do you know anybody else who readily has available an astral fleet?
She has a fleet.
Maybe. I don't know how I got in contact with this woman. I did the bath and quadrantum and she was in my dreams all of a sudden. So, by the way, if her appearance sounds familiar, please speak up. She's like almost cut in half texture-wise. Half of her skin is gray, half of her skin is porcelain, but it seems to change. Respected based on, well, how her personality is playing out. More sadistic is when porcelain seems to overtake more of her body. She might be a changeling now that I think about it. But I doubt it. She seems to be mostly human. But this lady seems to be very powerful in her own regard. Very, very charismatic. Had a charisma arm wrestling match with her last night. She didn't get anything out of me that I didn't want her to.
Are you sure about that?
Fairly sure. Fairly.
You have two Kai's
Not
eyes
anything.
staring at you very doubtingly.
Not anything that she didn't already know. I didn't give her any names like she asked me to. I changed the subject. She already knew where we were going. So, and she didn't have to guess. Like I said, she's been scrying us. She's scryed you specifically because of Katsugi. And plus, Katsugi's with her. And they seem to be really, really good friends. So maybe she's not an all-awful person. She seems to be driven by vengeance for specifically the old captain. And you know what? If it's not your captain, I say we keep our mouths shut, right? Yeah.
Let's hope
We need to explore these options. This is like the third time I've met her.
That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Like I said, Pirate Queen, Queen. Who just DM'd me? I don't get DM'd. I'm not.
Royalty.
A lot of queens.
Yeah, a lot of
You have
queens.
a
Very
princess
matriarchal
on
out
you,
there.
you now have a pirate queen.
She was trying to seduce me. But I'm afraid of women. Wario is scared of women. What?
Should we find you a prince instead?
No. I'm good. Thank you. I'll find somebody someday. But I don't think it'll be a prince. No. Not my vibe. But she was only trying to do that, get information out of me. Divine Sense told me that. She seemed very nebulous in emotional nature. Like she could switch gears in an instant. Which is why she's so charismatic. From shy and giggly in one moment to basically pressing me like I'm in an interrogation in the next. It's, like I said, frightening. A lady we definitely have to be careful of.
and I think we'll be running into her soon. So, I just thought I would tell you all about this. Because I don't want any surprises happening that you guys aren't prepared for. Also, she said she respects the Valiant, but again, I don't know how much I believe that. But then again, I don't see why she wouldn't want us to be on her payroll if she didn't respect us. So who knows? This lady is a big old unknown in the galaxy. I say, like when we fixed up the floating castle, we keep her on speed dial. Because whenever we do need them, I plan on getting them to help us. Don't you?
They're a potential temporary
They're a maybe.
ally.
They're a maybe. They're putting the maybe. I agree.
As you guys are currently discussing all of this, you hear a beep on your comm badge, Kaiosaya, as you hear Tiana kind of start speaking. She says, "Hey, Cap, I think I see the way into Glorum. It's like a giant cloud, I think, right?
Yes.
All right, well, we're almost there. So, everybody get ready to land and, you know, make do with the locals." And you hear the comm badge go off.
Alright. We'll have to table this for later, because we're almost at Glorum. Thinking while we're there, maybe perhaps we can talk to the local leaders. See about getting some more people on our side for the upcoming battle. And then find our way to the portal to the Ruby Palace.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. So, breakfast, Boopler?
Yes. Any ideas?
Omelets.
You know, omelets, spiced omelets. How about that?
Perfect.
Spice omelets sound pretty good.
Spiced omelets do sound pretty good. I'm gonna be so fucking honest.
As you guys make your way over to the mess hall, as you whip up some great spice omelets, as Bayhorn, you finally, after this whole entire conversation is done, you finally get dressed. And you finally get everything put together. You guys enter into the mess hall, and you see a large wave of clouds start to overwhelm your vision from the outside. As the clouds disperse, all you see is a clear blue sky with some small patches of clouds in the distance. But that isn't what impresses you the most. You see this giant landscape filled to the brim with snow-capped mountains. This Nordic-looking mountain-like atmosphere is overtaking your eyesight and your vision throughout the horizon. And as you kind of look down below the window, you see what looks to be a very small, quaint little village known as the Village of Glorum. As you make your way and sail downwards to the village to continue this next step on your journey to the Ruby Castle. And that's what we'll call D&D for tonight.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z. So, thank you for playing. I appreciate your time and your commitments here. I shall see you next week. Also earlier, due to the fact that, you know, you're my only friends, so I talk to you almost every other day. I don't know if that's is that sad? No, it's not. You guys are great. You guys are great.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
To those of you listening, or this archival that will be stuck on Shelby's hard drive for God knows how long, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time on Astral Secrets for D&D. So, Cedric and Preston, if you're there listening to me, thank you. I appreciate the time that you've spent with me and Shelby for D&D. I am hungry. My wings are about to be finished, and it's 4 in the morning.
Oh, I'm hungry too.
So, thank you for playing. Cedric, are you there? You haven't talked in a minute, buddy.
I'm here.
Okay, you've just been listening.
Yeah.
You know,
gonna have to
Bayhorn with
swap.
his boxer briefs, his cock
gonna-
out. You know,
I'm gonna have to
pretty
swap to a rogue now.
nice. Are you?
'Cause we're already at Glorum, aren't we?
Mhm.
You are
pulling his
Gloria.
cock out.
I don't have any time
He's
for
pulling his cock.
foraging right now.
Yeah, when I rolled in the background for your travel time, you guys actually shaved off like a whole day because
God damn it.
nothing happened. Like legit, I rolled for Tiana in the background. I'm like, oh shit, she's flying fast.
Damn.
Oh man.
Like, damn.
Shucks.
Sorry, I have one of the fastest ships in the Astral Sea.
I'm
How
gonna
could you?
underclock the ship's engines.
No,
You're gonna underclock the engines.
I'm gonna
Tell
no,
North
underclock
you
Eberron
the
know
to
what?
engines.
You
chill.
know how to slow her
Yeah,
down.
I'm actually gonna do that.
No, we shove armor on her.
With Thecaron, take a
that'll
sip.
That'll slow her down.
I could also
you
tell
guys are-
Vortecron to take a chill pill for a little bit.
With Thecaron, take
For
a
now-
sip from the engine's power supply.
take a little sip. But now you guys are flying down into Glorum, so
Are
yeah,
we gonna
I will
immediately
see you
travel
guys.
to our next thing?
No,
It's up to you guys. If you guys want to talk around Glorum or explore or take on any odd jobs, it's up to you.
I need to swap to my rogue. I need to remember that.
Yes, you do. So, Cedric, Preston, I will most likely see you tomorrow. Cedric, mainly for you, because since you're not going to Ari's house anymore. Super Bowl?
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. Hopefully I can still stream it to you. I'm not too sure if I can. But if I can't, I know
Super
you
Bowl
can.
and Destiny.
Duper Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl. Preston, are you doing anything for the Super Bowl tomorrow?
It's
Happy
my
birthday
birthday.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh
right.
no.
happy birthday.
Well,
we
wait,
watching
it's not
Super
his
Bowl together?
birthday for us yet.
Yes, it is.
Well, technically it is. It's a ninth
It's
for
his
us.
birthday for us.
But
So
for him,
happy
it's nice.
birthday!
Happy birthday.
Yay. I'm
Your next
21 in
D&D
England.
You're
For the
21
next
in
D&D
England.
session, you have a free natural 20 because of your birthday crit.
Oh my god. Heck yeah.
I have to find
Heck
a really
yeah.
good use for mine.
It's like a life or death saving throw, like a
then
purely like if you have to save here.
And then I end up using it the week before on some stupid ass roll to find a bird.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I could see Bayhorn dying because of that.
Hey man, that
Like,
bird last time was talking some mad truths. I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
saying.
Dude, that bird dude was fucking crazy. I'm surprised you haven't spilled the beans yet, to be honest. I'm actually proud of you.
Dude, I'm not telling anybody.
Good, I'm glad. I'm happy about that. But yeah, Preston, have a happy birthday. Hopefully you receive many gifts and food and all that good jazz. If I see you tomorrow, awesome. If I don't, I hope you have a wonderful day.
I do too. I hope you have a wonderful day, Adrian.
I appreciate it. So I'm gonna go eat my wings. I'm gonna go to bed. So good night, guys. Much love.
Alright, good night.